What's up, guys? I'm Axel Hodges, and you're listening to... Wait, what's RC what?
No Name.
No Name RC. What's up? I'm Axel Hodges, and you're listening to the No Name RC podcast.
Thank you.
NITRO is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing.
Yes, indeed. Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 61 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, a.k.a. Lefty the Great. And you guys have been asking for it. I've been begging, pleading, buying Krispy Kreme donuts, pitting him, turn marshalling for him at races. And I'm slow, and I only have one arm. I'm fat, but I finally got Greg Degani on the podcast. And he said it would only be an hour, but it ended up being 3. So I'm sorry. But it was a great talk, and he was getting excited, and he was moving around, and his mic would get muffled, and he was putting the laptop on his belly trying to talk. I'm going to have to buy him a mic when I get to DNC. So our guest this week is Greg Degani. I know the podcast is late, but life's been happening. And actually, we might even move the release date of the podcast to Thursday or Friday. I don't know. So much things are starting to ramp up, and there's a lot of things going on. So it's kind of difficult to get things done in time. But let me shout out to all of the No Name RC podcast listeners from around the world. I appreciate your support. I've met some new guys this week on Instagram and Facebook, sent me some messages. Thank you. You know, anytime you guys want to shout out or just chat about RC or life, or just, you know, I like to meet people all the time. So just send me a message on Facebook, you know? So, yeah, pretty good. And shout out to my patrons, man. They got early release of this podcast. They got it today. Today. And I hope they enjoyed it. They got the uncut, raw version of Greg Degani, but it wasn't really nothing bad. I had to go in and edit all his mistakes when he kept muffling the mic, and I think I did a pretty good job on the public release. And I like to shout out to our sponsors: RCMX Online, Euro RC, just RC, no bullshit, Techno RC, JQ Racing, BK Servos, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic, RC Raceworks, and our new sponsor. And, well, he's always been a long-time sponsor and a supporter of the podcast, but officially, BeachRC.com is on board with NNRC for the year, and I am excited and happy to have Beach RC on because it's my favorite hobby shop, brick-and-mortar shop, real track, online service, great customer service, great people working there. If you go to Myrtle Beach, go there and race on the track, go see Brent, have some fireball with him, whatever. Great people, and I appreciate them coming on and being officially a part of the podcast. He was before of Assault RC, but he decided to bring Beach RC, and Beach RC distributes JQ Racing, Ultimate Racing Products, his Assault RC line, and he pretty much has anything you need RC related. He has it. So I think we'll have some affiliate links posted up where you can use that link, and you can go in and, you know, purchase your stuff from Beach RC. And, you know, it is, I don't think you get a discount, but it does, you know, just helps keep us keep track of what we're doing here. And if I appreciate it if you guys do that, but I'll get the link set up and get everything going. He doesn't have he might have an intro this year, but we're getting a really cool intro for him. I'm happy that Brent's on board. So thank you. Thank you to all the people that listen. Thank you to our patrons. And thank you to the companies that choose to advertise and sponsor this podcast. It is greatly appreciated. So I think it's time to call Rupert, but I think people are starting to call him more Joey Q. You know, he went racing this past weekend. We got Montpellier happening starting tomorrow. We got a lot of racing going on. So let me just patch in Rupert. Hello, Rupert. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. What's going on, Joey Q?
Okay, first of all, we're not going to start releasing the podcast on Thursday or Friday just because you're too lazy to get it done for Wednesday.
I don't have
Wednesday's
time.
the day.
I don't have
That's
time.
what do it.
I don't have 2 days is not enough to do it. Look, it's
always
Thursday.
talk about
It's
what
Thursday
happens on the
evening.
weekend, and then we release it on Wednesday. That's the deal.
It's
That's how
Thursday
done.
evening at 12:30, and we're recording. 12:30 a.m. my time.
Yeah, you know what?
No, because you're at the track. You and
This is
Cav
an exception.
you and Cav are hanging out at the track, filming videos at Revelation. You know, and
That was a spy video. I
Actually-
didn't know that was going down.
actually, the layout at Rev is very fast. It's I like
Super
it.
fast.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I'm not too much of a fan. Too easy. Not technical enough.
Yeah, but it's good. You look like you was having fun out there. You and your bromance, Cav. I mean, sorry, Cav. You know, I know you and JQ are really good friends, but you know, he's all excited to be hanging around you again. So, you know, I think you and him.
He's excited to get the setup.
Well, I know that you help him out a lot, and you have somebody that's faster than you that can test your stuff too.
Exactly. Works out great.
Yeah. So,
Happy with
I
my
watched your
Ultimate
Facebook
Racing
Live.
M3R.
yes, you finally figured out.
21J Cobb.
Yes,
Solved all my issues.
It looked good
Just
in
wanna
that
put
video
out
too.
there.
It looked good in that video. So if you're interested in ultimate racing, if you're gonna get the R, you're gonna have to try that car. But the 3X 2.0 is VT 2.0 actually comes with that car, and it's
That's what I heard.
yeah, it does.
Mine is on the way from BHRC, so I'll check.
Good stuff. And I actually, if it's like the Thai low head, like the small head motor, like with the low head, those are really good. They got really good runtime and whatnot. Maybe you should have ordered one for my car that you're building me.
What remind me about this whole car deal? I can't remember anything like that.
Well, I was gonna race at DNC.
You were gonna race.
Yeah, or at least practice or something. You know,
Okay.
I haven't touched or driven an 8-scale car in over a year. The only car that I even touched and raced was when we was testing out the start gate at RCGP, and I drove your car I tested it out and did half a lap. That's the only 8-scale car I drove all of 2019, and I'm going to fix that in 2020 because I am going to race something. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, Joseph, I recorded with Degani, and
How was that?
it was like, you know how long I've been trying to get he's been on the podcast, but I've been trying to get Degani actually on there to tell his story for over a year, like from when we started. And I asked you at the race you was at this weekend with him, you was like, yeah, he'll do it. And then you said, oh no, he'll do it at DNC. And I was so pissed off at you. And because I know if we do that, nothing is not going to happen at DNC. So anyway, we got him on, and he was like, it's only going to be an hour. 3 hours. 3 hours, and it actually took about 4.5 hours to record because he had to stop. Oh, man, it was like that time of the day. It's really hard for me to record because it's 12 o'clock. It's busy. You know, my wife's cooking. Son's getting ready for school. Daughter's walking around, banging on the wall. That's my house. I'm going to need an office. You're going to have to pay for. Hey, you know what? If this is successful or when this starts making some real money, if it does, I'm going to have to get an office. Peace and quiet.
Sounds like the Addams Family to me.
No, you don't even know how to deal with children. You talk to children like they're adults.
That's how you're supposed to. You're not supposed to patronize children and talk to them. Oh, how cute you are! Just talk to them like a fucking normal human being.
That's why you had that. That's why I can tell you were showing no love when you was young. No love whatsoever.
Why? Yeah, just talk to them normally.
No, my daughter
that's what I do with Mason. We get along great.
Mason's your only friend at RC track.
Yeah, we get along great.
Yeah. You know what my daughter done today? Just quick, like, She shoved like a whole. She just took a toilet. My son was not like this. My son was very good. He was,
What did you do?
She took a roll of toilet paper and shoved it in the toilet, and I had to go in there and fish it out today. And I'm just saying to myself, does anybody want a little girl? I will give her away. And what it is, my wife's busy with the political stuff because that's ramping up. The election's on the 16th, so she's even more busy, like out meeting and greeting and people asking her for money and all that because, it's corrupt on her. So she's busy.
What's she gonna be? What is she standing for?
She's gonna be the deputy mayor of her little neighborhood, like because each neighborhood
mayor.
Yeah, each neighborhood's divided up, and they have a mayor. They have I guess it's all these different things.
So are people gonna start greasing your palms?
Her palms, but she's got
like.
Oh yeah, like Don her, it's just money. Like it's I don't know about that. But I mean, Don her, like it's no hidden thing. Like money makes the world go round, and that's how it is, Don her. And I'm not into politics, but that's my type of politics. Right out in the open corruption, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. That way I don't have to, I know what I'm dealing with, But I pushed her to do it for a few reasons to get her to do something, and do something with herself. And this can lead to maybe opening some doors, like helping to get her visa so we can travel a little bit more, so you can go through America because Dominicans can't really, it's not really that. I mean, a lot of them get them easy, but, they get up to the States and they don't come back. So I kind of understand why it's hard to get a visa for them. But, we're planning on, we're trying to go home, but I'm trying to go to Bermuda in the summertime, take my kids and take her. I haven't been home since 2011? Yeah, 2011. So almost 10 years. And not saying I miss it, but I like to go home, see it, remind myself why I don't live there, and come back. So I love the DR. I love it here. That's where I'm going to die. So anyway, enough about me. Just life's been busy, man. Like I was trying to tell you the other day, yeah, you're busy. Well, I'm busy too. So I'm going to watch my daughter do this. Oh, man. You don't know. It's difficult. But that's how things go, So just got to deal with it. Till she can, if she gets it, then maybe we can afford a nanny or something. I don't know. So things are cheap here. So yeah, man. All right. Enough about me and my baby problems. Sorry, everybody, for boring you about that. Joseph, you went racing this weekend and you talked about it on your Facebook Live. You went to the Nitro compound in Maricopa, Arizona, Tony Schumacher's track. AJ Schumacher's dad, Anthony Westergaard, he built a layout like the day before the race, right?
Yeah.
Did he change the whole layout?
Almost.
Man.
Some sections were the same or similar.
That is a very big track, though, isn't it? It's long.
Kind of like DNC size. Not like exceptionally big or anything.
But lots of elevation changes, lots of big jumps. It looks badass. How was it? Did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, I really liked it. Yeah, it was good.
Even Greg said he enjoyed it. Like, it's a nice track, a nice facility. So kudos to Tony Schumacher. I know he's worked very hard to do that, and to Anthony Westergaard for his work doing it. Is he coming to DNC, Tony? Did you ask him?
I don't know.
Well, you survived. You didn't become a permanent jump or end up in a hole in the desert.
Yeah.
But you said something about some guy with tattoos or something and a gun, and you thought...
Yeah, that's what I heard. I think it was was it on the Sunday or the Saturday? I heard that they were camping there, Mayfield and some other people, and then someone had put a JQ sticker on this guy's trailer.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously they were thinking that I did it, So then I guess they were a bit drunk, and he was like showing his gun, and I don't know what he was planning, but that's what I heard.
Well,
so you have this like sick fantasy of me actually getting shot by an American. So I think
I don't know. It doesn't have to be an American. I just want you to get shot.
Yeah, that's the closest. I think that's the closest I've been. Like I wasn't at the track, but some drunk people showing off weapons and talking about me putting stickers on trailers.
You was nervous? That's what you're saying?
No, I wasn't there. But I didn't put the sticker on the trailer. That's also what someone then had said that, well, you can just ask him because if he did it, he'll tell you.
Yeah.
So,
You got a gun to your head, so did you put the sticker on the trailer?
yeah,
I can't lie, I did.
Yeah.
So, enough about that. Rivkin was there, Mayfield was there, Jackson Bronson, he's putting in a lot of work, the ginger. So
is he now like living with Rivkin or something?
I don't know. They're part of that nerd crew, what they call themselves.
A nerd crew.
Yeah, I can't remember the name that they called themselves. But Jackson's been putting in a lot of work over the last year, and it's starting to show. Like, you know, it's going to be impressive to see what he does at DNC. Tanner Denny was there with his new Mugen. Greg said he looked great with the Mugen.
Who?
Greg.
Yeah, Tanner Denny was fast and erratic as normal.
Mm-hmm. But he said he looked very good with his new car.
Mayfield was in a class of his own, but he made a ton of mistakes.
Did he race it? No, he didn't race it because he had to go home.
So it was like closer than it should have been. He was clearly faster than everyone. But then he didn't race the main. He had to go see to some family emergency.
Mayfield was probably just out there having fun, camping, hitting Coors Light and saying, yeah, I'm just going to say
Yeah, but still he was the fastest.
Interesting. So should be good. And you had a literal nervous breakdown.
I did.
Yeah.
If you want to hear about that, you're going to have to listen to my Facebook Live because I'm not going to repeat it.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Just go watch my Facebook Live.
But
I'll explain all about it.
Otherwise than that, it looks like it's a great track, and it's a track I'd like to go to one day. And I like Tony.
It was good.
I need to get the pictures of when you almost burnt down the pits at Southern Nats. He has them. AJ took them. I wonder if he still has them.
Oh.
Big fireball.
Probably.
So, yeah, man, you guys.
You and your third world janky lipos.
Nothing's never your fault, is it?
How can it be my fault?
Anyway.
How can your battery blowing up
You put it on
be
charge.
my fault?
You put it on charge. Anyway. Greg's getting serious. Like Greg going out 2 weeks before DNC and getting practice, like driving all the way to Arizona, going to Hot Rod
on Tuesday.
Oh, things are getting serious. He's like, yep, I am going to, I got this over 40 plus crown to defend, and yeah, I gotta get good. So he seems excited for DNC, and that's good because it's always fun. And Greg's having fun. It's so much banter, and it's a lot of fun in the pits. So should be good. And speaking of DNC, I saw Joey posted that they got some dirt going, and they're going to start the build of the track this weekend. So I think they're learning from last year when they had the rain come in, and they're probably going to have the track done. Well, they have a lot to do as well, but we're talking about what is it? It's this.
He's been doing this race for like 45 years now.
Yeah, but
it's never been done in time. So no, he's not going to be ready.
All right, I think it's going to be. Want to place a bet on it? I bet you it's going to be ready. I'll bet you a 6-pack of Modelo's.
It won't be ready.
No.
He'll be nailing pipes in when we get there.
Well, you're going to be there like what? Monday, Tuesday?
Why? When is the first day? Wednesday?
Yeah, so Tuesday you're going to have to set up pits because I don't get it. I won't get there till like 5.
I don't know.
You'll have it ready.
Hey, by the way, what happened to those buckets?
I left them there because we didn't have room in the van.
You left them there?
Yes.
Such an idiot.
They cost $2. All the straps are there, though. All the tie straps are there. You just need to go buy some buckets.
Yeah.
There was a lot of buckets. I had 12. I don't think I needed it.
Coming out of your salary.
Everything comes out of my salary. Jesus.
Yeah, don't do dumb shit.
Maybe you should have stayed around and helped us pack up, Mr. I need to get out of her so fast.
Are we done with the podcast or?
No, we're not done with the podcast because we have a few questions. But before we get into the questions, let's talk about this exciting race that is going on this weekend in Montpellier, France. Now, I'm going to pat myself on the back here. I can't really do it, but I would like to. I think there's going to be a lot more of the American RC crowd tuned into this race this weekend. I've talked about it all year. It was 60 minutes of excitement last year with Boots winning. Like that went down to the last few minutes. Like it wasn't a runaway. It almost was. Ungaro kind of ran away a little bit, but he didn't like completely Ungaro everybody. But this year it's gonna be stacked. I mean, you got Ryan Lutz is going over there. Billy Tylaska's there. Nemo is set up. Did you see? I meant to send you this picture of S-Works. It's a compound. They've made like a portable compound of tents. It looks so badass. Like like they got about 10 tents. It looks like, but the way they got it set up, it's like an impenetrable fortress of RC. And you got. Let's see. We got. All right, so we got. I'm pretty sure Ungaro is going to be there. Barton's going to be there. Battier, Canas, Boots, Lee Martin, Ronnefauk, Ravaglia. I'm sure like guys like Valente are going. Barufalo. Who else?
Did you say Robert?
I said Robert. Basically, every single fast person that races 8 scale. I wonder if Zanchettin's going to be, but we'll talk about that in a bit. So you got. It's definitely going to be a bit more.
Yeah, everyone except me.
Yeah. Anyway, but I said fast people in Europe.
Yeah, I'm fast again.
No.
2000.
Right. You know, dreams still come true, but not yours.
Just wait and see, dude.
Okay. I'm pleasantly waiting to be proven wrong. But it's going to be a stacked race, and I'm shocked Lutz. I'm very stunned that Lutz is over there. But I think it's good. And I think it's a little and I saw it posted like, oh, it's a permanent track. And I know that's I don't want to say it's an excuse, but I know that's why a lot of the Americans didn't come over to the Neo race when Phil moved it from where it is, where the DXR races.
Adams.
Yeah, to Harper Adams to Rendevon. But I don't.
That's just an excuse.
I don't think if you're good, you're going to be good. Like, yes,
exactly.
Yes, the European guys have raced this track over and over and over, but this track has produced in the last 3 years 3 different winners at the end of the race. But I love it. You don't see this much anymore. It is an old school Euro style track. It's got cobblestones. It's got polished concrete. It's got a berm. It's not got big stupid jumps. You know what I think
is going to happen?
What?
I think Ronnefauk is going to win it.
You know, I think so too. He has got a point to prove, and he wants to come out swinging. And
I think this is his year now.
What about? I think. Well, let's see what I'm very interested to see what Lutz can do too at something like this because
he'll finish like 5th.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry. Let's just okay. Is he actually going to finish?
Don't be an asshole.
Let's just start there.
No, I think he is because he's over there. It's like a big Nemo presence. So here's the number 1 guy. You know, Lee Martin, who we'll talk about in a bit. He's over there. You know, he's officially with Nemo now. You know, it's a big
Okay,
Nemo.
So he's going to finish. I'm going to say he finishes 5th.
Well, I think he needs a good finish. And you don't agree with me, but I think the winner of this race goes into DNC with some very serious momentum and confidence. Don't you agree or not?
Yeah, if he goes to DNC.
If who goes to DNC? Well,
if the winner of this race is actually going to DNC.
That's true too. But if it's Ronnefauk, I think he'll be there. If it's Lutz, he'll be there.
Ronnefauk wins this, and then he's going to win DNC too.
You don't think Ungaro
is the way it's going to be?
You know,
I don't actually know.
Yeah, it would be a shame if he didn't go. But I think he would have to because AE would need him and Rivkin there. So it would be good. Yeah, you know what? I'm not even going to bet against you, man. I think I'm taking Ronald Falcon this to take the win. But it's 60 minutes, man. And he's, if you go back to RCGP, he was completely dominating that main. And then some freak receiver fail. Have you ever heard of that before?
A receiver failing? No.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting. The coverage starts tomorrow. I'll be posting up links in the No Name RC podcast Facebook page. It's going to be RC Mag. It's going to be in French, but it should be good. And good luck to all the JQ Racing guys over there. Felix and I think Quarantine and a few other guys are going to be racing there. So it's good.
You know how good the live stream was last year?
Not that good.
How much appreciated it was? It actually existed, even though RC Racing TV wasn't there.
It was good, but it wasn't RC Racing TV.
I actually donated money. That's how good it was.
Really? It was a little. It's better than nothing. It wasn't the best, but it was good. It was a little jumpy. You know what I mean? But hopefully, maybe the guys improved a little bit, and it'll be better. So, but I'm glad that we have coverage because it is the Euro. The guy who did the coverage of the warm up, the same RC Mag, that was good. So I'm hopeful. So got a big race this weekend, guys, and tune in. And if you haven't really watched Euro racing that much, this is a great race to watch. Sorry, I can't translate it from French into English for you, but it's still good. So, Ronafalk. I can't. All right, give me your top three. Ronafalk.
Okay. Come
on.
Ronafalk on guard Alcanas.
I really can't even disagree with you there. I think any one of those three guys can win this race.
Yeah, Robert will be fast too.
Yeah.
Berton will be fast.
It's a 60-minute race though. What
car is Berton running?
I don't know. But that brings us into our next subject. So all right. I agree. I think Ronafalk's going to win. I think if Lutz is on a top three, and if he's on a top three, and if the race happens like it did last year where a lot of guys kind of dropped out, I can see him doing better. I'm not saying that he can't win it outright, but it's a difficult hurdle to get over. So, this is very different from what he's used to. So we'll see. I wish him all the luck. I wish more of the American racers would go over and race more European races. So, yeah, that's always been the issue, though. The Europeans always seem to come over to America, but not so much vice versa. Anyway, you know what? So today, some more silly season. This week, some more silly season announcements came out, right? And I was so happy to see this. I posted them all, and I feel very vindicated about this because we predicted all three of them. We have Lee Martin, who went I guess he was let go by Infinity, and he went to Agama. What his job title is like? It looks like Lee's kind of setting himself up to be a company man. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to say?
What do you mean? What's his
He's
title?
not just a driver, worldwide something. I have to. I think he's probably putting himself, and if he is, it's a great move. And I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but I don't know. I haven't heard anything, but the title it sounds more than just racing. He's going to be very involved with Nemo around the world, apparently. So we'll see. But I'm glad he got a job. He's a hardworking guy. He's been into RC for a while, and he has a family to support. And we called it. And I'm happy that we that prediction came true. We predicted it about a couple of months ago, maybe. Maybe got in a little trouble, but I don't know. Berton officially to Infinity. I wonder why that took so long to be announced.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Infinity is weird.
It's February.
They fire some drivers, then they hire some drivers, and no one knows what's going on.
Yeah, but he's officially with Infinity.
Strange.
Another thing that we called here on the NNRC. And Zanchetin is back at TLR. He's going to be running 2.7 sway bars, and that's good because Zanchetin deserves a chance. You know what I mean? He's a fast driver.
Only company that was willing to pay him something.
But then this is the thing. I see that they have hired a new French manager. Is he a French? Is he the European manager? I think maybe TLR. And then I see Carlos Duras, who is nobody will know who he is, but he did make the final. He's a Spanish driver, I believe, and he made the final at at Montpellier last year. He's going to TLR too. Is he Portuguese? Yeah, Duras is Portuguese. Yeah, he's going to TLR. So we thought TLR maybe pulling out of Europe a little bit, but it seems they've made some moves, not big moves, but small moves. So, yeah, it's good. And you know what? I feel like I was worried. Like I said, man, we did pretty good on our silly season predictions. And then these ones weren't being announced. And I was like, oh, we look like idiots. We look like we just fucking spewing shit. But it came to fruition. So pat yourself on the back, Joseph.
Well, to be honest, I knew it was happening, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, but now we kind of been vindicated. It happened. Our silly season was pretty much spot on. So, you're very quiet tonight. Like, you're not being very active. I don't like this. You
haven't asked me any questions.
You ain't even just like, yes, no, yes.
You haven't
no.
pushed any buttons. I'm just existing.
I haven't pushed any buttons. Give me a few minutes. Yeah. All right. So let's get on to our questions, dude. Our Facebook questions. So, nothing else going on that you want to talk about, Joseph?
No.
Just you're boring. All right.
Got a new computer mouse. This center middle scroller button thing doesn't work as a button. The hell?
It's probably. Mine doesn't work. Oh yes, it does.
Well, how the hell am I supposed to rotate something in CAD now?
I don't know anything about CAD. So, anyway, can we stop focusing on that and focus on what we're doing here?
This is going to be a major headache.
All right, so you can fix that tomorrow or go to Walmart later and get another one. But let's finish what we're doing here because it's getting late, okay? Can we focus and get out of science mode here, please?
Okay.
RC Fanatics. Is your servo just not cutting it? Maybe it doesn't have that super fast response time. Maybe it just doesn't have the torque that's needed. No worries. The No Name RC podcast has teamed up with BK Servos to bring you high-end performance servos at a fraction of the cost. The DS7002 HB is a super fast, precise, and costs a fraction of comparable high-end servos. They also offer the DS-SHT model that has more torque than almost anything out there. If you're interested in some BK servos, you can visit www.bkhobbies.com and use the code TheNoName and get 15% off your purchase.
So, Joseph, our first question comes from David Olson. He was on the Techno RC Grassroots Racer Spotlight of last year. He wants to know what our favorite tracks we've ever raced on. So, you go ahead first for you.
Oh my God. Can we never ever ask this question again? It's so many times.
No, I haven't. It's fun.
Favorite track we've raced on?
Mm-hmm. You raced on. I'll say my favorite track.
Okay. My favorite track was Indonesia Worlds 2016. Jakarta.
2006.
Sorry. That's what I meant.
Yeah. You mean when you almost made the finals?
I was leading my semifinal by 7 seconds. It was a done deal. Yep.
Story of your life, buddy. Almost there. Almost there. But don't. No, you can't finish. I want to
Can't
say,
close the deal.
you know,
Always happens.
I haven't unfortunately raced on many tracks, but I've been to a lot of them. Race wise, I know this might sound crazy, but I enjoyed that track in Argentina where you let me lose.
Oh,
Yeah. It was
I was
long.
thinking about the World's track.
No, the one we went to in Mendoza where I actually got to race.
Yeah.
And my awesome pit guy decides to leave with 3 minutes to go and not even help me to the end. So I didn't know what was going on. Thank you.
So what happened?
I blew
Did I
out.
leave you?
Yeah, I blew out and I finished like third.
I think that's it. Yeah, you started blowing out, so I left.
What you said to me afterwards was like, I don't know how you didn't break that car. That was so funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that, and I really enjoyed the 2 days that we spend at Santa Barbara at that layout with that banked berm. Yeah. All right. James Dale. He wants to know, does JQ use setup stations for 10 scale or 8 scale? He says, we have one, but mainly run 10 scale buggies, and I found it very little use for it because there is no use for it, James Dale.
You know, I got it to work now.
You did?
But it's like, I don't understand what's happening here. It works sometimes.
What, the setup station?
No, my mouse.
Look, we're not talking about setup stations.
What the? Wait.
Give me strength. Give me strength. What do you think about setup stations, Joseph? I think they don't work.
I think they're overrated. No one cares.
I
We
don't think.
race to it.
Yeah, I think they're good for 10 scale. I'm sorry, I think they're good for on road because those fine measurements need to be exact in on road. But I think in off road, you can have everything set up and there's still going to be slop somewhere, and then you can go out, take a jump, and you'll have slop. So it doesn't matter. Shit changes so much in off road, like throughout a race. Maybe in 10 scale where everything has to be A-OK. Adam Ross, he was supposed to call in the other day. What's up, Adam? How you doing, eh? What tips does JQ have for different firms, and what if any modifications does he make to them, like cutting, hole punch, hole punch? Now that he's been being Joey Q and running 10 scale, is there anything he has learned that might be worth trying on 8 scale buggies?
I don't do anything to the foams.
You don't do anything?
No.
You do.
Just run them.
You do like to use used foams, though.
Sometimes.
So what are guys doing when they're punching holes in it? Is it more for like a rough track?
They want to make them softer.
Right.
So
okay.
maybe like in cold weather, the foams get hard, so you could try and run softer foams when it's cold. Bumps. I think, yeah, maybe for loose track. Some people try and run softer foams. I don't really do that. I kind of like the foam to be firm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you prefer a particular brand of foam?
No, not really.
Okay.
I run the foam that, whatever tire brand I'm running, I run that foam.
Cool. Trent Walker, what's up, Trentus? Trent asks, is the new car going to be based off the current Black Edition, or is it going to be completely new like the 8X?
What new car?
Oh, God. That's your
It's
answer?
a serious question. Yeah.
The new car
What new
that
car?
you're supposed to be building or designing, or is it only in your brain?
I think it's only in my brain.
You need to get it out of your brain and into action, dude. Let's go.
No, when you go black, you don't go back. Just Black Edition all the way. It's really good.
Well, Trent's been doing really good with his Black Edition. Came second in, at SIC and Open. Very good. He's been doing good for 2 years with it, man. Good kid.
Yeah.
Good young man. Sorry, I don't like to call him a kid. He's a young man now.
It's Black History Month now. We have a Black Edition sale going. So yeah, everyone just get their black editions now.
Good stuff. Johnny Finley. We actually covered this, but he wants to know, do diff capacities have an effect on what weight of oils you run in your diff? Like, does a smaller diff require heavier fluid compared to larger diff? Yes. I know way back you guys talked about diff teeth size and how that relates to diff fluids, but what was wondering the capacity itself. That's true because we have small diffs and we run heavy oils, correct?
We don't have small diffs.
Diff cups.
They aren't small. Maybe the capacity affects it due to the oil breaking down, like overheating, getting thinner. So in longer races, maybe in a small diff, you would want to run thicker oils, but that's not why you run thicker oils, really. You run thicker oils because small diffs tend to have small gears and smaller teeth. Mm-hmm. So there's less surface area trying to, move through the oil, shear the oil, so that's why you run thicker oil in some diffs. Our diffs aren't small.
Right.
But the teeth on the gears are smaller.
Right,
than
but
on
like
many others.
I remember
but
back.
The capacity of the diff cup is the same as Kyosho front or rear diff. And everyone's like, oh, Kyosho diffs are so good. And then, oh, JQ diffs are so small. They're fucking same size.
Okay.
Just for the MP, whatever, they made the big center diff.
Well,
front and rear is the same.
I remember when I was running my Mugen, they came out with the HD diffs, the actual bigger diff slide, like cups were bigger, I believe. And you had to run lighter oil because they were bigger.
No, they changed the actual gears.
Yeah, but they actually changed the actual diff cup as well.
Yeah, but the thing that made the difference was the gears.
Okay. You know more than me. I can't argue with you on that. I just telling you my experience. Okay?
Okay.
Garrett Gerke. Sorry, butchered that. He's a new driver. What tips or tricks would you give to a new person coming into RC? I started recently, and I'm trying to learn as much as I can to get faster and more consistent. Track time.
This is another one we answer every week.
Yeah, but, sometimes people don't hear it. So given the simple answer, track time, burning nitro, and tires is how you're going to get faster. Getting track time, then once you learn and you know the basics and you're getting faster and you want to get further, then you start practicing with a purpose, making small changes. I think a big mistake a lot of new people do is they ask everybody, and they have so much information going around in their brain because there's so many different things people are telling them that they try everything. I think you should just learn. You know what? You should go to stories. JQ, what is it? Stories at jqracing.com. There's a 8-scale guide there that is considered probably one of the best guides ever written. Some jackass from Finland wrote it, and he's supposed to be writing another one. And I hate to give him compliments like that, but I have heard this from many people that is probably the best guide out there for 8-scale cars. Go download that, print it out, laminate the pages, and read it. Use that as your Bible. Carry it with you in your pit box, and make one adjustment at a time when you do things. Like if you're practicing on a track, make an adjustment, go test it out, check your times in 5 minutes, see if it makes a difference. Wouldn't you agree, Joseph?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
You are low energy tonight, man. You are low energy. This re-virginizing shit, it's not looking good for you.
It's getting to me.
Yeah. You need to unvirginize yourself. Mike Wright, last question. Knowing that Joseph has run Reds and is now currently running an Ultimate engine, could he please explain the difference between the two and what he thinks the advantage and disadvantages are of both?
Okay, how deep do we want to go?
Up to you. You've ran both. I mean, you talked about the engine on your Facebook Live the other day.
Okay. If you run in hot weather, get an OS. By hot weather, I mean like 30 degrees Celsius and above. If you run below that, they both actually work. Red's got a bad reputation for a while, but with standard style carburetor, then I don't know about this newest engine, but whatever the hell it was called that I always ran, the 7, what was it called?
Oh, the WR7.
Yeah, that one, 2143 pipe, L manifold, old style carburetor. It was fine. But in hot weather, it sucked. They don't like the hot weather. Just finicky to tune and runs on and idle isn't good. It's just a mess. Don't have enough power, high grip, hot weather. But other than that, fine. No problem. The problem was that horizontal carb. That thing just didn't work for me. So, I mean, if I was buying engines now, I'd buy an OS. But if you have a good deal and you can get Red's engines, just get Red's engines. Save money. Get two instead of just one. Get two Reds instead of one OS. You know, I don't know what this guy's situation is.
Mm-hmm.
So, they both work. And, I guess that's a fair answer to that question.
No, he was also asking about the Ultimate engines.
Well, OS, Ultimate is OS. If you get Ultimate, then the M3R, the standard carb, it's some paperweight that they mistook for a carb and put on the engine. So just take that and throw it in the trash. Then get a 21J and put it on there. Then that engine will actually be good. And I haven't tried the X, whatever X.
The M3X.
M3X.
Version 2.0
yet. So I'm going to try that next week when I get it.
And I've seen that go, and I've saw multiple of them go at Fallbrawl in very cold weather and rainy and everything else, and they performed really good. So.
Yeah. Basically, the Ultimate engines are cheaper versions of the OS. And when I say that, I mean just more affordable. The price is lower. And the way they did that is because they make their own cooling head. They make their own backplate. What?
I didn't know that, so I'm listening.
Yeah, so, I mean, they order the important bits from OS. So they are made in Japan OS. But the Model X Ultimate from Spain, they machine their own cooling head. They machine their own backplate. They don't use the coated crank.
No, but I think
the M3R has steel bearings. And those things make a big difference in the price. So that's why they can offer it at a lower price. And for the normal consumer, I mean, even for me, probably, I'm not going to notice a difference if I put ceramic bearings in here or if I put the coated crank. Like, I'm not going to notice a difference in performance. Maybe longevity, yes, maybe that. But performance, no. But I do know if I was, spending money, then this is what I would buy because I get an OS, but it's more affordable. So I save money.
I believe even they have the M3X is now coming with ceramic bearings. So
yeah, they I think they released some new version and that one has ceramic bearings.
Cool. And we had one more question, and we don't know the answer to that, but I think Greg Simpson. Is it Greg Simpson? He wants to know. Oh, actually, have a question that I have to answer too, from Instagram. Greg Simpson, will it ever stop raining in the South so we can actually go racing? I don't think so. It's winter time. It's going to rain. So, yeah. But I see that they're getting an indoor track up there in North Carolina soon, very soon. They're actually building it now, but it's still kind of far away. And I have a question, an Instagram question from RC Puma. I was talking to him the other day, and you're going to love this. And you're going to get on your soapbox and tell me off about it. But he says, just curious, your take on why some RC podcasts are listed in Live RC news section, but not others. For example, The Voice RC, which is a great podcast, Extra Lap, which is a great podcast, A State of RC, which is a great podcast, and Ran Out of Talent, which is another great podcast. I don't see NNRC, RIP, or RC Noob. Well, the reason why you don't see NNRC on Live RC is because I don't send it to him to put it on there. Who is messaging me? So that is the only reason why you don't see it on there. Why I don't send it? I did send it a few days. I've sent 2 of them. I know you pushed me to do it, Joseph, and I was talking to Joe Zaire about it. He puts Ran Out of Talent on there, and he says it helps him, to spread his podcast and all that stuff, and that's cool. I have nothing wrong with that. I don't know why I kind of like I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. I kind of want like I don't know. Maybe it's my way of just like being a rebel. I don't know.
It's because you're dumb. That's why.
Well, shut up. Maybe I should start.
Your ego gets in the way.
No, it's not.
I don't even understand. It makes no sense.
Somebody, you talking to me about ego?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with my ego.
Yeah, most people who have big egos don't think they have a problem with their ego.
Yeah, but I really don't have a problem with my ego.
I don't know, man. I just kind of felt, I started this podcast because I wanted to talk about RC and different around the world, and hopefully people can learn from it.
Yeah, but you think that they should just, post it without you sending it to them. You think it's like beneath you to send it to them.
No, I didn't say it's beneath me. You have a
problem with your ego.
No, I never said that. I never said that.
To them.
I just kind of feel like all right, this is why and there's nothing wrong with people that send their podcast in there. I kind of wanted to generate my podcast on its own. Does that make sense? When we started this, I wanted to. I'm looking for I can't remember like when people buy, pay to boost posts on Facebook, right? What's that called?
They pay to boost posts. I
but
don't know.
it's something that's called when you generate views or reactions or reach. What's the word I'm looking for?
I don't.
Yes, it is. It begins with a G, I believe. Not generic. I wanted this podcast to generate its own thing. Like I want that to be it. I want it to be I wanted it to generate itself, and I did that for a year. And so maybe I will send it to him. Like I kind of prove like that was I wanted to do it. I didn't want no help to get it out there. I wanted it to be I wanted people to listen to the podcast because it's got content and it's informative and it's funny. Does that make sense? And I wanted it to generate its own identity on its own. There. That's how I want to say it. But I think I will send it in. Like, I mean, I introduced the owner of Live RC and I never sent it on there. So, it's all good. It's a good podcast too. I can't remember which number.
You know what I think though? I think it's weird that all these websites, news websites and stuff, they don't really act like news websites. So they just repost stuff that's sent to them, and they don't actually care about the actual news. I mean, I wonder what sort of level of thing could happen in RC, and no one sends it to them, so they just don't post it. Do you see what I mean?
Well,
like,
Brandon,
isn't the news website supposed to like
yes, it
report
is
on the news without someone sending them stuff? Like,
Yes.
here's a press release. Please repost this.
Yeah.
They should be like, hey, there's not going to be an RCGP in 2020. They should just do a news item on that. Even if RCGP didn't put out a press release and send it to everyone and ask them to post it, they should just do it, right? Because that's news. You know, why don't they do that?
I mean, I get up and I scour, the internet and look at things and look at Facebook to find out what's going on. And I use Live RC as a source of that as well. So yeah, that's what I kind of where I'm getting at. Like, and Brandon Rose actually explained why they don't do that. They say they don't want to get, like, I believe they said they don't want to, I guess they just don't want to report the wrong thing. Right. So
That's just
I don't know.
cop-out.
I don't know. I don't know. It's not, and I don't think there's anything wrong with people sending their podcast there because it gets exposure, and that's what we want, and that's what you need. So nothing wrong with that. I kind of just wanted to generate the No Name RC podcast and have its own identity.
Okay, so this is kind of my point. So okay, you haven't sent it there.
No.
Why doesn't a news website say, hey, a new RC podcast has started? It's hosted by Keenan White. They do a report on it. Like, this is a new podcast that has just begun, and you can find it here.
Because I don't think,
That's
you know why?
In other industries, that's what happens. So
I don't think
there are press releases, but also news websites, they actually actively tell the news. Something's newsworthy, they write about it. They talk about it. Why in RC, why do the companies and events and brands, why do they have to do everything themselves? And then the news websites just repost that. I don't understand.
Well, that's why a lot of companies are doing it on their own now. I think news websites should have interesting articles. Anything to do with RC, they should be promoting. I'm not saying that they don't, but you get what I'm saying. Just, I do read the articles that they write. Like when Mike writes one or Tyler writes one, I would like to see him get some more writers. People may hate me, but I really enjoyed Aaron Waldron's column. And when he was there, because he was savage, but he had a really good understanding of what, not saying that these guys don't, but yeah, I understand that. I mean, I don't know either. But it used to be like that, I believe. When Neo first came out, it was like cutting edge. So, I don't know. Maybe they don't think podcasts are worthy. I don't know. Podcasting is one of the fastest form of media in the world, growing of media in the world, right? I mean, I just posted, like, I think Joe Rogan makes $30,000 to $50,000 per episode. Like, millions of people
Makes
tune
more
in.
than that.
Yeah, probably maybe
Makes
75
$30 million a year.
Yeah, but he does stand up, Netflix, all that stuff. Like, I don't think that just comes off podcasting. But I've heard some rumors of maybe making $75,000 a year. I mean, a podcast, which is incredible. But I didn't even know about podcasting until I heard Radio Impound podcast. And that's what got me into it. And then you was like, hey, you got to listen to Joe Rogan and listen to Steve Mathis. And now I'm just like, boom, I'm a podcast fanatic. I don't listen to as much as I want to. But when I'm traveling, I do. So, yeah, I'm going to be on a podcast on Monday. Nick Stretch's podcast, non-RC podcast, but he's an RC guy. And I listened to his podcast the other day, him and his sister, and it's his second episode, and he seems like a really cool guy. And what he said in that podcast touched me, like it clicked in my brain. And I was like, yeah, I gotta make some changes here. So I was telling you about that before I came on the podcast. So check it out. I think it's called Stretch It Out. Non-RC podcast, but some really great life information there. And I'm going to go on there and not talk about RC, but talk about life. And I think that's going to be great. So thank you, Nick Stretch, for allowing me to come on your podcast on Monday. Stretch it out. I posted on my Facebook the other day. So I don't know, Joseph, but I agree with you. I tune into Live RC. I tune into most of these. I didn't even look at. You know what? It's so bad. I didn't even go to Neo anymore. You know, that's a sad thing for me. Neo was cutting edge. It was the shit. Like that was like, come on, like, you know, like Neo was awesome. And now it's just
now it's just dead.
Yeah, it's just like that is just Circus RC is doing a good job. Chris is doing a decent job. You know? But I mean he's the photographer for all of this. So and Live RC, like I like their articles and I like their polls and all that type of stuff too. I missed Waldron though. Waldron was good. I liked him. I like what he wrote. But yeah, they have some good. I still like their topics. I'd probably like to see maybe some more writers get on board with them. That'd be good too. I guess it's hard. Like, you know, it's hard to produce content. Man, everybody's like got social media and they're doing their own thing. So, you know, but I don't know. I don't know if you'll ever get back to having a Neo buggy like what it was. What? 5, 6, 7 years ago, maybe?
It's so hard because of social media.
Yeah.
Everyone just goes on Facebook now instead of the website, and then RC is too small for someone to, you know, have a social media presence and make money on it, or have a YouTube channel and really make good enough money to where it's worthwhile.
Well, the YouTube guys.
So it's still sort of in RC, you kind of need to have a website and you need to have advertisers from within the industry. And then you can make enough money to where you can actually put out a good product. You have good articles, you have good videos, pictures, all that stuff. So you're a RC media company. You put out quality content. You pay for it by your advertisers from within the industry. That used to work, but it doesn't work anymore because those advertisers, they don't spend that money anymore. They don't advertise on these websites because they just do their own social media. And everyone does their own social media. And then where does Neo Buggy or Red RC, what do they do? So we run a risk right now of actually, in the near future, downgrading our RC media content or media exposure. So how can I say it? Like the level of reporting that we have had. So for example, Red RC, EOS, ENS, ETS, all of those series, Red RC went to those races. They don't do that anymore. They're not going. Euros, they haven't gone for a while anymore. I'm sure there'll be world championships now that they don't go. And Red RC have some of the best written reports, maybe the best written reports from races. If you want to know what actually happened, you go and read Red RC and you'll know. But they won't be going to these races anymore because they don't have advertisers. They don't have the funding to do it.
Yep.
So we lose that. Neo Buggy, we already kind of lost.
Yeah, we talked about that too. Like we missed the old film stuff. And
what else can happen still? Well, if we don't have Red RC, Neo Buggy, we still have Circus. What if Circus doesn't go? So we could have big races where we don't have big picture galleries with quality pictures in them of all the people and drivers and facility. We don't have that. We don't have pit walkabouts. We don't have those kind of videos showing what the race was like and the pits and people and interviews. We don't have that anymore. So we still have Live RC. I don't see them going anywhere. They don't really rely on RC in a sense. They're doing other things. And I think, didn't Brandon even say that RC is kind of a passion for him? So I don't see him going anywhere. But it's a shame if our overall level of coverage we have in RC goes away or reduces in quality.
Even
the money just isn't there.
He said that it's all comes down to that, like budget. Like they can only send so many people to these races, and they have to cover the races. Like, you know, they can't take away from, you know what I mean? They don't have enough people to go out and do the pit walks and stuff like that, you know? So, and I get that because, like, he's probably said, I'm not going to spend my own money to do this. Like, you know, I'm not going to spend money to do this. Yes, it's a passion, but I'm not going to lose money on it. You know, only people like us do that. But, yeah, I totally understand that. And I don't know, maybe I still like to read stuff, but I think podcasting is now filling that gap, like, because you can get so much more out of sitting down with somebody out for an hour and just talking to them than you ever could out of doing a written interview. You know, you get emotion and you get feeling and you get all that type of stuff. So, and you know what? You don't need to visually see a podcast. You can just put it on and listen to it while you're doing anything. You could be cutting your grass, you could be driving, wrenching. You can just listen, and you may even fade away and not listen to everything 100%, but it still subliminally is in your brain. So I don't know, but I would like it, like, to have a really good website. Maybe RCMX can get in gear and fill that void. Get a good editor and get going, get some good writing going on, because I like to read as well. Organic, sorry, was the word I was looking for. I wanted NNRC to be organic. Does that make sense now?
Okay, Mr. Vegan.
No, you can obviously see I'm not vegan. Now, there's good pork ribs I had the other day. Best ribs I've had ever, right here in the DR. Yeah, I don't know. But we're going to try and do some pit walks. And even a funny track walk if we can when we get to DNC. So it should be good. Yeah. All right. Well, I don't have any Assault RC segment. I don't have any more questions. Did we want to tell a story, or we'll save that? Because this podcast is going to be long as it is.
Let's just save that. Getting to Degani, and did we have call-ins?
That doesn't sound good at all. Get into Degani?
Get into the Degani segment.
Yeah, let's get into the Degani segment. And then we have the call-ins. Do we have a rant this week?
I'm sure we could rant about something.
All right, so let's rant about something then. All right, enjoy the interview with Greg, everybody. It is long. I had to do a lot of editing to it because he was getting excited, and when Greg starts getting excited, he starts moving. So, you know, his hair starts sticking up and all that stuff, and you know. But he enjoyed it. He really did, and I enjoyed it as well. And we probably could have talked for much longer. So enjoy the interview with Greg, and we'll talk to you in the rant.
Yeah, how about you hurry up and release this so that I can download it and listen to it when I drive to San Diego for Supercross. Or tomorrow. I can actually download it tomorrow when I drive to Victorville. Testing.
How about you shut up? Want to protect your expensive battery chargers when you're traveling? Check out RC Raceworks. They have designed and developed a super small, fully enclosed charger case, specifically for the iCharger 308 and 406 Duo. The case features a 1,000-watt, 12-volt power supply, panel-mounted 4mm binding post and balance boards, and a dual 2.1-amp USB charger, as well as a 12-volt panel-mounted auxiliary binding post to power your pit lights, engine, tire, battery warmers, you name it, you can power it. The case was designed for the traveling racer in mind, and the case fits right between the wheels of the OGO 9800 bag, the official bag of every RC racer, making traveling with your charger easier and more convenient than ever. Cases are built to order, and they will soon be offering case kits so that you can build, customize, and build your own custom to your equipment, saving you time and money. Please go to www.rcraceworks.com. And if you're interested in one of these cases, you can use the promo code LEFTY in all small letters and save some shingles on your order. Thank you, RC Raceworks. go to Facebook or Instagram and check them out.
Euro RC, just RC, no bullshit. No bullshit.
So what's up, everybody? Joining me this week on the podcast. He's been on the podcast before, but I've never really had him on to tell his story. A lot of people have sent me messages. They want to hear more. They want to get him on the podcast more. And I finally convinced him after a year of bothering him and pestering him. But welcome to the first ever American world champion, 8-scale world champion, Mr. Gregory Degani. What's up, Greg? How are you?
Good. What's happening?
I'm so happy you finally decided to come on this podcast. Like it's you. I'm not bullshitting you. Like people literally have like, we need more Degani. So people have liked your savageness and honest and your knowledge when you've been on previously. So thank you.
Oh well, I'm glad I can accommodate them.
So what's up, man? We are 2 weeks out from DNC. You just went with Joseph to race in Arizona. How'd you like that track?
It was good.
Yeah,
it was a good track. Middle of nowhere, but it's a good track, and it's legit. They got lights and some few pit tables, and it's a legit facility. It's out in the middle of Arizona, literally in the middle of nowhere, but. I think for the guys that live out in the Phoenix area, at least they have something to go to. And, it's good.
But it's a big track, too. It's really big. It had big jumps, everything you like in a track.
Yeah, it's big. It's got some elevation changes and stuff on it. And, it's a good track. Real good.
I think things are getting serious. Like when I see you starting to practice and get ready for DNC, you're actually starting earlier this year. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, last year DNC, I didn't really get going until a couple days before the DNC and probably not racing for months and months. But I kind of want to force myself out of the house. And I knew this race being, 6-hour drive away and, basically 3 days of, nothing but racing. It would be good to what's the word for it? Dust the cobwebs off. Kind of, get the car going. So my car, basically, Jace Q he did a half-ass rebuild on it, and put a new chassis and arms. He thinks it's new, but it's got slop all over the place and this and that. And but no, it was good. At least I got something to work with, and we were able to test a lot of things and stuff.
Yeah, he's supposed to be building me a car for DNC, and I asked him about it, and he's like, "What car?" So I don't know what's going to happen. I need to race again, man. I haven't driven an 8-scale car since 2018.
You should. You're at most of the races. Why not race? It's not like it's going to take much time away from, there's so much time to do your podcasts or interviews with people. Why not race?
I think I'd like to race e-buggy. Just keep it simple. But
that'd probably be good.
Yeah, so DNC is going to be fun. I was looking at that video from the cornhole challenge. And he's like, if you could get it in with your left hand, I'll give you $100. That was so close.
Yeah, I was scared. And I noticed I was laughing in the air, screaming in the air as it was flying. Yeah, you almost made it.
Yeah, hopefully that'll be there this year so we can try it again. Maybe Jason Ashton will be set up. And
yeah, I don't know. I think Jason might have moved back to Vegas by now, but we'll have to see. I said something on Facebook. We'll see what he says.
Yeah, let's see. All right. Well, for those of you that don't know Greg Degani, he is a legend in the 8-scale in RC. He's the first ever 8-scale IFMAR world champion that happened in 2002 at Uruguay. He's won other races, and he's been a figure in RC for many years. He's like the I want to say you're the undeniable king of 40 plus, because you did win 2 of the big 40 plus races last year that you went to. Silver State was a blowout for you, which would have been great. But yeah, you're kind of leading the charge there in 40 plus. You, Saxton, along with Barry Baker when he can, Don Winkelmulder, Shane, Cole Ogden's dad's good, and Paul Ciccarello. I really like, and of course, like even guys like Bogey and all them guys, they're fast too. I really like when you guys get together and start all the banter and shit talking. And I can imagine, it's kind of like what it was back in the day when you guys are racing. And it brings back, like, I can see like you guys enjoying it, and it makes me laugh too, because you guys still go at it hard, banter-wise, and playing mind games and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's more Barry doing that stuff more than anything. It doesn't. He tries to psych us out, but it doesn't really work on me. But yeah, no, definitely Paul and Richard are the fast. I mean, I think Paul Cicero. He races like every week, so I mean, their guys are so fast. And the 40+ division, I would say most of the good people that are in the A main probably race. Every, Jay Burrell race, or like Rhonda Drake. She's even really, really good. And, they're racing all the time. Don Winkelmulter. So, it's tough for me because I don't race but maybe once every couple of months, 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
And for me at the race, it takes me until the A main to really get somewhat up to speed. And even then I'm slow. So, I just, luckily at DNC, I got pretty lucky last year with, I guess Paul got a rock stuck in his flywheel. He was gone, and Richard took the lead, and then he ended up flaming out, and he came out of the pits, side by side with me for first and second, and then we had a little battle going, and then he kind of got, Richard kind of always freaks out when he's racing.
Yeah, you got that done.
I've got this psychic thing over him where he just kind of flips out. And then he kind of fell back and battling with Rhonda. So Rhonda was slowing him down, and he couldn't really get away from her. And last 5 minutes, I was able to win. And at the PMB, of course, Paul Cicerelli, he's super fast. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And of course, both of these races, I'm running with JQ's prototype shock towers that turned out to be no good. And, I didn't realize it at the PMB until I watched Max Mort. So when I watched Max Mort in his qualifying run, his car was working really good and had a lot of corner speed. And this was the first, qualifying round at the PMB. And I already had ran my first qualifier and was horrible. And so after watching Max and seeing how fast his car was, I went back to pits, tore off all this JQ, rear shock on the front end, and super laid down shock turn back all the stock stuff. And the car was really good. And then, figuring out what tires worked and stuff. And, by the time I got to the main, I was able to keep up with Paul. It's luckily at that race, practice, and, that helped out a lot. But I really didn't figure things out until halfway through qualifying, tearing the car apart. So, we had a good battle in the main. And Paul kind of led most of the race, with me trailing a few seconds behind. And, I mean, that race has got 18 cars in it. So it's like, we're both going through traffic. So it's like we got the A, B, and C main all in the main. And both the A and B main in the main. And, we both got hit up with traffic, and we equally got screwed. And, the last 5 minutes, we were able to battle it out. And I was luckily able to finish ahead of them in the last couple laps. So,
it was epic.
I'm really glad that, it's good to have somebody that's fast like that. I mean, I really don't know you really don't know the pace until you're racing with somebody every single week, like Paul does. So, no, it's good to race with somebody that's fast.
All right. Well, let's. DNC is going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to it. The crew's getting back together, and I can't wait. So the banter is going to start very soon. I can see it. But let's rewind things back, because I don't even know really how you got started in RC. I mean, you're from SoCal. You've lived there all your life. That's like the heart and soul of RC, really, I think. So how did you get into RC? Like, tell us the short story, how you got into it. And I guess I want to know that.
Probably in junior high, I had some buddies that were racing at local tracks. I grew up in Simi Valley, and there were some local tracks, like there was a church that we used to race at and stuff. And so I was racing electric, obviously. This is probably early 90s. And, racing electric truck. I never really raced buggy. but mainly electric truck, stock truck, with the 27 turn motors and stuff like that. And I had my first real car that I had bought was a Losi LXT with the gray transmission. It was the stand up, 3-gear, good transmission to have. So I used to, race, we used to race every week or two out here in Simi Valley at it's called Ground Pounders track. And
what was the track called? Sorry?
It was called the Simi Valley Ground Pounders.
Okay.
And that was run by Jack Gaston, who's still a friend of mine. He's my mechanic on the JQ van. And his son, Kevin Gaston, he races as well. He's probably 5 years old. He races A-scale at Hot Rod. So, he's one of my first buddies in RC, and he was the president of the club. So that's where I raced at. And then some years, so I ran the LXT, like I said, for a couple of years. We had a raffle at one of the races to give away a Losi double XT. There's a double XT. And we were racing actually on road behind this hobby shop called Hobby Express. And we were racing Bull Link Legends. I don't know if you remember the Bull Link Legends, but it was like a $50 car kit at the time. It was kind of a spec racing car. You had to run the car all stock. Of course, mine was all illegally modified with, extra weight, like that, hidden. You had to do everything. I used to run an external 4-cell battery pack on and had it zip tied to the back of the car for extra weight to power the receiver, even though the speed control powered the receiver. So I used to just put a 4-cell battery to power the receiver just for the extra weight. Stuff like that. But anyways, there was a raffle at the time. They were giving away a double XT. I think I had 2 raffle tickets. There was guys that had hundreds of tickets. And I ended up winning the double XT with 2 raffle tickets. And anyways, once I went to the double XT, it was just like, I was winning races with LXT at the time. I was just filling them with the double XT. It was just so much better. And, that's what I had raced probably through the mid-90s. Used to race it at Raceway, which was Steve Dunn's indoor track here in Northridge, California. And this is in Los Angeles.
What was that called? Because you broke up when you said your name.
Prep.
Race Prep?
Race Prep. Yeah, Race Prep Hobbies. And he was in a small indoor track, and it was super popular time. That's where Chad Bradley raced. He was sponsored by Associated, so he was like the local fast guy, winning all the races there. And that's actually how I ended up meeting. Me and Chad ended up being like really good friends. And that's how I met him from there. And, this was probably, this is like 93, 94, 95, 96, 95, I should say. I was racing electric. I started racing gas truck, 10 scale gas truck in about 90, I would say 95, 96. We were racing at the Ranch Pit Shop in Pomona. And I remember I had my first credit card ever that I had applied for when I was going to community college. And I had I don't remember what the limit was, like $750. And I remember the first purchase I ever did on my credit card was at the Ranch Pit Shop in the hobby shop. I bought it was called an Earl's gas truck conversion. And at that time, Losi had the GT, the GTX, and Associated had the, of course, NGT. Well, this Earl's conversion was some local guy who was a machinist made it was a chassis conversion, and you could basically take the Losi double XT and turn it into a gas truck, where the GTX was the LXT that Losi had turned into a gas truck. So it was Losi had a production gas truck made out of the LXT, which was their older electric technology. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if I'm going to get it, why wouldn't I get double XT? Because it's the newer electric technology from Losi, because I was kind of a Losi fan and ran Losi cars. And I remember Alan Losi worked in the hobby shop. That's Gil Losi Jr.'s brother. And they were trying to talk me out of it and make me buy the GTX. I told Alan Losi, I'm like, well, does Kinwald race with LXT at the big electric races? No, he races the double XT. So I ended up buying the conversion, and racing that for several years. And, I was like one of the top guys that, we used to race twice a week at the Ranch Pit Shop in Pomona. Ranch Pit Shop in Pomona was like the place to go and race in Southern California. It's like how, not so much Revelation. I mean, well, you can't really compare it to OCRC because they had M&M Raceway, right? Basically, the Ranch Pit Shop, and we don't even have that anymore, where there's just local weekly club races. There, I mean, there was probably, I don't remember, I would say at least 10 heats every twice a week at the Ranch Pit Shop, racing gas truck and electric and two-wheel and, all the classes at the time. I mean, it was like the place to be. It was the hub. All the low C team guys would be there racing, like John Anderson, who was he was the designer for low C at the time. Ron Rossetti, who was their tester, and there was fast Albert Gordado, Alex Guerrero.
Hey, Greg.
Low C. Yeah,
it sounds like you're muffling the mic a little bit. Or moving away from the mic or turning, because you're telling a great story. Can you kind of just?
Is that better?
No, I can't. Can you try again?
Is that better?
That's fine. Like wherever you are right now, just stay there.
Okay. Just basically eating the laptop. That's how close it is to my face. But hey, gotta do what you gotta do. So, anyways, are we recording? Are we going here?
Yeah. I didn't even.
Okay, so basically, it was like it's the mecca of low C design. They had, like I said, their team guys were there. It was like every week was literally like, just a huge race. So I was racing gas truck, and I was, always usually probably top 3 at those club races. Semesco was racing. He was racing for Associated. He was, there every week. So I was kind of like just battling. I was a total unknown, and I'm up there competing with these sponsor guys every week. And I wouldn't like back down. I mean, I was, battling my way. I wasn't scared to bounce them out of the way, move them. I mean, these guys didn't like it. Nowadays, everyone's scared to race the pro guys. I just had to kind of claw my way up to the top. And I remember in 1997, some of the first big races was, I think it was September, it was the end of 97. There was what was called the Norca Truck World Cup, which was, Norca was kind of like the competitor to Roar at that time, but they had equally as many racers, or if not more, than the Roar events. And Norca also had like local series races in Southern California, kind of like how Jimmy does with JBRL. Norca had gas truck series races at different tracks throughout Southern California. So they had this, what was called the Truck World Cup, and it was electric truck modified class and gas truck at the same event. And I think at that event, I was like C or D main, with my conversion kit. I probably raced a double XT at the time, low C electric truck, And of course, it was like Pavitas or Richard Saxton won. They were killing it. 10 scale truck at that time. 2 months later, actually the next month, I take it back. It was Roar Gas Truck Nationals. So it was gas truck only at the ranch. And I was able to make the main with this conversion kit as a privateer, with all the pros, made the main. I don't remember where I finished, probably back of the pack or mid pack or something like that. So that was, pretty good accomplishment in 1 month to go from like CD main to making the main at the next big race. And then I went to Hemet for the first time. Now this is at the time before it was called the Dirt Nitro Challenge that Joey puts on. It was called the West Coast Championships. And it was the West Coast Championship from like the 80s into the 90s. I think it was the West Coast Championship up until the year 2000, around there, when Joey Christensen took it over. So there was only like 2 big races for gas at the time. There was the West Coast Championships and there was the Detroit race, right? Those were the 2 big gas races for gas truck and for A scale as well.
I remember the Detroit race, reading about it in the magazines.
Right. It was in the magazine every year. I used to read about it in Car Action, Kinwald, and everyone used to go to that. So in 97, this was January. So the Hemet race was always in January. So I drove out there and just was racing gas truck only with my Earl's conversion. And I remember that was the very first time I really was like kind of pitted close to like Richard Saxton. I never forget, he had two brand new Mugen A-scale cars, and they both had 4 152 servos. I'm like, well, this guy's got like 4 $100 servos in his car, and 2 new engines, and it was like new bodies, and it was like the trickiest thing I've ever seen, and this race kind of got me hooked on racing A-scale, wanting to race A-scale. I didn't have one. And, Cliff Lett won that race in A-scale, that race. And, Pavitas and Chris Moore was like the top guy. And I ended up making the main again with my Earl's conversion at that race in gas truck. The only privateer in the main. Everybody was sponsored, pretty much it was all RC10 GTs in the main. Maybe John Anderson and Rossetti would make, and my conversion gas truck. So I made the main again there, and was kind of making a name for myself. And then we had races back at the ranch that year in 97. I think actually I ran the whole year of 97 with my Earl's conversion. I'm pretty much used to go to all the races that year. So all the like local North races, I ran with my Earl's conversion. And of course the fast guys back then was like, Saxton, but they weren't really going to the local races. The fast guy, I believe that was Kenny Johnson, which you guys know is Kyle Johnson's dad. He was the fast guy from Losi, from Vegas at him. Joe Gerzon was the electric fast guy from Vegas, but they used to come down to SoCal.
Kenny was
race.
really fast back then?
Kenny was, what I thought was really fast. I mean, yeah, he was really fast. Yeah. For having a Losi, but at the big races, he was also really fast too. But I think when Richard and those guys ran, I mean, the Sushi car was so much better. I think he was just kind of handcuffed running the Losi car. But yeah, he was really good at races. So, he was the competition to battle with at the local, our Norca series race. So I was also into racing, electric as well, still a little bit, through 97. I was racing the Losi Triple X4 full drive electric car. And I was kind of hanging out with Chad Bradley at the time, driving the M&M Raceway in Corona, which is like, from our house is just like really, really far. And I think later part of that year, they had it was the Norca Nationals, basically. So, Kinwald basically lived at M&M. M&M was the hub. It's kind of like OCRC is now times 10. I mean, there was like, so many more people racing electric in those days. That was all there was. Gas really wasn't on the scene yet. So I ended up racing that race, the expert full drive class. I won full drive below C as a private team. Full drive was, Chad Phillips, who works at Absolute Hobbies now. And that was like kind of our kind of coming out races. Chad went on to race for Losi and, ended up probably racing in the invite class or the factory class the next year, stuff like that. And I was still unsponsored. Losi, would never sponsor anybody. So
why wouldn't Losi sponsor anybody?
They sponsor people, but it was just really hard to do. I mean, there were so many good drivers back then. It wasn't like now where just anybody. So, or get a deal or whatnot. But I worked at a hobby shop. So I used to kind of get a sponsorship through the hobby shop that I worked at. and I can get tires and parts. I mean, it was almost like I was a sponsored driver, but not directly. So, I mean, I can really get as much stuff as I needed to get from the hobby shop that I was working at. Charlie's Hobbies in Simi Valley. So then in 98, I was still racing. Early 98, I was still racing my Earls conversion. And there was the Reedy truck race. And
so Reedy had a truck race as well. Just, what was it? Just gas truck and electric truck?
Gas truck and modified truck. Yeah, there was no stock truck, I don't believe, at that race. It was just modified and gas. Yeah, it was like the Reedy invite for trucks. But there was no separate invite class. Like, it was just one class. There wasn't enough trucks.
Mm-hmm.
Or I don't know if there was enough. It just wasn't an invite class. They had gas truck and electric truck. So at that race, I ended up I was in the B main at that racing gas truck. And I got the attention of Gene Hustings from Associated. He actually, I think I had talked to him at the race about trying to get sponsored. And he finally, he never really ever saw me race before that. Maybe he had heard of me racing, kind of being like one of the fast guys at the Rich shop, maybe the previous year, a couple of years. So he finally sat down and watched me race. And I was battling actually with Chad Bradley for the bump up to get into the main at the Reedy race. And I don't think I bumped up. I think I finished second behind Chad or something. But me and him were like kind of toe to toe, and I just missed the bump going into the main. But Gene Hustings saw me race. He saw the talent I had, and we went into the bleachers, and he gave me 100% sponsorship on the spot at the race. So that was kind of really cool. No calling on the phone. Just Gene was really involved in those days. He was at every race, and he loved gas truck, and that was really cool. And I remember after that, going to the Proline truck, because in those days, if you raced for Associated, you were sponsored by Proline. You raced for Losi, you used Losi tires. So I remember Jason Rona was the team manager for Proline at the time. And I just straight up went into the truck, and I'm like, well, I race for Associated now, so I get Proline tires now. I kind of just like told him I'm going to get Proline tires. And, he was kind of like, oh, geez, who is this guy? And, of course, they ended up sponsoring me. It was great. So,
yeah, one of the things that I like, I was shocked, not shocked, but man, at DNC, you and Rona must have talked for hours, just sitting over there talking while you was wrenching. And he spent a lot of time over by you. And I was like, geez, these guys must be hashing off some old stories from back in the day. I thought that was pretty cool. I didn't listen in, but he was talking for hours with Jason.
Yeah, I don't remember what we were talking about. I don't know if we were talking about old stuff or not, but yeah, I mean, we got to go way back and, up that back till 98. So getting back to what I was saying. So I got sponsored at that Reedy race in 98 and raced for Associated. I went to all the races. I mean, I went to the Detroit race and, I was in every A main with the RC10 GT, going into probably the Roar Nats. I don't know if it was 98 or 99, but I got second at the Roar National. It was in Vegas. Richard won. I got second. Billy Easton got third. He basically pushed me across the line. So
how did he push you across the line?
Well, I mean, that's how close he was.
Oh, okay.
After 45 minutes, I mean,
do you remember where this race was? So this is back in the day.
Vegas. That was in Vegas at Western RC.
This is back when it was just 8-scale buggy and gas truck.
At the Roar Nationals, It was 8-scale and gas truck, and I didn't race 8-scale yet. So at that time, Richard was racing for Thunder Tiger. And they were just coming onto the scene where it was just all Kyosho and Mugen. When, of course, I wanted to race A-scale. I mean, even though I was a top 3 gas racer, I wanted to race A-scale. And I think I tried to get sponsored by Kyosho, and Kyosho was distributed by Great Plains at the time. And the team manager for Great Plains, they had like their own like little niche going on. You know, they had like Dave Henry and Chris Moore, and there was just a few guys that were sponsored by Kyosho. And of course, you know, it was real expensive, so it wasn't like they're handing these cars out like candy at all. And even to be on the B team was, you know, hard to do. So they didn't even want to sponsor me to be on the B team. This was in '98. Okay? And the summer of '98, we went to the Detroit race. I was racing for Associated. Of course, made the main. I was probably in the top 5 at that race. And Derek Fertani won A-Scale with a Laro A-Scale car. Okay. And,
I remember the Laros.
Yeah. And he won the race. I don't think he was the fastest guy. I think a lot of the Kyosho guys had problems, and Derek pretty much finished the race and won the race. And he was probably in the top 3, and then, you know, a couple guys that were fast. There's more, maybe. Somebody broke. Derek won, which was unbelievable because it was just all Kyosho basically up until that point. And the Laro car was distributed by, was called Save On Hobbies. I don't know if you probably remember Save On Hobbies.
I used to order from there.
It was a mail order hobby shop out of I think they're in Miami or Fort Myers, Florida, Miami area. Yeah, and there was called, his name was Orlando, and it was also, they had a distributorship called Pan American International, which was like a Horizon for the South America. So all for the South American countries, the hobby shops would order through Pan American International. And I ended up getting sponsored by them at the race in Detroit. And a month later was the A-Scale Worlds in Portugal. Okay. And of course, you know, like Mark and Pavidis and Richard Sachs and Doug Von Mosch raced for Mugen. You know, everyone was going to that Worlds. And I ended up going to, I think that race was the first A-Scale race, if I'm not mistaken. Or, you know what? I take it back. I think there was there was a race in Maryland. I can't remember the name of the race, but it was an A-Scale race in Baltimore, Maryland. It was called JR's Race Place. And I ran the Laro there, and I ended up like TQing the race, my first A-Scale race, you know, over Richard and all the fast guys, and with the Laro. But in the main, I didn't know what I was doing. I think my battery broke or something. I was leading and my battery broke. And so that was my introduction into A-Scale. And then I think maybe like shortly after that race, maybe a week or two, this is all within 1 month's time for being sponsored in the summer, I went to the Portugal A-Scale Worlds, IFMAR A-Scale Worlds in Portugal with Derek Fertani. Me and him flew from LAX, went there, missed our flight actually out of LAX because we're bullshitting talking, and ended up making it, you know, a day late into the race. And at that time, the fast guys was like Philippe Lachat with the Laro. Mm-hmm. He ended up TQing that race with the car I'm running at the event. And, you know, Daniel Reckward, you know, Lachat, LaFranchi. And, you know, those guys were the fast guys at the time. I ended up finishing 46th at the race. And, yeah, that was my only racing 1 month.
So you was hooked after that, though.
Yeah, I was hooked after that, right? Exactly. And I was all into it. And it took me until so that was in summer of 98. By the time like early 99 came around, I had realized that the Laro was just kind of a piece of junk versus the new Thunder Tiger and the Kyosho. And I always really wanted the race for Kyosho. I wanted the Kyosho, you know, and the Laro, of course, didn't even have, you know, dual brake bias. Well, in those days, it was really important to have dual brake bias. Like now, it's not so important. It seems like.
So how did the brake work? How did the brakes on it work?
The front just had one. It had a disc brake, center diff, and instead of the disc being hooked to the outdrive, it was actually part of the center diff case.
Oh.
So there was a square on the center diff case was shaped like square.
Mhm.
And this brake went over that square. So you had four-wheel braking. But yet, in European tracks, it was fine. But in
Yes.
America, you needed to have, I used to run like 80% rear brake, So later on, I discovered to be fast, you would just hit the brakes. So you wanted your rear brakes to kind of lock up. So you would just kind of like rear steer the car around the corners fast. And that's how I drove. Most people that, but that was the way to go at that time. Now we're back to like, it seems like, anyways, with me nowadays that I'm old, I kind of run my brakes 50-50 now. Because the cars have some steering now, you don't need to rear steer the car around the corners anymore. So you can kind of run 50-50 brakes. But anyways, at Silver State in 99, I was in the main, of course, in 10 scale, but in A scale, I was in the C main with the Lara because it just didn't go through the bumps. The track was really bumpy. That car just wasn't capable of, it wasn't good really for the American tracks. With the bumps coming up, the track was smooth. It was good. So I ended up getting sponsored by Thunder Tiger in 99. John Chang was the team manager. That was the car that Richard Saxon was winning all the races with, the EB4. It was designed by Sabatini in Italy. And, they used to come over from Italy, and come to America. And they were preparing for the A-Scale Worlds that was in Vegas in 2000. So the Worlds was coming up in a couple of years. So they were out here in America designing and getting the car ready for the World Championships. So I got sponsored by them in 99, and I ran that car all through 99. In fact, in the summer of 99, I almost won. I was leading the Detroit race with it. Richard, at the time, was in the B main. Oh, no, this is what happened. Richard, in qualifying, went to McDonald's with Regan LeBlanc to make some McDonald's food. He missed his qualifier, and because of that, he ended up being in the B main and had to bump to the A. And he didn't bump to the A. Something happened. He broke. So I was like the only Thunder Tiger driver in the A main Detroit versus it was all Kyosho drivers and maybe a couple of Mugans and me with the Thunder Tiger. So I'm leading the race. And of course, I got all these Kyosho guys trying to break my car. They're jumping over the track. I mean, it was like ridiculous.
Who were the Kyosho guys at this time? Was Quartz around at this time? Was Quartz?
No, Quartz wasn't even racing.
Okay.
Quartz wasn't racing gas at all.
Okay.
He wasn't even racing 10 scale gas track at the time. So, the Kyosho guys at the time was Dave Henry, Peter Head, Chris Moore. I mean, they had a ton of cronies. I really don't remember. Chris McElroy. There was just so many. Because, like I said, it was all Kyosho'd out. I mean, the Mugen guys, Mugen's competition was Doug Von Mosch, ran Mugen. I think Richard Saxton was Mugen. And Pavitas ran Mugen. That was the three Mugen guys. That was the top three.
But Saxton was running Thunder Tiger.
Richard ran Mugen before that. I'm sorry. Okay. So it was like Mark and Doug Von Mosch. Mugen. So anyways, long story short, I was leading the race. And like maybe halfway through the race, I was running a plastic rear towing block. And of course it broke, the rear towing block, because I didn't have the metal one. So it broke and I didn't win the race. So that was a hard lesson learned again. So a lot of hard lessons learned for me, how to hard not to break. And it was just a tough race to swallow. I mean, so now I had led 2 A-scale races and broke, while leading because of, of course, no one helped. And I didn't have a mechanic. I mean,
you're breaking up again, Greg. Keep still.
Stop moving around. I didn't have a mechanic at the time, so I really didn't know what I was doing, as far as that goes.
Mm-hmm.
So before that, let me go back just a few months. So, like I said, I got sponsored by Reedy, or by Associated at the Reedy race in 98 at the French Pit Shop. The very next year, the Reedy race was in April of 99, was at Hot Rod Hobbies, which is my local track. And at that race, I ended up winning gas truck at the time. And
you've been racing at Hot Rods a long time, dude.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't called Hot Rod back then. It was called, it might have been Hot Rod. Before that, it was called Fastlane Raceway.
Okay.
Anyways, Adam Drake won electric truck. and everybody was at this. Matt Francis, Mark Francis. I mean, the whole Losi contingent was there. And Adam came from Michigan. He was kind of an unknown driver. He was sponsored by Race Prep Motors. He was their own Race Prep's only like factory sponsored guy that was any good. And he won electric, and I won gas truck. And I remember, and Adam remembers this too. The magazine headline at the time was Degani and Drake take names, because we were just two unknowns that came in and won the race.
Oh, I miss magazines so much. Jesus.
Yeah, right.
Wow, I didn't realize Drake was racing way. What was that, 98, you said?
Yeah, 98. I mean, he was running for Losi, so he had their shitty gas truck. And I think he may have made the main in gas truck. Him and Kinwald, I think, were the two guys that made the main and for Losi at that race. But, they were just, the GT was just, the GT was just so much better. And of course, Tebow running it in the early, I mean, that truck was dominant from the late, 80s or early 90s. I think actually the GT came out in the mid 90s, all the way up until the late 2000s. I mean, it was just such a dominant gas truck.
Well, it was only 3 gas trucks, really. It was the GT, the Losi, and the Mugen, because the Kyosho wasn't no good.
Well, no. Okay, so I'll get to that. The Kyosho gas truck. The Mugen and Kyosho gas truck weren't even around. I remember Gene Hustings used to be so mad at the races. Okay, this is the owner of Associated. He would be so mad if any other company made the A main. So if it wasn't all GTs, because most of the races was always 10 GTs. We only had 10 car mains. 8 made the main and 2 bumped. If there wasn't 10 GTs, he would really flip his lid and get mad. So if like John Anderson squeezed in, made the main, or Kinwald or Drake, even though they were lap traffic, he didn't like the fact that there was just one other competitor in the main or 2 other competitors in the main. It was pretty funny at the time. So I ended up going from, not being sponsored, getting sponsored at the Reedy race the year before, to winning it one year. So that was pretty.
Wow, it must have been super competitive back then. I've heard your stories. Like, it was savage back then too. Probably more savage when you got into 8 scale, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. So, like I said, so I was running Thunder Tiger in Associated 99. And of course, I always wanted to be, I really threw, I was.
You're breaking up again, Greg. You're moving. You're getting excited.
What? My belly's moving around. So the computer's breaking up. What the hell's going on?
Something's going on. My internet's fine.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, you're
Are we
fine.
okay?
Pause in that position.
So I've been racing gas truck at this point pretty heavy from about, someone's calling me. Pretty heavy. I've been racing gas truck from 95, 96 all the way up till 99. So like 4 years now, heavy into gas. I was kind of over it. I was, won lots of races. I'm in top 3 at all the big races. And I wanted to race A scale, a competitive A scale, being Kyosho, right? And even though Richard was winning some races in 99, going in, Richard didn't really start racing at winning a lot of races until the year 2000. And like I said, I won the race for Kyosho, and around end of 1999, I happened to have a chance meeting with a Kyosho rep over here at my local track. His name was Manabu Mazoda, and he was a market research guy for Kyosho. And what he was doing was he was kind of here in California staking out the market, and basically they're trying to figure out how to improve sales in America. And he would turn out later to be he laid the seeds, the groundwork seeds for what would become Kyosho USA in 2005. They came in 2005, 2006. It was when Kyosho America came in and they got rid of Great Plains for their distributorship. So I had a chance meeting with him at the track, and I went to a dinner meeting with him and Dan Monahan. Now, Dan Monahan, probably most people don't know who that is. He's the guy who was the owner of Dan's RC stuff. So anybody who raced electric in the 90s knows what Dan's RC stuff is. That was the banana lube. He had, bearing oil, and he had like these, he made all these little accessories for 10 scale racing at that time. And his signature product was banana lube. It was like the best bearing oil time. This guy would go to the races dressed up as a banana.
No way.
Believe it or not. Yeah, I never saw it. It was before my time. That's what I had heard. So Dan Monahan, he was also trying to like get a job, I think, or be a consultant for Kyosho, which he may have ended up being that later. I'm not sure. But he set up this meeting with me and this Kyosho guy. And Manabu from Kyosho, at this dinner meeting, he told me that Kyosho's coming out with a gas truck. And he showed me blueprints of it at the time. And the Kyosho gas truck was basically a copy of Associated's T3 gas truck turned into a copy of Associated's electric T3, okay, turned into a gas version. Because Associated's gas version, the RC10 GT, was based off of the T2 or the RC10T. I think it was the 10T.
Yeah.
Or the T2. And Associated had just gone recently from the T2 to T3. They were winning all the electric races with the T3 electric truck. So Kyosho copied the T3 electric truck, turned it into a gas truck. And I saw this in their blueprints. So, of course, I'm all on board on that. I'm like, well, I'm going to have kind of like how it was with Losi with their double XT gas truck conversion. I had a chance to run their Associated T3 thinking that was going to be the shit. Well, that's how I got sponsored. So they ended up sponsoring me directly from Japan. I totally bypassed Great Plains.
Now, was this like paid sponsorship, or was this
Yes, this was a paid sponsorship because I was getting paid basically to race gas truck, but A scale came as kind of a bonus. So my intentions was to be an A scale driver, but to them, I was, they knew that I was a top 3 gas truck racer, and they were basically paying me to race and promote their new gas truck. Okay. A scale was just a bonus to come with it, which was really what I wanted to do, Okay. So I used the front of that to kind of get sponsored, and I totally bypassed Great Plains, which was the distributor at the time for Kyosho. They didn't even want to give me a 50% sponsorship. I ended up getting paid direct.
What type of salary was they paying you back in this time?
It was double what Mayfield makes for Mugen at this time.
I knew you were going to say that.
For just racing A scale, it's double than what back 20 years ago is double than what Mayfield's making now just to race A scale buggy. So, which is not much. It's not much. Okay. I don't remember. It was maybe a little over $1,000 or something at that time, which was a lot of money to me because I was like, that was a lot back in 2000. So, anyways, as it turned out, the Kyosho gas truck it would go straight. It had no straight traction at all. But it was good enough. I was able to make every A main with it. I was never able to win with the gas truck. I was able to make the mains with it, and be kind of mid-pack with it. And the only race I could never make the main with it, though, in gas truck was the Silver State. Because the Silver State had no traction. It's Vegas. And it was super bumpy. So that truck not having any traction, it wouldn't, it was just, I never could make a main. But I could make a main at any other track, Detroit, and any other races, Kansas City, Mugen race. Was able to make those mains. And of course, I was able to run the A scale, and I was able to kind of get, into seriously racing A scale. So going through 2000, I'm pretty sure, I made all the mains in A scale through 2000.
So 2000, you
won anything?
Did you run you made the main at the Worlds in 2000, right?
Right. So,
but that was for Kyosho, or
in January, my first races for Kyosho, because I should have backtracked here a little bit. I was racing touring car as well in the late 90s.
Okay.
Which I didn't see anything about. In 98, I raced, touring car was super big in 97. So, sorry, I'm backtracking here, but in 97, the IFMAR World Championship was at Revelation Raceway. Where the Revelation Raceway A-scale off-road track is now, used to be an on-road track. And I think Mike Swagger and Masami won. It was 12 scale and 10 scale. But there was no touring car. But at that time, they had a touring car kind of a inaugural event. So they kind of invited 10 people to race touring car during the IFMAR Worlds to kind of promote it. Maybe it'll be like a future IFMAR class. So I ended up finishing second place at that race, just a promotion, 5-minute race or something there in 97. And then I think in 98, I got sponsored. Literally, I was racing for Associated in 98. I was flipping through the magazine in Car Action. I went through every ad that, touring car was gigantic in 98. Okay. And I went through the magazine and flipped through every ad for touring car manufacturer and called every single one of them until I can get somebody sponsor me, because Associated didn't have the TC3 yet. They didn't have a car yet. So I had to find a car. Now, of course, Losi had their street weapon, which of course I'm not going to Associated. So Losi was selling their street weapon, which was a big hit, and they had a huge team. I mean, these races there was hundreds of drivers at these touring car events. It was big. And I got sponsored by Kawada. I flipped through the magazine, found this ad for a Kawada touring car. They sent me a car. I went to Vegas for the Nationals, and it was a Norca touring car Nationals. And at that time, Masami, everyone was at the races. Barry Baker was huge. They were, racing modified. Now, I was running stock class. Wasn't even running modified class. But the stock class back then was, just as big or as important as modified class. So I ended up winning with this Kawada car, the only, guy in the main versus all these Losi guys. Losi's whole contingent, they're trying to promote their street weapon car. And, I, was heavily into touring car. And then that's why I always tell people, touring car actually in racing on road in general helps you as an off-road driver. Teaches you corner speed. It teaches you a lot of things.
Yes, I've heard you say that many times.
And I'm moving my computer around. I'm probably cutting around. Hold on. So anyways, I was into touring car, and my first race in Kyosho in 2000, I went to Hong Kong.
Maybe you should put the computer on the desk. That would help.
Maybe I should just not move around as much. How's that?
You get excited, though. I've watched you and you start talking.
Right, I'm getting excited. So the first race for me was it was a touring car race in Hong Kong, and I was like in the B main. All the local Hong Kong guys were beating me up. I was getting hacked. And I didn't make the main with the Kyosho touring car. I think it's called Spider or something. I can't remember what it was. Anyways, that was one of my first races. And so through 2000, I probably made the main at the Silver State and the Hemet race with the Kyosho A-scale. In fact, I know I made all those mains. And then I went to the Kyosho Masters race in September 2000. This was like 2 months before the Worlds in Vegas. For the Kyosho Masters race with Chad Bradley. Made the main at the Kyosho Masters. I don't remember where I finished. I didn't win. I think I was top 5 or something. But, going over to Europe in those times was like ridiculously. We were so much slower than these Europeans. They were just so much better with corner speed and A-scale at the time. With the tires, at that time, it was Medial Pro was a big tire. And GRP in the time, and their tires were just better for A-scale at the time. So they had a lot of more corner speed, and it was a big learning process. They knew how to set the cars up better for the European tracks. They were just better. So the Worlds comes to Vegas, and I end up making the main, finishing 5th place there. I finished 5th in the main, and my car broke. I think I lost I know what it was. I did zip tie my fuel filter into the little clips that we used to use at the time.
Yes.
So the fuel filter came off out of the clip, and the whole fuel filter in the fuel line worked its way outside of the car. and it ripped the fuel line off the carburetor or something. The engine died. And they ran my car back to the pits. And I got it back running again. And even then I ended up finishing 5th. And I was like, wow, I could finish 5th, and I broke. I'm like, all I got to do is just like, keep my car together, and if I wouldn't have that break, I might have finished 3rd. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or something like that. I'm pretty sure I would have finished 3rd place at that.
But you're still kind of new to 8 scale too.
I'm still new. I had only raced it for 1 year, and going into 2000, that was the end of 2000. I went into 2001. I think the Dirt Nitro Challenge, I'm pretty sure I TQ'd the race, but again, having issues in the main, I broke or something. I think maybe Chad Bradley won, or I can't remember. I didn't win. And another learning. So there's a lot of learning process for me of like trying to keep my car from breaking. I TQ'd a lot of races in A-Scale, broke in lots of the races. So 2001, the Silver State, I ended up winning that race. It was a battle between me and Mark Favitas. I think we were both sponsored by Mugen, by Kyosho, if I'm not mistaken. I was racing for Proline, but I figured out that the GRP tires worked better at the track in Vegas. So even racing for Proline, I ran GRPs because I just didn't care. I wanted to win. And I won the race with GRP tires. And of course, Scott Hughes and Mark, they flipped their lids because I won the race with the GRP tires. But hey, I had to do what I had to do.
So did you get kicked off the Proline team after that?
No. I was too fast. I mean, they couldn't kick me off. So, we weren't paid drivers. But I mean, a lot of these guys are paid. We weren't paid. Lucky to have us, to be honest. And so I won that race, the Silver State 01. And going through 2001, I can't really remember. Went to all the big races, made all the mains.
Was Reagan your mechanic now? When did that happen? Okay.
He was not hired by Kyosho, I don't think, until 2002. I could be wrong. And what had happened, so Richard was winning a lot of races in 2001. 2001, Richard was winning all the races with the Thunder Tiger, a lot of them. And Kyosho they were flipping out because they were just like, Kyosho was kind of like how Associated was 10 scale. They were making had most of the cars in the mains, and, they really were dominant. And they were like, well, what's the deal with why is Richard winning the races? Is it because of Regan? Kyosho thought that Richard was winning the races because of Regan. And that's the reason why Kyosho ended up hiring Regan LeBlanc, is because they thought that was the reason why Richard was winning the races, because he was the mechanic. And me and Chad Bradley were telling him, like, no, it's just Richard's good. It's not Regan. Regan helps, He's there.
Why
he knows
was
what
Richard
to do.
so fast, so much faster than like winning and everything? I know you broke a lot, but what made him so special?
He had been racing, for Associated through the 90s. I mean, he was just super fast. He's kind of like how Mayfield is now. He had that driving style, just full wood, balls to the wall, and that was his style. I mean, it kind of like how Mayfield is now. And, Pavitas was real fast too, but Pavitas, he was more smooth. He was more methodical. He was more of setting the car up and making the car work for him. Where Richard really didn't know how to make the car work. He just drove it and just drove the balls off the car. And his talent alone, he was able to, and then also Regan was helping setting the car too. Richard really just he just drove. He was all about driving and just driving like a madman, And that's, he was good. I mean, he was just unbelievable. So, he's got Kyosho all freaked out. So Kyosho ends up hiring Regan, and Regan ends up being the team manager for Kyosho. So, and that was going into 2002, and that was also the same time when Jeremy Quartz got on with Kyosho. So Regan would pit whoever was the highest qualified driver between me and Quartz at the races. And I'm pretty sure that Quartz probably outqualified me more than I outqualified him. And, Regan ended up being his mechanic at most of these races in the United States. And I never had like a full-time gig. I just had to find, whoever I could, and help me out. So coming into 2002, once Quartz got on the team, he started winning. Quartz actually was super hot in 2002. Early 2002, I was hanging out with Richard. Richard had his Treads tire line, and he was promoting that. We were going to a lot of races on the East Coast, promoting the Treads. Now, let me go back here. 2001, the Kyosho race in Detroit. I was winning the race, and Vitas was in second, I think. I ended up flaming out, and I lost a lap. I was in second place, getting lapped by Vitas. So that's how much faster we were than anybody else. Mark was leading. I was in second, and Mark was about to lap me, or was trying to lap me.
Wow.
I mean, he wasn't going to lap me. He wasn't faster than me, but by the time I got on the track, he was right behind me. Okay. And even though I think Mark raced for Kyosho, I could be mistaken. Maybe it was Mugen, but we both were on Pro Line. And we're coming into the pits. He was about to come into the pits. Okay. And I knew he was coming to the pits. So I tried to block the pit lane to keep Mark from coming in so that he couldn't come in. I would hope that he would just go around for another lap and flame out so then I could assume the lead. That's how savage I was. I mean, I really just didn't care. And Mark ended up holding his ground. He held his ground in the front of because the pit lane entrance was as wide as an A-scale car. Mm-hmm. It wasn't like he could just drive around me. So I just blocked the pit lane and just forever. It seemed like an eternity, and I was going to hope that he was just going to drive off.
You just sat there.
He never left. He just sat there behind me for about probably 10 seconds. And finally, I came into the pits, and I got gas. He got gas, and we went out. And I ended up finishing second. He ended up winning the race. And, of course, the next day, I get the call from Scott Hughes. I got fired from Pro Line for that little stunt that I pulled. So, but I didn't care. I was just.
But you always tell me I had to do whatever it took to win races because nobody had any faith in you or nothing like that. Well,
it's so much that Kyosho had it burned in. And I can't remember if Mark was right. I think Mark must have been racing. Kyosho had us brainwashed to win the races, to win and make the mains. It was insane. I mean, they were so crazy, that if you didn't make the main at the Worlds, for example, Chad Bradley didn't make the main at A-Scale Worlds 1000 at Kyosho. They were so arrogant. Their car was so good. If you didn't make the main with it or something at the Worlds, that you just weren't good enough and you were fired.
What?
I mean, they fired him off of the team for not making the main at A-Scale Worlds.
In 2000.
In 2000.
That's probably bad. Yeah, I went to because he's running Mugen in 2000. Yeah, that makes sense.
And he ended up. Well, Chad ended up the next year. He ended up winning. I think either the Nitro Challenge or the Roar Nationals.
I think it was the Nationals.
Show. Okay, he wasn't a direct sponsor anymore.
So he
got bumped back to the distributor team.
Okay,
but he ended up winning the race for Kyosho the next year, and they didn't give him contingency, so he was all pissed off, and he ended up going to Mugen. That's how Chad Mugen because
you broke it up. You're breaking up. What happened when you went to Mugen?
I said that's how he ended up getting to Mugen.
Okay,
is because Kyosho fired him for not making the main at the Worlds, and also he couldn't ever make the mains with Kyosho gas truck. When me and Jeremy Quartz were able to make every main with the Kyosho gas truck, Chad could never make the main with the Kyosho gas truck, so that was kind of fired him. And he ended up going to Mugen, having a successful career with Mugen and jamming after that. But that's how crazy Kyosho was. I mean,
that's insane.
That was their mindset, at the time.
These guys nowadays would freak out.
Yeah, so like I said, I got kicked off Pro Line. So that was in the summer of 2001. Okay.
So you went to Treads.
I went to Treads with Richard, which was the GRP tires, and Richard rebranded as Treads. And we were going all races on the East Coast, the RC Pro Series. We were going all the RC Pro Series, and winning those races. I remember my first race, I was at the very first Fall Brawl race in Myrtle Beach.
Yeah,
they
you
were
said.
giving away $500 at the time for gas truck and $500 for A scale. And I think I'm trying to remember, but Richard won, I think, gas truck and won $500 there, and I won A scale and won the $500 there. And of course, we're like nose to tail the whole race. And then we traveled back down to Fort Lauderdale and raced the RC Pro East Coast Series.
At Mills Pond?
I actually won at Mills Pond. Yeah, I won gas truck and A scale at the same event. And I remember I was on the cover of Starting Grid magazine, which I don't know if you remember that, but that was just like a black and white magazine that was put out by Save On Hobbies by Mike Myers. It was mainly an on-road magazine, but because, they would do some off-road because there was an off-road event in the area. Anyways, so coming into 2002, I had won that race. There was a lot of races that we were going to. It was super hot. We were going. Richard was on Kyosho now at this point. He had left Thunder Tiger. I don't remember really what the reason was, but he ended up going to Kyosho. So we were just like, that was like my hero. And I was like, traveling with him all the races, learning and just trying to just, beat him basically, and we were going to a lot of events. So the summer of 2002, Quartz was also on Kyosho, but Quartz wouldn't travel and wasn't as dedicated as me and Richard was. But Quartz was just, probably, like I've said this before, he's probably the most talented driver that I know of. He's just really an unbelievable talent. And, we wouldn't tell him how to make the cars. Like, I would purposely not like help him out at all because he was so fast as it was. He would beat us with the wrong setups, with bad engines, never had horsepower in his engine. He would still go fast. So he ended up winning the Detroit race with the Kyosho in the summer of 2002. And in the fall of 2002, 1 month before the Worlds in Uruguay, was the Roar gas truck. I'm sorry, the Roar Nationals, which was gas truck and A scale in Miami. Was in I
remember that race.
November of 2002. Quartz ended up winning
that race.
That race as well, right? Am I right? He won that race.
I came a week after that and raced on that track.
Did you? Yeah.
I met the guys from Atomic Hobbies. That's where we used to buy all our stuff from in Bermuda. So a big group of us from Bermuda went up there and they're like, man, you should have came a week earlier. The Nationals were We didn't know. This is back in the day. This is before internet and all that type of. Well, we had internet, but
right. That
was a small track too. I remember that.
It was a real small track, and for whatever reason, I didn't do. I was in the B main for A scale. I didn't even bump to make the main. This was a month before the Worlds. I just couldn't even make the main.
Quick part that I remember about that track. That track had the jumps were small, but they had a jump like where you can cut across a corner of a track and land like in the middle of a quad. And I remember watching a video of Quartz doing that. Like he would jump across the track and land on the third quad and just go. It was like he literally cut off a big piece, like a corner of a track. It was like I want to say it was almost a 180, but he was right, and it was amazing. Just something I remember just now from when I went to that track.
Yeah, for sure. I try to block that race out of my mind, but so anyways, earlier that year, let me go back in 2002. I had a chance. So in early 2002, right around the time when me and Richard were going to all these RC Pro events, we're promoting the treads tires, Trinity comes along and somehow steals the GRP line away from Richard. And it was a big deal. Like Richard's pissed, and Richard had just sold the treads, trademarks to HRP, which was doing all the Racer's Edge stuff, like the aftermarket stock tires and stuff we used to run on our shows. So and being that I didn't have a tire sponsor at the time, so now I'm like, oh, great, I'm screwed now. Now Trinity's got the good tires, which I thought were good, which really they weren't that great. They were all just okay. Just we were just so good enough at the time that we just made them look good. And all these guys on the East Coast, they didn't know any better. They were buying them up like candy. Richard would literally go to the races with a huge van of tires, and they'd be sold out by the time we left.
So you guys are just driving up and down the West Coast in a van.
Kind of like JQ with his van. Yeah. We had rented a van and filled them with tires, and we're selling them on the East Coast.
Yeah, paying for your trip.
A little bit, exactly. A little bit. Well, I mean, we didn't pay for. I mean,
it isn't as bad as a janky JQ van trip where we're like worried about gasoline and food and stuff like that.
So Trinity gets this tire line, and I'm like, man, I need to get on board with Trinity. So there was a hobby show in Vegas at the time at the Riviera Casino, and I knew that Ernie Prevetti was going to be there. And I think I might have sent an email to him, or somehow I got in contact with him and told him that I wanted to have a meeting with him. So I drove to Vegas from LA 4 hours just to have a meeting with Ernie about running his fuel, Trinity fuel, because I was running O'Donnell, and the Treads tires. I was trying to get paid by them. Well, Ernie ended up not sponsoring. He turned me down at the event. And my backup plan is if I did get the Trinity fuel deal, I was going to go to Sidewinder because Quartz, and I should tell you about Quartz, I think Quartz went to Sidewinder, I think, in 2001. The summer of 2001, I remember Quartz won. He switched from Blue Thunder fuel, which was made by Morgan anyway, so he makes Sidewinder. Quartz was like a paid Horizon driver or something. He switched from Blue Thunder to Sidewinder right before the main event. He worked the deal, got a contract with Sidewinder, switched fuels before the main event. And then I remember in the warm-up, he was blowing glow plugs. We were all laughing at him because his engine wouldn't run with the new fuel. And he ends up like putting a glow plug in. It was probably more the fact that he just didn't change his glow plugs. Had nothing to do with the fuel. And he ends up winning the race. That was the race where he beat Jared Tebow, I think, straight up Kyosho gas truck. Tebow was running it. It was unbelievable because the Kyosho gas truck was such a turd. So he won with Sidewinder at that race. He's winning all these races with Sidewinder. So my backup plan, if I didn't get the Trinity deal, go to Sidewinder. So I ended up going to Sidewinder. And this was like mid of 2002. So I ended up racing for Sidewinder and then, in fact, helping them develop. And
you're still with Sidewinder to this day. So that's a pretty long relationship.
Well, at that time I was a driver. Now I've been improving the blends from 2002 now. So I started in 2002. I made a new blend in the summer of 2002, and Quartz had won, I think, the Detroit race in A scale now this time. The year before he won in 10 scale. So the following year he won it in A scale with this new blend that we did. And we went into, he won the race in Miami in 2002. And then the next month in Uruguay, we had a distributor for fuel at that time. And at that time, it turned out that the new fuel was a combination of two fuels, basically. So we had like mixed them together to make a new fuel. And luckily, I actually mixed our fuel together for, I think it was just me and Quartz. There was just a couple guys at the time. We had mixed the fuel together at the race in Uruguay. So literally two separate blends that they were selling, mixed them together to make the new blend. Believe it or not.
At the Worlds or at the warm-up?
At the Worlds. Actually, at the race, we had mixed the fuel together. So like one of the fuels was like, let's say it was 12% oil, and then there's another fuel that was like 10% oil. And they were completely different kind of packages, synthetic. We mixed it together to make this new 11%, which after I won the race in 2002, we sold it as the World's blend for like probably 8 years.
Well, it literally was the World's blend.
Yeah, it really was the World's blend. Yeah. So after the race in Miami, me and Chad, and I didn't even report this because, those races, like, even though we were on the same team, we did share information, but not so much with each other. Like I said, like I was out for myself. I really wasn't out to helping the team. So I flew on my own dime. I paid for a flight from Miami after the Roarnets to Uruguay direct. So I had a round trip flight from LA to Miami and back, and a round trip flight from Miami to Montevideo, Uruguay and back on two separate airlines. So me and Chad Bradley, even though Chad ran for Mugen, we both flew together to Uruguay. And practiced for an entire week, before the Worlds. We didn't end up getting a full week of practicing because it rained about halfway through. The last half of our practice, it rained out, so we weren't able to get a full weekend, but we got maybe a half a weekend of practice. And that's where I had learned at the time not to crash, because we really didn't have any marshals, except for like some kids that were like, I don't know, they called out of the jungle, or just local kids, that were paying a march and stuff. And I basically had learned to drive the layout without crashing.
Did you guys know anybody in Uruguay, or you just like, okay, I had a shitty nationals, I'm booking a ticket?
I mean, we had already planned to go to Uruguay.
Okay.
This was already planned in advance. Didn't even tell anybody. Didn't tell Kyosho. I didn't tell Kyosho was going down there. I didn't tell anybody. Only me and Chad knew. It was like, and Chad didn't. I don't think he told somebody, but nobody knew that we were really going down there.
Okay.
And we had a friend down there, Nico Torello, who I had met the year before in Uruguay at the warm-up race. And he was like a local kid that raced there. And we ended up staying at his house right on the beach. So we had a place to stay when we got there, and he drove us around everywhere. So
he friended me. I friended him on Facebook the other day. He actually messaged me.
Yeah. He's a cool guy. So when the Worlds came around, I was second qualifier going into the main. I was maybe not going in the main, but I was second qualifier after the 6 qualifying runs. My 4 out of 6 runs was I had a TQ, a second, and a 10. That was my 4 best runs. That put me second. First, the second, and the 10. Who was
the top guy?
Richard was TQ.
Okay.
Richard was TQ. He got to go directly in the main. So I remember my 10th place run that I had. I mean, I was like out there. I was waffle stomping, Kanai. I'm going off jumps. I mean, just no respect for Kyosho. I mean, I was just, and I was putting in the Kanai's head every day, like there's only 7 days left or whatever, 6 days left. Every day that went by, I told him there was like how many days left there was for him to be world champion, and Kanai was ridiculously fast. He wasn't as fast as me and Richard at that race, but I was psyching him out, going up jumps, waffle stomping him. I didn't care. Just total mind game. Didn't care. And like I said, I remember my 10th place run was a stupid run. And of course, it rained the first qualifier, so my first run was a throwout. And through all of that, I ended up second qualifier. So I don't remember. I think I started the main like mid-pack. I remember that. And I remember I crashed on the first corner and went to last place. And I crashed 2 times in 60 minutes. That was the first crash. So I was in last. Chad Bradley just took off and got into the lead. And I was in last and had to go through all the traffic. By the time I came through the traffic slowly. Actually, not slowly, pretty quickly, I should say. I got into third. Chad ended up braking. Chad had probably like a half a lap of lead on second,
broke
maybe.
A pipe.
By about 10 minutes. Yeah, he broke his pipe. The end of his pipe, where your pipe mount goes on.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The whole pipe mount, the weld came loose. So he had this huge hole in the end of his pipe.
Yeah, that's insane.
And he was running the MBX4 at the time. And the MBX4, and it was a pretty high bite track. So for the MBX4, it really suited their car real well. And what I was going to say, well, let me get back to my testing here before I get into the main. The testing of that race. So GRP had sent me like a pallet of tires almost. It seemed like a huge box to test for the race. And I had figured out that the GRP tires, they wouldn't wear out. They would last the entire hour. They didn't really work real well. Even though there were still tread on the tires, and I tested all their 2 compounds that they had at the time, they didn't work good, even in their soft compound. They didn't really have grip. They worked okay. They weren't as fast as the Proline Crime Fighter. Even though the Crime Fighter would be completely bald at like the 40-minute point, or maybe the 30-minute point, they were bald. Even being bald, they had more traction than the GRP tires did having with tread on them. Okay. So I knew that the Crime Fighter was the best tire. They didn't even have any other tire. It was just a Crime Fighter. Okay. And I knew their rubber was better than so even I wasn't on Proline that year. Remember, I got kicked off the year before. So at all the races, when people everybody wanted Kyosho parts. They wanted Kyosho bearings, Kyosho clutches, you name it. They wanted Kyosho parts, whatever car they were running. Okay. So when people would come up to me when I had my Kyosho trailer, oh, you want bearings? Oh, I need a set of crime fighters. So I was collecting crime fighters. I think I had like 20 sets of crime fighters going into the Worlds. Okay. And I had already glued my tires up before I even got there. And I was using the Kyosho foam inserts in those tires at the time, which was it was a strip of foam that used to come with double-sided tape. Okay. And you would actually, double-side tape them into your rim. I mean, literally it took 1 hour for me to glue up a set of tires with these foams. No one else used the foams but me. Everyone used the Prolines, and I thought that the Prolines were too hard. So I used these Kyosho strip.
Were they still like the same type of foam, like the Prolines, like that white spongy foam, like the?
It was white spongy foam, but it was soft.
Okay.
It was even softer than the Proline foam, and that's what I used to use the Hemet to do good through the bumps. It was like a way to get to the bumps better.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to think for some reason it would work better, and it did work better. So I had glued up like 10 sets of tires at work when I was at work. I was working with my grandpa. We had a jewelry store. So at work, I had glued up all my tires before I even went to the race. So I already had my tires started. But Proline had a new tire, which was the Knuckle, which was a tire that wouldn't wear out.
Yes,
in an hour.
I know what you're talking about.
I can just see by looking at it, knowing that. So I'm like, I already knew that the Proline rubber was good. Combined with this new tire, it was I knew for sure I was going to have the best tire. So the day before the mains, Mark Pavidis had sent me to go. Me and Mark were starting to be buddies again, even though we were enemies. By the time the Worlds came around, we were friends again. We were enemies before that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Mark sent me to go get a battery for his stopwatch or something at like the local mall and take his van. And so while he gave me the keys to the van to go get these batteries, I stole a set of the prototype Proline tires out of their van and I hid them in my hotel room. Okay. And I had them hidden in my closet. I think I had one set. I knew I only needed one set for the main because in the semifinal, which was 20 minutes, I knew that the time fighters would be fine. So I already had this set of tires for the main. And that night, the night before the main, Scott Hughes comes into Richard Saxton's hotel room. And Richard also, even though he wasn't sponsored by Proline, he was also kind of independent like I was, running whatever. And we were the first and second fastest guys at the race. Richard shows Scott Hughes. He's like, hey, Scott, look at these new tires I got. Like a dummy. And Scott repos the tires from him in his room. Okay. And I'm sure he got them from Jason Ashton because Jason Ashton was a Proline driver and it was like Richard's best friend.
Right.
We'll never admitted it to this day, but I'm 99.9% sure he got a set from Jason Ashton. But Richard shows Scott his tires and Scott repos them. So now Richard doesn't have like a good tire to run in the main, right? So the next day,
does he know that you have your tires?
No, nobody knows that I have my tires. Okay.
Is so savage.
So the next day on main day, Scott Hughes comes up to me and gives me a set of the new tires. He's like, here for the main, being second qualifier and all, he gives him to run the main. And this is the guy that fired me from Proline the year before. So now he gives me the tires. Now, little did he know, I already had my tires that I had stolen already pre-mounted, hidden in my stuff. And I wasn't going to break it out until the main, like my plan was straight up go into the main with those tires on my car. And there was nothing they could do about it, and that was my plan. But Scott was nice enough to give me a set. I didn't tell him I had already had a set. And so I put them away. And magically, a couple hours later, they were glued up because I took my ones that were glued and I hid the ones that he'd given me.
So what about Richard? Did he get a set?
So no, remember Panther tires?
Yes.
Richard running in Panther, they were decent at the time. They made all these different treads. Okay. And he ended up running a Panther tire. It was like it looked like a nut, but it was made by Panther.
It's called the Gator.
Gator, whatever.
Yeah, I think it's called the Gator.
And he ended up running it in like a super. Now, Panther, a lot of people don't know, this was the company that made all of Team Losi's tires.
Oh, I didn't know that. And they're still
Panther,
open now. You know that, right?
I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Panther made the low C tires for 10 scale. So they decided when A scale was getting hot, they decided to make A scale tires. So anyways, but they were running like they had the low C compounds and they weren't as good as the Poland. By the way, I had already tested the Panther tires at this track. So I had tested the Cherokees and the Panthers and the Pro Lines. I knew that even though the treads wouldn't wear out, I knew that the 12 Pro Lines at 40 minutes was better than a Panther at 40. I already knew this. I didn't know this. So Richard runs the Panther tire, and after Chad breaks, Richard's in the lead. And by the time the 30-minute point comes along, I had slowly caught him, okay, from last place. So I catch Richard for the lead, and we're like nose to tail. And in my mind, there was no need for me to try to be all aggressive and try to pass him because I already knew that his tires suck and that me being on this new Pro line that's never going to wear out and I have good compound, I knew once the 40-minute point came around that his tires, they just weren't going to be that good, you know? And I didn't even need to get to that point because Richard, I had caught him so slowly. I mean, it was just like a slow progression. He knew that I was going to pass him, and he's just trying to stay in front of me, you know? And ironically, Scott Hughes ends up being my mechanic along with Regan LeBlanc for my pit crew. And they call me in the pit, and the pit before, I think, no. They called me in the pit. Me and Richard are on the same pit. They called me in the pit, so I peel off and come in the pits, and I'm thinking to myself, why is Richard in the pits? Richard stays out another pit. And I'm like, man, I'm trying. I don't know why. Like, am I bringing in too early, or what's the deal? So I come out of the pits. Richard's going, and the next lap, Richard forgets to come in the pit again. So 2 times in a row, he forgets to come in. So I don't know if I had him just so frazzled in the head, he just forgot to pit. Well, he comes around for the second time, forgets to pit. He runs out of gas at the end of the straightaway. So he makes the loop, beep, he counts his lap, goes down the end of the straightaway at the end of the pit lane, and his car dies. So they run him back to the pits. He gets started. He was probably about half behind me, you know. And, he's just driving like a madman. And I think he ended up breaking his car, you know. So I was able to kind of cruise from that point. I think it was around maybe 35 minutes, somewhere between 30 and 40 minutes is when he forgot. From that point to the end of the race, I was able to just kind of cruise. I ended up having a lap on second place at the time, which was Kenji Osaka. And of course, you know, I'm out in the lead and Kenji Osaka's car just comes magically flying over the pipes and almost hits my car.
And he was a Mugen driver, right?
He was a Mugen driver. Yeah. His car, you know, he's in second and his car ends up almost breaking my car. And luckily I avoided it. I ended up crashing by myself over the log. There was they actually had logs buried in the ground on one section. And it was easy to flip over. I actually flipped on the logs, crashed once. I was so mad at myself. But all by myself in the lead at 45 minutes. But then I ended up cruising to the end and ended up winning the race. And, you know, in that race, I got pretty lucky to the fact that I was running the OSs at the time, that they would get rich during the race. And Regan, you would have to, halfway through the events, he would actually have to lean my top end 3 hours because the engines would get so worn out, they would lose compression that they would richen up. So you actually had to compensate by leaning it out. But halfway in that race, this was right before I had caught Richard, my engine went down the straightaway super rich, right? So, and they knew okay, next pit stop, we're going to have to lean them out. Then the next lap I come around and my engine's all leaned out. It's it's back to normal all by itself. So Regan hears that it's back to normal. Now that driver's stand was, you can't even talk. You know, there was no headset. No, it was just they're yelling for me to communicate fine or anything. He figured out on his own that it was lean. Well, it turned out after the race was over that, speaking of broken pipes, on the OS pipes back in those days, you actually had a JB weld pipe,
the nipple
into the nipple. Well, I didn't. This was before we knew to do that, and the pipe nipple on my pipe came out. So I had no pressure line for 30 minutes of that race. But because my engine was so rich, not having a pressure line leaned it out. Actually, it didn't overlean it. It was leaned a little bit too much, but not lean enough where the engine would stop. So that's how lucky I got.
So stolen tires, broken nipple, and you still won. And what people have to realize is that, like, the Japanese and the Europeans had dominated every Worlds up until then, and this was a big deal.
Right. Yeah, it was a big deal. And one thing I never forget after that race, the one person that really was truly happy for me to win that race was Mark Pavidis. I remember he hugged me and he was like so happy that I won. Even though we were mortal enemies the years before that, he was just truly, I don't know if he was truly happy for me or truly happy that an American had won, but I never forget that he was happy for me. And when he won the Worlds in 2006, I actually had broken my car in 2006, and I actually went back onto the driver's stand just to congratulate him. Just because I remember how happy he was for me to win it in 2002. So that was pretty cool. Okay, so after I won the Worlds in 2002,
did you get paid more?
Amazingly, what's that?
Did you get? I want to ask you something. What was your contingency for winning the Worlds back in 2002?
It was shit.
Really?
Well, it's yeah. The rumor was, that it was 10,000 from Kyosho. We never had anything in writing. Okay. And that's a good thing you brought that up, because that's going to open up a whole nother can of worms, I can tell you. So my World's contingency from Kyosho was $2,000. Now it wasn't, I don't even know what it, was never on paper. It was supposed to be, everyone said, oh, it was 10,000. This was always the rumor, right? And I ended up getting 2,000 from Kyosho. I got, 2,000 from Proline. Now, Proline sends me a contingency, and I didn't even race for Proline. So I ended up getting, from being fired the year before, to getting a contingency from Proline, and I got back on the A team after that. So I continued to stay on with Proline all the way up until about, I think it was 2009. So, yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah, so they gave me a contingency, got me back on the A. So for all you guys, you ever get fired by Proline, the only way to get back on is you have to win a Worlds if you get fired. But luckily, back to contingency, with all my sponsors together, I didn't have anything on paper for contingency going into that Worlds. So luckily, Futaba kicked in some money, OS kicked in some money. Sidewinder, I was racing for, gave me bonus. Steve O'Donnell gave me bonus for that race because I was using his new glow plugs at the time. O'Donnell had glow plugs, and I had run that in my engine. And interesting enough, it wasn't a production glow plug that I was using from him. It was a super hot glow plug that he used to use in his tether cars. Steve O'Donnell's all into these tether cars that go a couple hundred miles per hour.
Yes.
But this was a glow plug that was super hot. Super, super hot. I mean, hotter than like a T3 now. Or maybe it was equivalent to a T3 at the time, but it was a hotter plug than we had ever run. And it wasn't even a production one. And that's what I ended up using. So luckily, all in all, everybody kicked in. All my sponsors kicked in. Even HRP with running the Racers Edge shock towers. And I think, all in all, it came out to around 10, which was like, luckily, something.
Are they making more now, you think, on contingency for winning Worlds? I would say so.
So, I don't know about now, but I mean, I know that. So, the next year in 2003, okay. Now, I know that Pavidis, when he TQ'd the Worlds in 2000, I think he got like $5,000 from Aki, from the owner.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was ridiculous. And I don't know what the deal is. I mean, I think maybe Kyosho thought because I was like getting paid, I was like contracted driver. Like they didn't think they had to pay me much or something. But I don't know what the deal was. So maybe they just didn't like me. I don't know. But, I didn't know. Now the money was coming through Regan. So I don't know if I really did get 10,000 and then Regan just pocketed 8,000 of it, and he just gave me 200. So when that, I had to make sure. I ended up calling Japan. I didn't email in those days. I straight up used to call Japan quite a few times. And I had to kind of confirm that was the amount of it, and I'm pretty sure that I didn't get posed on that deal.
Mm-hmm.
But the next year in 2003, I was really good friends with Josh Searle, the on-road driver, and he was racing for Kyosho on-road, and he was racing off-road events that year. We went to the Kyosho Masters in France a couple years in a row, and I got to be buddies with him, and I found out what the on-road guys like Kalari and these guys were getting for contingency and stuff, and it was pretty ridiculous. I mean, I don't know. I mean, let's just say it was 10,000. I don't even know what it should have been. So I forced Kyosho to pay me more money monthly in lieu of not them giving me 10,000 on the bonus.
Yeah, I think you said it was up to 2,500. No, he was making more than that.
No. That was with Hobart later. But I mean, I forced them to give me some more money. Once I found out what the real contingencies were.
So after this World's win, would you the number one Kyosho guy then?
Yeah, pretty much.
And didn't you sell that car to Jay Smoker, who then made a truggy out of it and invented the truggy?
Yeah.
So he says.
What happened was I ran that car. So that car and that engine, of course, everybody puts their A scales away and puts it in a freaking glass dome, which in hindsight, looking back now, I probably should have done that. But I didn't want to build a new car for Hemet. So the Nitro Challenge is coming up in February or January, whatever it was, okay, the next month. This was in early December of 2002, going into 2003. Now, you got to realize, back in those days, we used to actually have club races getting ready for the Nitro Challenge, and which we don't do now. There's no, every weekend coming up for about a month and a half straight, we used to club race and have crazy, club races that were super competitive. I mean, you could ask Jared Tebow this. We were just talking about this last year. You could easily be in the C main at a club race getting ready for the Nitro Challenge. Now, you get two practice runs for the Nitro. Well, we had a month and a half to prepare for the Nitro Challenge. And, that's one thing that gets me kind of mad now. There's no club racing getting ready for these big races. And
that's because there's so many big races now.
Tracks. Oh, there's purpose-built tracks. Oh, there's no excuse for it. I told Joey Christensen, sent him a message the other day. I said, why do you not have club races every weekend coming up to the night? Why isn't the track built already? I mean, they're out there in Paris. It's not like that facility is being used. It's wintertime. It's freezing cold. No one's used. Why doesn't he rent that facility for a couple months and get club racing going up into the Nitro Challenge? And he was like, oh, maybe that's a good idea. But that's what he used to do in Hemet, is every weekend we used to have club races. I remember I used to go to the race to Hemet on a Friday, practice all day Friday, club race Saturday, go home Saturday night. That was the plan for I don't know how many years I did that, probably for 10 years. Guys now, these up-and-comers, they've got their hands tied behind their backs, getting ready for these races. I mean, it's just, there's no way to be prepared.
There's so many races out there right now.
Like we used to.
Back in the day.
There's so many races.
Yeah.
Back in the day, we had maybe 6 races that were big versus now there's 16.
Yeah.
Okay? But the bottom line is that, it's hard to prepare. But anyways, back to my story. What the reason is, I didn't want to build a new car just to practice in Hemet, getting ready for the Nitro Challenge the next year, and then have to rebuild it and make another new one for the race. So I used my World's car to practice and beat it up all the way through the Hemet club races for a month and a half. And then I built a new car for that. And of course, the very first race, that I ran that car at the club race at, the engine ended up blowing up. Because remember, the fuel line came off. It was super lean. And I actually, in that engine, had purchased Boca bearing. Remember Boca bearing? Boca bearings had ceramic engine bearings back in 2002. And I actually had purchased Boca bearings, ceramic bearings for that engine. It had ceramic bearings in it. And the next race that I ran the motor, the very first run, the engine, it turned all those ceramic bearings into dust. They turned to powder, and they just totally blew up inside the motor.
No way. Boca bearings are still open. You know that, right?
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I ran Acer bearings in my car too. But I had bought, like I said, I had bought those ceramic bearings, and because I had overleaned the motor in the main, until next time I ran it, they blew up. So the engine blew up.
So now we're looking at 2003, going into 2004. You're still running Kyosho, correct? I ran Kyosho all the way up until 2005. Right, because you went to Sweden too. How did you make out in Sweden at the Worlds?
So we went to the Swish. God, I forgot there's a Worlds in there. So at that Worlds, I didn't make the main and didn't bump up and just kind of did shitty. I was probably in the semi or maybe the quarterfinal, but for the warm-up race for that, okay, I go to the warm-up race, me and Mark, Vitas, Courts, and, Michael Paulson. This is Michael Paulson. So, Michael Paulson is, his daughter races now. He was like ridiculously fast on this track. Now, he's had this track layout put in since like the 80s, okay? And he was running a Hobao Hyper 7 at the time, and he was so fast, so dominant. No one could even come close to the lap times he was putting down. This track was literally in his backyard. And it was a track we've never seen before. It had cement on it. It had a hill, super high speed, super high grip. And I had been to it once before, got waxed by Paulson, and we went back for the official World's warm-up race. And Proline had some special tire at the time, which I think might have been a tire that was kind of like maybe how their long wear compounds are now. And this tire didn't wear out. It was unbelievable in the concrete. And I was just killing these guys in the main, like Paulson, everybody. I must have had like a half a lap on them leading the warm-up race. And the only reason I was able to get those tires is Pavitas broke in the semi. He couldn't run the main. And so Pavitas gave me his prototype Crime Fighters in this new compound to run in the main. And it was like unbelievable. It was like cheating. And I was running Pico engines at the time, and I was having issues with I think I was having flame on issues. This is when everyone was going from standard plug to turbo plugs. No one could figure out what the turbo plug was to use. And I think I flamed out, or something happened. I flamed out, and I ended up going to pits, restarting, falling back off the lead, maybe back to third, getting back out into the lead, pulling away again, and just killing him back in the lead again, and then end up breaking your snap. But it was pretty amazing. JQ was there. He can attest. He saw the car going around. It was unbelievable. So I had this crazy, it was kind of a secret setup that I had. It was a 777 car with 7.5 parts on it. And, Kanai's mad because we're not running, just like he's mad now when Elliot Boots doesn't run MP10, he's running the MP9, and I was running the old car versus the new car at the time, or parts of the new, I had like a kind of a Frankenstein car that I had put together. Still there?
I'm here.
Lefty?
I'm here.
Yeah, okay. You're there. So it was a kind of a Frankenstein car that worked good. And I went into that world with the same exact setup, that in the same tires and everything, this dominant setup going into that world. My car was just had no grip. It just had no corner speed. And it was a combination of two things. A, Proline screwed up the tires, and these prototype tires, they had this weird smell to them, and they were worried that these other tire companies were going to figure out what they had in the rubber or something.
Really, by the smell?
By the smell or something. So they get the bright idea of putting a vanilla smell into it. They made the tire smell like vanilla.
No way.
Okay. And whatever they did by putting the vanilla in, it just ruined the characteristic tires. They just didn't work anymore. Or they worked, but just not as good as they were 6 months prior. It also, I could be wrong, but it also was that Michael Paulson's dad decides to put pancake syrup or something down on the track to help keep it together. And it ended up taking away the grip out of the track. So it was a combination of my setup, which was like the old shocks that I used to run. I didn't run the new shocks. I had a bigger bladder area in the cab. I used to run the old shock and a combination of tires. And I just didn't do good at that race. And by the time I figured out what to do, it was like kind of late. And, you know, I was bumping up. I probably would have bumped to the main and I had a flame out issue. So that's what happened to me.
Yeah. And then, so that's 2004. That was a great Worlds too. Quartz was so fast at that too. He probably should have won that. I saw his name pop up the other day. Guillermin Vray, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, you know, it was funny, you know, he was a Mugen driver, and I used to go to the Kyosho Masters events in France, in Paris, France, and Guillaume Ray, he was like the magazine guy at the time. I remember he used to come and take pictures of my car and do interviews with me. Next thing I know, he's competing and winning the Worlds.
Yeah, that's
so. I didn't realize that he was actually. I just thought he was a magazine guy. I didn't realize he was a factory driver for Mugen at the time. He just couldn't race the Kyosho Masters because it was a Kyosho only event. I mean, this is how cocky Kyosho was at the time. They had their own event that only people with Kyosho cars could go to, which I think they still have now.
Yeah, they do.
But back in those days, everybody ran Kyosho. So the race was like I mean, they had enough drivers to put on a full-blown event with just Kyosho cars. Now they're lucky to have 2 heats. You know?
They were so dominant, man. For the, you know, yeah, I mean, really dislike. I don't have nothing against Kyosho, but I always like my buddy used to race Kimon. He used to race Kyosho, and he was a better driver than me, but I was a better mechanic, and I used to run Mugen, and I used to beat him through mechanics. But man, I detested Kyosho. Ugh.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened with Kyosho over the years. I mean, slowly over the years, they've just kind of. I mean, look at it now. It's like they've got a couple drivers, and that's it. I mean, they used to have the biggest tent, the most drivers.
They did win the Euros last year. They have.
What I'm trying to say is they used to win almost everything. They had the most drivers. They had, you know, the best drivers. You know what I mean? They have good drivers. They don't have the best drivers anymore.
Well, RC was in a better spot back then, too. Everybody wasn't sponsored, and, you know, it was more money flowing through.
Yeah, I mean, but they've lost over the years, they've lost their dedication to actually. I mean, it's just not there. Like I said, they had it pounded in our brains. You didn't make the main. You got fired by Kyosho for not making the main.
That's insane. Okay? That's insane.
Now they're just happy if they get a car in the main. You know what I mean?
I can't say you're wrong.
Their mindset is totally, they've lost it. I don't know where, somewhere along the line there, they've lost it. I mean, put it this way, 2000, what was the Worlds in Vegas? 2016. Right? They've got the perfect opportunity to get, or I think to get Ongaro. No, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're fading in and out.
Sorry, I was talking to my wife. Oh. They have the perfect opportunity to get Ongaro, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, up-and-coming driver makes the main. Why don't they jump on this opportunity and get him? How does he end up going to associate? You know what I mean? You know, stuff like that. I see that kind of stuff. It's just kind of, you know, they've just lost it somewhere over here. So back to I raced Kyosho to 05. And the reason I ended up leaving was I saw them coming. I was racing for Japan. They were coming to America. Right? So I wanted to basically jump off the ship before it sank away. And I ended up racing for Hobal. And the reason I raced for Hobal was, you know, fast guy at the time, you know, was Yannick brothers, the Agwan brothers, right? Yannick Agwan was super fast, raced for Hobal, but he ended up leaving Hobal in 05 and going to another car. I don't know who, I can't remember who, maybe Mugen or something.
Associated. I think you've been associated for a while.
No. It's the car he was going to win with. He ran the car in 06. He was winning with it. Maybe
I think it was X-Ray.
Yeah, I think X-Ray came on. Yeah, because he almost won the Worlds with it in 06. So he was winning a lot of races with the Hobal. I knew the car was good. You know, it was only Josh Wheeler in America that was running the car at the time through OFNA.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to leave because I didn't want I really just didn't want the oversight of Kyosho being in America now. The oversight
being under the thumb of Kyosho.
Yeah, just them being constantly, and I knew there was an opportunity to make more money with Hobao, so I left right at the same time. They were just before basically they came to America. They hadn't set up in America yet, So that's kind of the reason. And what I did was I took Quartz with me to Hobao and set up a legit team here in the U.S. with Hobao, and I ran with them through the 06 Worlds all the way up until 08.
So you was teammates with Joseph at this time too. You was racing for Hobao, like from Asia.
When I first got sponsored by Hobao, it was through Offna. I was actually sponsored by Offna, not Hobao.
Okay.
Paul Coleman sponsored me. I raced for 7 months. I made all the mains with a Hyper 7, piece of junk Hyper 7. And the only modification I did to it was put Kyosho shocks on, which that was like a huge deal at the time.
I think we used to put Kyosho shocks on everything back in the day.
Right. Every company did. Yeah, that was the thing to do. So I made every main with it. I never won a race with it. I mean, I came, probably a couple top 30s, but I didn't win. So, that wasn't good enough for Dave at Offna, so he fires me.
So you got fired. I didn't realize that.
I got fired from Offna because I didn't, didn't win any races with it, Actually, I did win a race. I actually won the RC Pro West race at KZ Speedway versus Chad Bradley in his prime with the Mugen.
Was that the finals in 05?
It was RC Pro. I think it was the
finals.
Best race.
I was there.
What the finals? Okay. The one you're talking about was with the Kyosho. That was it in. I won that in Orlando.
No, you were still running Hobao in KZ.
No.
At the 2005 RC Pro Finals, they were held at KZ Speedway. I know because I went there. You were still running Hobao.
Well, the year before, I won in Orlando.
Yeah, but that was at Boggy Creek.
There's 2 races at Boggy Creek the year before. There was the RC Pro Final. I won.
I think there was a Nationals there.
There was a Maxie's race.
Oh, right. Maxie's race. Yes.
Yeah. I think like Tebow TQ'd A scale, and I ended up winning the main. But anyway, that was one of my last races with Kyosho. So I go with Hobao. I end up winning the RC Pro West round 1.
Hold on. Round 1. That's the race you blinded Reagan LeBlanc with a tire.
Correct. With that was on Kyosho.
Yes, but that was in Orlando.
Correct. That was with Kyosho.
And you threw a tire.
Yeah.
And hit him in his Jesus. You do everything savage.
Yeah, well, what are you gonna do? Yeah. Oh, that was the reason I ended up leaving Kyosho. I won the RC Pro Finals, and Regan did give me bonus for winning that race. That was like the straw that broke the camel's back with Kyosho, is that they didn't give me a bonus for winning the RC Pro Final. Tebow was TQ. I think he might have been with Thunder Tiger. I'm pretty sure he was Thunder Tiger at the time.
Yeah, I think he was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was. Me and Quartz were like the Kyosho guys there. And, I don't know.
I remember because Paul was there and Kimon was there, and Kimon had taken video of that race.
This is what happened. So Quartz ended up hooking up with some chick in the hotel room, and he locked Regan out of the hotel room. And Regan ended up sleeping in the van while Quartz was boning some chick. And then, so he was all mad already the next day. I don't even think he showed up to pit us. And then, I ended up winning the race, and he didn't end up giving me a bonus because he was like, he wasn't at the race. He was at the Maxie's race. Regan didn't show up, but I won it. He wasn't there. And he had heard that Michael Sharwin was leading the race. Now, Michael Sharwin was a fast driver running Panther tires. The Panther tires were really good on this track. And, I just couldn't keep up with them, And I ended up somehow passing Michael Sharwin and ended up winning the race, So Regan's like, oh, well, Michael Sharwin was winning the race, so you don't get bonus. It couldn't have been that hard to win, or something like that effect. So I ended up going to Hobao, won the race at KZ, made all the mains with the Hobao, ended up getting fired because I didn't win any big races with in 2005. Okay. This was September of 2005. I get fired, and JQ happened to be in Hobao, Taiwan at the time. And me and JQ were buddies. And JQ ends up getting me on board with Hobao directly, bypasses Offna. And JQ's like, you got to get this guy. You can't just let this guy go. He's just too good. And I end up getting sponsored by Hobao direct from Taiwan as a paid driver. And Offna has a shit fit. Paul Coleman, they went nuts. They just couldn't handle it. I don't know why. They just got pissed. So the next year was 2006, the Worlds in Indonesia. Me and JQ go and practice. Like JQ, this is probably JQ's prime, I would say, as well. In A scale, maybe I'm probably wrong. Maybe it's later on.
He didn't have no responsibilities. He was just a driver at this time.
Yeah, he was way faster back then than he is now. But we ended up going to the warm up race, and we figured out like actually a secret Proline tire that worked good at that race. And going into that Worlds, the tire that we figured out worked. I can't remember the name of it, but it was some tire that we would never order. And I always want to have an edge, over other, right? Of course, I want to have an edge over anybody, even guys on my own team. I didn't tell Proline what this tire was that worked good. Okay. And of course I can't just order it and order why is Degani ordering 10 sets of tires of this tire going to the Worlds? Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually ordered them from my local hobby shop and paid for them. Okay. And had them with me at the time.
It's so much secret stuff going on back then. It's funny. Now everybody's like, oh yeah, just run this to make you go faster.
Right. I want to have it. I want to win the race. I just don't want to be the same speed of it. I want to have an advantage, over other guys. So this is the kind of stuff that I would do. So I actually, bought them from Race Prep from Steve Dunn. He knew what they were going to, but it never got back to Proline, what the tire was. Well, as it turned out, the tire didn't end up working at the Worlds because the track got so much grip. You needed an XTR compound, and I only had this tire in an M2 compound. So they would just flip over. They had too much grip. And the tire that we ended up using in the main was the XTR bow tie. So the bow tie was like a new tire they had at the time. But this other tire I had was probably as good or better than the bow tie. But it just, like I said, I just didn't have it in the correct compound. And I even had a buddy working at Proline on the night shift. I could have had them made by him, but in secret, Corey Merritt was working there, I think, at the time. But we didn't anticipate the track having so much.
It's like some secret spy shit going on back then, man. It's so funny. Like, I love it. And everybody's so politically correct nowadays. Like, we need to.
Oh yeah. I had to do what I had to do. I had to scrape, claw my way up through the ranks. I didn't have a pick. I had to learn everything on my own and literally do everything on my own. Just, and just battle and act and make a lot of enemies and just get to the top that way. It wasn't going to be nice. I see these guys, these up and everyone's trying to be nice. Everyone's friends I don't see anybody trying to claw their way up.
Yeah. I really want that guy who's going to talk shit and do what it takes to win. I don't want to wish this guy good luck. Yes, I want you to do well. I want it to be a great race, but I want to beat you. I need to see. I want to see that from these pro guys more. I think I like Mayfield's attitude. It's I'm going to beat these guys. I like Ronald Fowkes too, but man, we need some more savagery back in RC. Make it entertaining. But how did you meet JQ though? That's what I want to know.
Well, JQ, he just happened to. He was just club racing at Hemet. At the Nitro Channel. He was club racing at Hemet at the time. I came over from Finland. He was staying in a hostel, and he was just,
he met you, Smoker, and that was it.
Yeah, and I introduced him to Scott Hughes, so I got him a sponsorship with Proline, and I kind of helped him out, and so in turn he helped me out with Hobao, when I got fired, and that's the reason I actually help him out now. I really wish I think I joined him 2014, 2015, I think. But I really wish I would have gotten on his team earlier, maybe in around 2013 or so.
I think it was
really
2002. I think like when he had Chad Bradley and Marty Korn and all them guys. I think when the car first came out.
That was like in 09, 2010. Yeah, that was
2010,
early. I mean, I was
2011.
racing for Zeke. So after I ran for Hobau, I ran from them from 05 to 08, I think it was.
And you
In
did make the
08,
main at the 06 Worlds.
I made the main 06 Worlds. I was in second place in the race, and I was reeling in Yannick Agwan. That was the only guy that was like catching him. No one was even on his speed. So I was reeling in Yannick. JQ was on the sidelines waving a towel on the sidelines, getting in trouble from the announcer, of course. I was distracting, I guess, because he's waving a flag around, which is ridiculous. But anyways, I was reeling in Yannick Agwan, and in second place, my car started to glitch. We're running crystals, and it started glitching a couple times. My car flew off the track, but I was able to get it back on, and it was just glitching, and I didn't know why. And then I fell back, and now I'm into like the pack with like third, fourth, fifth, and I can't remember exactly what happened, but around the 40-minute point, my car broke. The center gear actually broke on the car. I had the stupid gear that was like steel wrapped around an aluminum hub, and it ended up breaking.
That was a Hyper 8.
That was no.
Was it?
It was it was a Hyper 8
because they had the twist on
that's
twist on to the center diff.
If I would have just had regular old school center gear like we run now, I probably would have won that race, because Agwan ended up breaking about 5 minutes after I broke.
Yeah.
The reason I even went because I had led the first lap of that race. I led the first lap or two, and then kind of got crashed and fell back into the pack and pulled my way up in the second, kind of feeling Agwan. And right when I was feeling Agwan is when I was having radio problems. The reason it was glitching is because the center diff, the metal noise of the metal coming apart, was causing interference on the radio. So that's why it was starting to glitch, is that the gear coming apart was causing radio noise. So and I was still able to race with it like that. But if I just would have ran a steel gear, I'm almost positive I would have won that race.
So you finished.
Mark ended up winning. He was in last place.
Yeah.
Mark is from last place to come in. I mean, and
Scott Hughes almost won that race too. He could have won that race.
Yeah, he totally blew out. I have a conspiracy that he let Mark win, because Mark ended up winning like 40,000 in bonus, where Scott would have made nothing. And
really?
I'm pretty sure. That's my conspiracy. They'll deny it to this day, but I've never seen anybody blow out that bad in my life. It's just impossible to blow out that bad.
I don't think so. When I had him on the podcast, he was like, "Man, I could have won that race."
He could have won. Yeah. Well, Mark's making 40 grand from Ferroni and Kyosho and all these other.
That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money for one race.
Yeah, he paid off his motorhome or something. It was ridiculous. And after the race, he won. I told the vice president of Kyosho straight to his face. I said, "Don't fuck Mark on his bonus." I didn't think he could understand English, but anyways, I ended up running for Hobau. Another
3 years,
another 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah, and I went to Z car,
and that was like the end of during the end of your career. You're just going to get who was going to pay you the most.
Yeah, it wasn't really the end of my career. It's just I was just I mean, I was like, hey, if I can get a lot more money. I mean, a lot more money, and the car was actually okay. Jorn Newman made the main with the Worlds with that car in 2010. But, I had sucked. I mean, I had driven his car. I couldn't get around the track. I'm like, man, you're a good driver. I mean, he's just such a good driver. He was able to get that thing to get around the track.
But that started your relationship with SH that still continues to this day.
Right. I was friends with the owner, Henry. Henry used to come out to races. He had a driver from Taiwan that used to come out to the Detroit race back in the early 2000s.
Was he named Ming Ying or something?
Wu Chen. Chen was his name. And he was a good, Taiwan's top driver. He was really good, actually.
I think he was practicing.
Running SH engines. I had known Henry. Henry used to come to Vegas and all the races. And when I saw that they were coming out with an A-scale car, I just kind of jumped on that opportunity. before Hobal ended, I left Kiko, I ended up going with RB engines. I was at the Neo in England, and I think it was Bernard. Remember Bernard? It was Bernard.
On what?
And he was like,
what was he manager of? What team?
RB.
Oh,
He's
okay,
RB
RB.
teammate. Yeah. And he was like, I got guys that have been running our engines for 20 years. They still don't know how to tune engines, or have been racing for years. He's like, I notice every race you finish, you know how to tune your engine. You know how to races. So they had sponsored me just because of the fact that, I know how to tune engines and I'd be able to show the product is reliable and good and all this stuff. So I ran for RB and Hobal a couple years. Then I went to SH and Z-Car as a combo deal. And I ran the Worlds in 2008 with it. I don't know where I finished, like 50th or something like that. I broke the car in the sand pit, blew the front end off in one of the bump ups. And I ran the Z-Car from 2008 to 2012. And they didn't want me to go to the Worlds in Argentina, but I wanted to go. So I went to the Worlds in Argentina. Even though I was paid by Z-Car, I ran an associate car because they didn't pay me to go. And of course, Z-Car fired me for not running the Z-Car at the race and running.
That's like a theme. I got fired.
I got fired, and I ran a Z-Car or an SH engine in my associate car. So, but they continued to kind of pay me to run the engines and fired me to run it. That's the point that I had realized that I was old. I'm getting old, and I'm like, doesn't matter what car I run, I'm going to suck my butt. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to be in this. It didn't matter. I was running associate car, Z car. I would have just finished in the same position,
Right.
And that's when I'm like, that's kind of what told me, I'm like, you know what? It doesn't matter. I thought I was still going to be good at that race, but I just couldn't be good anymore. So then I went to Agama, had some successful
I didn't even know you went to Agama. I never knew that.
I ran. Yeah, in 2013.
Was
after
that
the
when
Worlds in Argentina.
Quartz? Did you and Quartz go together, or?
Quartz, I think, was also on Agama. Yeah. Well, no, Quartz might have been JQ. I can't remember. Well, yeah, maybe Quartz was on Agama. Quartz had already been on Agama.
I think you went Agama then JQ, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's what it was. Agama then JQ. Well, I was on Agama for 1 year. Bobby Moore. I went to some race at what was the name of that track? The Nitro Pit track.
We're in South Carolina?
In North Carolina. Yeah. I won some race out there in pro class there with the Agama. Who was the kid at the time? It was really fast. It was like his local track. He doesn't even race anymore. Can't think of his name. But anyways, he was there in the B. He didn't even bump to the A. So I won that race. I went to a race in Lake Havasu, battled the beach race, got second. Raced most of the race of the year. The car was actually pretty good. I raced all of 23. Oh, and then I also went to the Pity Design race in Thailand with the Agama, and I finished 6th at that race. And I was running a Sidewinder OS mode. So then Andy Smolnick lost, he went out of business, stopped doing the Agama deal. And that's when I ended up going to JQ after that. And then I finally just decided on JQ.
But how did you come up? You just said, hey, JQ, I want to run your car?
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah. So, but something I want people to know about you is that while you was racing and a pro driver, you also had a real job, and learning a trade, because you're a clock repairman, watch repairman that you learned from your grandfather.
Correct.
So I think I was just talking to Joseph about this the other day. I think you and Neil Craig had it right. Neil Craig, he still has a real job as well as being a pro driver. You always had that to fall back on. And like when you look at some of the guys that you used to race with that aren't in the industry no more, are you glad that you did that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the thing is that our family had a jewelry store for 45 years. So, my grandpa, I kind of through the 90s, coming out of high school, I was just kind of there to kind of watch out for him, make sure he doesn't get robbed and stuff like that, because we're in the best of neighborhoods.
Mhm.
So of course, I learned how to do clock repair and work on watches and stuff like that. And, we did jewelry repair. So I was lucky with him to be able to kind of just come and go as I please, go to any race I wanted to go to. And he passed away in 2006, in March of 2006. And I always kind of remember this because a month before my grandpa passed away, my grandpa got sick during the NITRO Challenge in 06. And Joey Christensen's dad had passed away right around the same time as the NITRO Challenge. I remember, and I was really close with Joey's dad. We were kind of friends. And I ended up going to his funeral services and stuff for Joey's dad. And I remember my grandpa passed away just a couple weeks after this all happened. And kind of after my grandpa passed away, I kept our jewelry store open for a couple more years, for about another 2 years. And then I closed it up in a way because they quadrupled the rent. And I was like, I'm not going to, they quadrupled the rent. And I ended up, this was probably the reason, now that I think back on it, the reason I ended up going with the Z car and SH, because I was kind of unsure of my future as far as doing clock repair, because my plan was to work from my house here and just do clock repairs, not do jewelry and watch repairs anymore, and work from home and have customers come here, and then I'd be mobile, go fix grandfather clocks. So I did that in early 08, and the economy had just crashed, right? The whole housing crisis went through, we were in a recession. So for me, I had to jump on this Z card deal because, I think with all my sponsors at the time, I was probably making $5,000 a month just to race A scale. So imagine these guys, what that is compared to today, what these guys are getting. No one just races A scale, first of all, not even Truggy. I'm talking about just A scale.
Right. Just
I was
buggy.
making $5,000 with all my sponsors together. And so for me, that's probably the reason why the recession, the combination, I closed the jewelry store down and just kind of unsearched, the economy was bad. Everything was bad. So it was a huge opportunity for me to do this. So, and ended up, being that the jewelry store closing ended up being the best thing for me because, from what I was making then to now is probably quadruple the amount of money from when, we actually had a jewelry store and I was paying rent there and having overhead to where I am now. So it was kind of a good thing in a way that I was able to close it down in hindsight. So yeah, that's what I do now is, every day.
And when did you really, did you take a year off racing at all? Or did you take a couple years off racing or retire and come back? Or did you always just come out and race big races with Joseph or how did?
Probably up until, I had been racing every year. I've never really taken any time. There were some years I only raced a couple times, or maybe with the Agama car in 2013, I didn't only race maybe 3 times that year, and then with Jake, I hadn't heard from JQ for years, and all of a sudden he just called me out of the blue, and then we kind of got together and started running his car and stuff like that. But, it's racing with JQ has kind of got me more motivated. It's because I have a buddy now to race with, and that's important, is to have a friend, go to the races with you. You can feed off of ideas and support and stuff like that. And of course,
the first time
being fast anymore. Go ahead.
The first time I met you both, I saw you guys interact together, at races, I was like, man, it's so much knowledge being passed on between these two guys. You just have to sit there and listen to what you guys are talking about. And you think of everything, stuff that I would never even think of. And it makes sense. And tires and just little things that make a difference. And I was like, man, that's that old school RC. Even people nowadays, you don't probably have to do most of that stuff. You still do it. And I think it's so impressive. And we have fun. That's the other thing. Like, it's just so much like the banter and the shit talking and just everything that goes on. I love it. It's like you always say, it reminds you of like back in the day racing. I always hear you say that. You should drive JQ and come race with us because the pits are fun and it's like back in the day racing. So.
Yeah. Yep. That's for sure.
But also like things were savage back then. I hear your stories like about courts breaking people's antennas on the driver's stand and people getting in fights and,
Oh yeah. Courts was a habitual antenna breaker.
Really? He would just break somebody's antenna?
He's probably broken my antenna like 2 times.
It was so savage back then. How about Paul's?
I think he's broken Chad Bradley's antenna a few times or so. Yeah, it was.
You lived with Chad for a little bit,
I don't know if it was everything was so much savage. It was probably just more Courts, me, and a couple other troublemakers out there. But
that's insane.
Yeah, it was savage.
Like now, like JQ turned off our radio and it was the end of the world. So, and he gets the blame for your fuel trick too.
We breaking antenna, and it was like nothing ever happened. It was no big deal.
Yeah, it was. Sounds like it was a lot of fun back then.
You want to talk about? I mean, put it this way: Courts in the 2004 I think it was the pre-Worlds race, and it was at the pre-Worlds race in Sweden. He got in a fight with Michael Paulson at the track. Not a real fight. So what happened was Courts flamed out on the track, and I think Michael Paulson was turn marshaling, and he didn't bring it back to the pits. He just kind of pushed it to the side or something, and didn't help him bring it back. And something happened where Courts was going nuts, right? So he actually asked permission from the Kyosho team manager Japan if he got in a fight with Michael Paulson, if he would still be on the team or not. And they're like, "Nah, you could get in a fight with him." And Kyosho gave him permission to fight with him.
I need to get Courts.
They didn't care because they were like,
I hope he comes by DNC. I hope he comes by.
He's not even going to say half the stuff.
I know, he'll be PC.
So he ends up not getting in a fight with him, but he ends up putting this Courts, his patented Spock lock on the guy, and
Spock lock. What the hell was
getting in an argument in the pits. Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
He's a talented dude, though. I think he can still. I think he can come pick up a controller and still be fast. Right now.
Yeah, he could.
It's amazing. I think when we went to Silver State this year, right? This is when I say to people, sometimes you just gotta grind out a race, no matter what. When shit isn't right, things are messing up, you just gotta grind it out. And I saw a pure example of that from you at Silver State last year. You was on the bubble, you was way out of making the main. You had to have a good run, or you wouldn't have made the main. And your engine was lean bugging, and your car was shit, and that track was shit. And I watched you.
Oh, yeah. You're talking about 40 plus.
Yes. I watched you gut a race out. I've never said, no. I was just oh, man, we ain't going to make the main. We're fucked. And you gutted that race out. And I was yeah, that's what it takes to do well. And I think a lot of people don't have that nowadays. Oh, my car! You was driving a lean, bogging car. I could hurt. And I was
yeah. I had to drive a certain way to get through the race. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
You know how many times? I mean, I've probably done that a couple dozen times over the years. With stuff that's going wrong. I mean, it's happened so many times to me. It's ridiculous. Mm-hmm.
So, what's something now that you see in RC that you wish we had back in the day? What do you? Okay, well. That's 2 questions actually. So the first question is, what do you miss from back in the day about RC now?
What do I miss about then that we don't have now?
Yeah.
You're saying? Practice. I mean, the biggest thing is practice for sure. I mean, we used to get to the races on a Tuesday.
Right.
We'd get to there Tuesday. We'd have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday the practice, and then you'd have your qualifying Friday and Saturday, main Sunday, which we have now racing. Right? Now you show up and you get 2 practice runs. It's totally ridiculous. I mean, I think one of the things that really helped me.
You get 3 now at DNC.
Oh, 3. Oh, big deal. Okay, 3. I thought it was 2. But anyways, the bottom line is it's, you can't even get a quarter through fuel through your car,
It might be only 2.
But I think it is 2. I think you're wrong. I think the biggest thing that used to help me to become a better driver and become a pro driver is the fact that we used to have a lot of practice, and you people say, oh, there's more. No, there's just as many. The problem is now there's so many classes, right? Back then there was A scale and there's 10 scale. There was no like novice and pro that I can remember. I mean, I remember when courts would be flaming out, and in St. Louis, I never forget, he was in the P main. Okay. And I kind of prided myself on never being ever out of the A main. I think I was in almost every A main for like 5-6 years straight. But I remember, except for that Roarnats in Miami before I won the Worlds, that was the only B main I think I've ever been in A scale back then. But of course, it was in the P main, so it was like it was kind of neat to see a lot of pro guys that would not finish their qualifiers and have to battle it out with all the normal guys coming up and bumping up many mains at a time. Guys now in pro class, if they don't break, in 2 out of the 3 runs or whatever it is, 2 out of your 4, you don't make your 2 good qualifiers. Now they're on the C main. They've only got to bump 2 times to make the main now, right? Or maybe they're in the D main, like Silver State, right? They have an E main. The worst case, you're going to be in the E main. Well, back then you'd be in the P main, the T main, the Z main, right? Like, so there was like a whole nother strategy of bumping up. Like you had to have extra batteries to bump up. I mean, now it's nothing like that.
Yeah.
So I kind of miss the fact of having, and that really helped, like kind of weed through some of the pro guys too. They just didn't have their act together in qualifying. And, I think Courts was in the P. He bumped all the way to the C before his servos finally melted. I mean, literally his servos melted. It was so hot out there. But, the practice I think is a big deal. And like I said, that kind of helped me out coming up through the ranks. Is practice was a big deal. A lot of practice. Now I see there should be like younger guys being faster, but I don't know. There's just not enough practice at these races for them to get their stuff fast enough. I mean, that's what I see if I was in a. And another thing that annoys me too is that half of the B main now is in the A main. Like when we raced, we had top 8 qualified, 2 bump, right? You had to be in the top 8 to make the main. Now you have half of the B main is in the A main. So like if I was Mayfield and these guys now these guys that are fast, I would be so annoyed that half of the B main is in the A main, just getting in my way constantly as you're coming around to lap them. That's just totally ridiculous. And that's all because of the 2.4 gig.
Yeah, you have a big pet peeve of 2.4 gigahertz. You don't like
that's it. That's what happened. I mean, the only thing what's happened is how did it go from us being top 8 to top, 12 make the main or top 13 make the main? It's all because there's unlimited frequencies. Before it was limited. It was top 8 and 2 bump, right? So the quality of the guys in the main, they were the best guys. Now you have half the B mainers in the A main. They make the main and they think they're freaking should be sponsored or something, right? So, back then the B main guys never been sponsored. It's just the A main guys. So to me, if I was a pro guy now, that would totally annoy me. That just got all these slow guys just in your way. I mean, they're not slow; they're still fast, but they're not as fast as Mayfield and these top guys. They're coming around just lapping them with nuts.
What do you think about our industry right now? Do you think it's in a good spot? Do you think it can be better? What would you like to see change?
I think it's in a good spot. I mean, I think there's just so many new people to the hobby now. I mean, nobody knows who I am, and I don't recognize anything. There's a whole new guys now. So it's I think with the internet and I think things are good. I think it's bad for the hobby shops, right? There's nobody that's hobby shops having a time. All this direct sponsorship. I mean, yeah, it's good for the racer, bad for the hobby shop.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
do you miss that savagery? Do you miss that like not politically correctness from back in the day? Do you think guys out there doing everything like you did everything okay, on hindsight maybe it was a bit shady, stealing tires and stuff, but you had to do it. Like you wouldn't have had tires like back in the day, they were holding stuff away from people too. Do you think guys are putting their all into win races nowadays?
No. I mean, for example, it's funny that you say that. The Worlds in Vegas came around, right? I mean, if I was still a sponsored, if I was still a fast guy like how Mayfield and these guys are, they've got the Worlds coming to basically in their backyard being in Las Vegas, right? And it was a permanent track, and there is no excuse for them not to be able to be there constantly practicing and getting ready for that Worlds. Okay. A year before that Worlds came around, I had talked to two people to kind of just mentor them and give them advice on how to win that Worlds. One was Cody King and one was Mayfield. I told Cody King, and Cody King had just broken up with his girlfriend. All right. I'm like, Cody. And Cody was still fast, right? But he was starting to go off and do his other things. I told Cody, look, you have a chance to be the only two-time, American world, even two-time A-scale world champion, right? There's only one other guy, but you could be two-time world champion. I go, all you got to do, he was getting paid a ton of dough from Kyosho and all his other sponsors, move to Las Vegas. He was living in Huntington Beach, some super expensive place. Move to Las Vegas, get a $500 apartment, right? Go to the track, be there every day, at least a couple times a week, and practice and get ready for the Worlds.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I mean, you have an opportunity to win the Worlds, dude. I would kill if I could do that. So, I mean, I told him, go to Vegas. You broke up with your girlfriend, go bank some strippers, freaking practice every day and win the Worlds. Like, this was what I would do. If I was in your position, this is what I would do. And you will win the Worlds. I told the same thing to Mayfield. Mayfield was just getting in, he's in Arizona. He had his new chick, getting married. I don't know. He didn't want to move to it, They just think they're good enough to just show up these races and be good. You're going to be good enough to be as fast as everybody else, right? But if you want to get and just win the race, I mean, make it easy for yourself going into the Worlds. Why make it a struggle and have to, race with Ronald Falcon? Be faster than them. So that was my advice to them. They both didn't take me up on it. And, you saw what happened.
Do you think? Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Finish.
No, I mean, Cody ended up finishing I told him that I was teasing him that since he didn't do that, he was going to finish 10th. He ended up finishing 13th. He was like the first guy out of the main or something like that. And, Mayfield, I think he did. I don't know what happened to me. I mean, he wasn't really, I can't remember, but he didn't win, obviously. No, I think he could have won with more practice.
Do you think the Euro guys got an edge on the USA guys right now?
Yeah, because I think at their races, I think that they, I think over there they're able to get more practice seconds on tracks that are the same.
Mm-hmm. You think you're a big proponent about permanent tracks. You like them, like you think we need more of them and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I mean we don't have any
like permanent layouts. I mean.
Right. Yeah, because they're able to make changes and learn how to make their cars faster because they have a baseline speed, time, right? So they can know what the speed is on this track, what it's been, right, for a while. You can change setups, you can do things to your car, you can know what those changes did easier on a permanent track than you can with just going to a new track because you don't know what's fast or slow.
It's going to be interesting to see what they do because, Ronafalk, I think he could have won that DNC. And I think Ongaro wants to come back. Ronafalk was blazing fast at RCGP. And it's going to be interesting to see. Let me ask you something, because I ask you this all the time. I've asked you this a few times. Who do you think is probably one of the best 8-scale drivers ever? You've seen a good bit of drivers.
Yes. Yeah.
So who do you think?
A single person?
Yeah, I think you and JQ actually agreed on this. It's two people you always bring up.
I can't remember. What did I say?
You and him both say Miguel Matias and Yannick Aiguan.
I never said Aiguan.
Okay, but you said
might have.
Matias.
I would sell, Miguel Matias.
He's racing again too. He's in Portugal racing
I know.
again.
Yeah, I mean, he's just super fast. His stuff was always like in poor, racing shape, but he was just, he was super fast. I mean,
now, who would you say now? Who you look back and say, all right, we'll make this a two-part question. Who do you think's the fastest driver ever so far? And who do you think's the fastest driver who was on the cusp of making it but never made it?
Well, the problem is that there's fast guys, and then but don't have like world success, right? Like Mayfield, right? I mean, he's like super, super fast, but he doesn't have that hour-long program. And I mean, this goes to the whole thing of, these U.S. tracks, they're setting everybody up for failure. Nobody has hour-long races. Every race they want to do 45 when it should be an hour. I mean, the Nitro Challenge should be an hour, right? Why is it 45 minutes?
I agree with.
It's the last race of the weekend. Why is it only 45 minutes?
Look,
they want to get out of there quicker. We've already been there like a million hours. Why is it not an hour? There's so many
still
races
getting out of there
different.
at nighttime, aren't we? So
yeah, and they're setting everybody up for failure that way. I mean, every race should be an hour. The Truggy main should be 30 minutes, and the A-scale main should be an hour. And that's just the bottom line. I mean, Truggy main should be an hour too. If it's a separate day, right?
Yeah.
There's no excuse for that either. But really, it's if these guys would get more hour races under their belts, they're going to be a lot better when it comes to World's time.
Do you? All right. Well, we kind of went off tangent on the driver, but I just came to mind. Do you feel because in America they don't race IFMAR format like ladder style frequently, only at the Nats, and maybe some off races do it, and in Europe they do that all the time? Is that why the Euros just have more experience going into these worlds and whatnot?
Probably. I mean, because the races here, we do 5-minute qualifiers when it, and it should be 7-minute qualifiers at least. Over there they're doing worlds formats. They're doing probably 10-minute qualifiers.
I think they still
a lot
do,
of races.
I still think they do like 5 or 7-minute qualifiers.
Maybe at least 7.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, I just think like America and their racing, they do the main how they do it. I know that's been around for a very long time. I would like to see more races doing that because that's pretty much what the rest of the world does. And the governing bodies of RC, and that's what the world is all about. And I think it makes for great racing. I do too enjoy the letter mains like ABC and whatnot as well. But yeah, I don't know. It's I just feel that the racing in Europe is on a different level because not all of it. Yes, there's really great racing in America. Don't get me wrong. I just think I think maybe it's a touch more professional in
well, absolutely.
Europe.
The problem is that these races, it's all about profit. It's all about a million classes, and it's impossible for them to have a ladder system with this many classes.
Yes, of course.
It would just take already too long as it is with only 5-minute qualifiers and 10-minute, 20-minute, 15-minute mains for the bump ups or whatever it is. So there's just no way they can do it.
Mm-hmm. No, of course not. That's the argument Joseph and I were having. And classes aren't going anywhere. And it is what it is now. I mean, I'm not complaining about them. I would like to see maybe some control over it, but I know that's not going to happen because it's money, So
yeah, I think that what's the beginner class called?
Sportsman.
I think that there should be just a sportsman class, and then there should be an open pro class.
Okay.
Right? There should just be open and pro. There should be no middle class.
Pro is the top class. So you want to get rid of like the middle class, like intermediate or open.
Intermediate or whatever that is. That should be in with the pros. Those guys are fast enough. So that should be mixed together.
I'm not going to lie. I like getting my open podiums too. So I don't know. It's I understand why people want them, but I also enjoy one class. But I know it's never going to happen again.
It should just be sportsman and open. It should just be what it is.
You know what I like to see is a spec tire class.
Well, yeah. I mean, I like it. I was trying to do that at the Sidewinder race this last year, and Notch, no one will show up. I'm like, what do you mean? Why wouldn't they show up if you're getting a free set of tires with your entry?
Yeah.
I already had it all set up with AKA, had a deal on tires to where we can afford to throw them in with an entry. And we were just going to make it just for, I think maybe just for 40 and over or just one of the classes,
That's what I mean. Just make a class just for that.
Well, yeah. And then they wussed out at the last minute.
So back to the original question. Who, in your opinion, is okay? We'll make it easy. Who is the fastest driver now?
Now, who is the fastest driver?
8 scale.
I would have to say Mayfield.
Okay.
He's probably the fastest driver.
Who's the fastest driver that you think that should have made it? Like, should have been a pro, should have been dominant, and didn't make it? Like, who was almost there? Oodles of talent, maybe just gave up too soon.
That I don't know. I couldn't think of a name on that.
Okay.
That's a good one. I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
Yeah. Well, I do have a few questions that I like to ask. I might just say like a name, and you tell me what the first thing that comes to your mind. I might ask you a question, and you just tell me. Usually it's 10 questions, but I don't know if I have 10 this time. But I'm going to ask you some questions, and I want you to answer them honestly and as fast as you can.
Okay.
All right. First one. This is the hard one. What do you say? This one specifically from Joseph, too. So I'm just letting you know.
Great.
What do you say? Let me pull it up. Hold on for a second. What do you say to people that say you didn't deserve to win the world, that it was a fluke? How do you feel about that?
Well, there was no video of the race that I know of, so there you go.
I've heard a few people say that.
I'm in the process of getting that race up on YouTube. I'm just trying to locate video. The Wheelers have it on VHS, so I'm trying to get it converted from VHS up onto a flash drive and up to the YouTube. So
I would love to see that.
So, yeah, I people love to say that. I mean, what was more of a fluke is like when Mark won in 06, I would say.
I just think he was such an underdog.
He won.
But you did everything to win it. That's what people don't understand.
Well, I'm second qualifier going into the race after qualifying. So what more do you?
Yeah.
What do you want to say? I mean, I could have been TQ easily, if I just wouldn't have had maybe one crash or something.
I think everybody wanted like Saxton or somebody or Pavidis to be that first guy. Maybe they were more of a crowd favorite back in the day.
Yeah. I mean, I was definitely
you're the dark.
That was
horse.
definitely the evil outsider. Yeah.
Yeah. Redheaded
But
stepchild.
I mean, going into that race, yeah, me and Richard were the fastest two guys in that world.
Okay. I'm going to say a name. Tell me what you think. Tell me when you think of them, RC wise, what comes to mind? Chad Bradley.
Dedicated and prepared for races.
Okay. He was also like a guy that was meant to win a Worlds and more races and didn't really win them.
Well, Chad won a lot of races.
He won a lot of big races, but I think he only won nationals once. And all right. Second name, Richard Saxton.
Richard Saxton. Full punch.
Okay. What is your favorite track of all time? You've been to a lot of different tracks over. How long is your career now? Almost 30 years, 30 plus.
Well, A scale will be 20 years.
Yeah. So what is your favorite track ever?
22. For A scale, I would probably say I like the Furlan track in Sweden. The hill.
From the 2004 Worlds.
Yeah,
it's still like that to this day.
Yeah,
but I think it's all grass up there.
But Yeah, I like that track.
But that hill is still there. That M hill, like if the chicane up there, it's still there.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Next name. Joseph Quagrain. You can go full out on Joseph now. That's allowed.
Nothing to do.
JQ needs a USB.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do.
We said that the other day. All right. Let me see. Who was your big Mark Pavidis? Because you and him are nemesises.
Mark Pavidis. I think when I think of Mark, smooth and consistent, fast driving.
Okay. Wow. Who else? What else can I ask you? Because I don't know what else. Well, who's your favorite baseball team? I know who that is.
Yeah, Dodgers. I'm not really into baseball that much.
Yeah. What are you into? Hockey and all that stuff?
Hockey, yeah, basketball.
I want to go to a football game. I mean, baseball game badly. Maybe next time I come up there. All right. A couple more names I want to bring up. Who was really fast back in your day? Jeremy Courts.
Unbelievable talent, super bad mechanic skills.
Okay. Yuichi Kanai.
Yuichi Kanai. Death Rev? I don't know. What else could I say?
You always say something else, but you say, don't buy another Kyosho because I'm not going to say.
I mean, he likes to death rev his engines in the pits. That's what he used to do. So death revving.
Yeah. All right. I don't know, man. Gas truck. Should it come back? Should it? What did gas truck do? Is gas truck needed again, or a class like gas truck nowadays?
It's a good question. I think four-wheel drive gas truck would be cool.
Yeah, but gas truck, if you look at it, like all these Cavalieri, maybe not so much Cav, but Tebow, Mayfield, Quartz, all these guys in this era all raced gas trucks, and they're all incredibly fast to this day.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they came out of that era, Tebow and Cavalieri and them. I mean, but it was at the very end of that whole, the gas truck era. I think with the indoor tracks being like nice and groomed as they are, and I think like if we were to throw those cars on the tracks now, they would just seem so slow and just kind of hurting. So we used to think they were fast, but I think now it would just compared with the buggies now and the e-buggies and everything is so much faster now than those were. Mm-hmm. I just think they would just look kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, but it did teach you throttle control and all that type of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, the track is different than that. I mean, the track now, I think they teach you more throttle control now because the tracks now are looser. I think.
Oh, you mean because you're like loamy tracks where you're able to go full point.
Right, yeah, the tracks then are a little loamier, so they hook up really good, within the loam.
Yes.
But I think now, I don't think there would be a problem. I mean, obviously the tires are better now, for these kind of conditions, but I just think that they would just kind of look silly out there now.
Some guys some guys, there was a big, in Texas, they raced them. It was a big push late last year, and they raced them.
I think for the smaller tracks, they would be okay, on some of the indoor events. But I just think on some of these bigger A-scale, like Nitro, they would just kind of look silly to me. That's just my opinion. Jumps so much bigger and gnarlier, and I think that they would be able to do a lot of the things we were able to do. Back then, the jumps weren't as crazy. So we were able to jump a lot of them. But we weren't able to jump all these skill jumps either.
If you could go back in your career in RC and change something, what would it be?
I can go back and change something. Well, I can give you two answers. Well, mechanically wise, you mean? Or like change something that I
just
did?
Period. Like if you could go back and change something that you think would have made a big difference in your program.
Well, obviously, it would be to run a solid center gear for the 06 Worlds. And it wouldn't have broke. It would have made like 25 freaking euros or whatever the hell, 25,000 euros, whatever our Hobal pay was. Yeah, I don't think, I think as far as like choices of cars and how I did things along the way, I think I did everything perfect.
Okay. Well, you won a world championship and you made money doing it.
Monetarily wise throughout the years, I think I did the right things.
Mm-hmm.
I made the right moves to get the most amount of money. It may not have been the best, like, speed wise in the track. I mean, I think I kind of fell off bad after 08 when I went to Z-Car.
Right.
But I wouldn't change it in a second. I mean, I wouldn't change my decision as far as that goes. I think I made all the right moves. I mean, moving to Hobal, from Kyosho, I almost could have won that Worlds with a Hobal car. So I don't think I made a wrong decision there. So engine wise, I think I made all the right decisions. I've been running, I went from OS, which was up until about 06, went to RB, which was really good. Picos before that, Picos were really good at that time. So, my engine program's always been really good. When even SH, so I've been running SH for 12 years now. The engines are really, really good. People don't even know who they are, but it's I've been doing them 12 years now. So I think they're definitely competitive. If there was top guys running them, they'd win races. There's no doubt in my mind. But they're just not as known. There's no marketing really going on for them in the U.S. They don't have any paid guys that are good.
Mm-hmm.
So. I think I made all the right moves as far as equipment wise through the years.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe going to Z-Car wasn't the greatest thing. But what am I going to do? Money wise, it was good.
Yeah.
So I had to do what I had to do.
I'm going to say
won a World. It's
you
not like I needed to, it's not like I needed to prove anything.
We have the Worlds coming up here shortly. Do you think we'll see a 2-time world champion or do you think like maybe it's Mayfield's turn to win it?
That's a good question. I'm amazed that there hasn't been one already. Honestly, I just can't understand how there hasn't been one. Hara nearly won it twice.
Mm-hmm.
He almost got it. And Cody ruined his day there, and then, Testament. I can't. I would have thought for sure he would have won another one.
Ronafalk's come close. Last year he.
It's gonna
2018.
It's getting to the point to where there's only a couple guys that are capable of winning it. So I would imagine it has to happen here soon.
Do you think Ongaro can be the first back-to-back? Do you think he has the potential to do that? You've watched him race twice now. What do you think about him?
And I think for sure he does. Why not? He's young, Ronafalk's, there. Was him, Ronafalk, Testament still good?
Mayfield. Well, no, he's not won a world championship.
I just can't see why it's going to happen. It's really going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
It may be even 3-time.
Yeah,
so,
they're both Ronafalk and Ongaro are both young.
Yeah, I can't see why not. But for some reason, every 2 years, someone comes along and ruins someone else's parade. So it's kind of amazing to me. I really would have thought years ago that would have happened. It hasn't.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It just hasn't. Things happen. Like I could have done in 06 and shit happens, But, what are you going to do?
Yeah. Now I'm going to ask you, what do you think of when I say Ronafalk? What comes to mind, RC wise? You've seen him race enough now.
He's one of the few guys that's really prepares for these races. That's why he won the Worlds in 2016. He did a lot of preparation, a lot of practice.
He's had some bad luck though. Last year,
he's had some bad luck, but that's not going to happen all the time.
No,
right? Eventually, it's going to pull through. But he's one of the few guys. Him and Ongaro.
What do you think about Ongaro's driving style? Now that you've
see, Cole Ogden is.
Yes.
Cole Ogden is one of the few Americans, and I've told him this. It's actually kind of doing kind of like what I did years ago. He's going to international races,
Mm-hmm.
And starting to.
Well, he went to hang out with Ronald
He's
Falk
starting
in Spain.
to learn from the Europeans and with David, stuff like that.
He was fast at RCGP. Very fast.
I know he's doing the right things, which I've told other people to do that haven't listened. He's kind of starting to do all those.
Well, I think he only races 8 scale too. So,
and that's a huge help.
Yeah, you don't like the 10 scale, 8 scale mixing.
Well, 8 doesn't do anything to help you in 8 scale.
All right. So, a couple more questions before we wrap this up. What would you say to a person that's new in RC, getting into RC, 8 scale racing? What advice would you give to them?
What advice would I give them? Getting new into racing 8 scale?
Mm-hmm. Like a guy who's into racing and he loves it, he's excited, he's fairly new, he's probably been racing for 6 months, a year. What would you say to him?
Right. Well, I mean, I see a lot of guys online, right, asking questions on all these forums and stuff. I mean, I don't chime in a lot on a lot of that stuff, but I see people answering. And you guys do a good job of answering their questions and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
You guys. I mean, obviously, someone that's getting into it, they're not going to be on the pro level. So, I think, with all these choices of tires and things, I think they got to keep it simple. And just not worry so much on, I see guys always asking about what's this tire, just kind of worry about driving and not so much on the whole technical side of things. Don't overwhelm yourself with too much technical stuff,
Yeah.
Just get out there and drive, get laps in and, keep your engine running.
Yeah,
right?
That's a perfect.
So.
All right. And my final question was, because I always hear you say this, you got this driver, maybe as young, he's on the cusp of being a pro, like a paid pro. This kid's going to make it. What advice would you give to him going into his contract signings and all that type of stuff from your experience?
So you're saying somebody that's just getting into a contract?
No.
Signing.
That's really fast. They're probably on the cusp of being a pro driver, like a paid driver, which doesn't happen much. What would you tell them?
And I've answered this question before.
No, but you always say these guys don't get paid or they don't negotiate properly. You always say that.
Yeah, but that's some of them. I mean, I think a lot of them are doing fine now, right?
Yes.
But I mean, I don't know really what the landscape is as far as that stuff goes anymore, right? I'm kind of out of it. I don't really know what, I don't think there's as many guys getting paid as there used to be. So I think, obviously you just got to go out and prove yourself, right? You just need to practice more and you got to get out there and just dig.
Don't be a
pussy.
pussy.
So much harder now. It's just so much harder now.
Yeah, and don't be a pussy too.
To be up and coming driver, to get, in battle with these guys now, because they're just so handcuffed with just the way the programs are run. You just got to go out there and fight. What can you do? Don't
be scared of them.
Don't be scared. Yeah. Especially now. I mean, I just couldn't imagine come up now. There's just too much noise out there, and I just couldn't imagine. I mean, right now, now obviously it's easier than ever to kind of get deals and stuff, right? And you've got half the B main and the A main as it is.
Yeah.
So, people I think a lot of these guys think they're a lot better than they really are, So, for example, just last weekend I was in Arizona, right?
Right.
You got, Mayfield and Spencer Rivkin, right? And then there's everybody else. I mean, Tanner Denny, Tanner Denny's doing some, he went to Mugen. He was really fast last weekend.
He did look good.
Him props for that. He really was good. I mean, his Mugen stuff is just like way better than the stuff was for him, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was at speed with Rivkin and these guys. He was battling right there to the end. And he had a chance to win that race. He got a little impatient. He was behind Rivkin. He got impatient. He tried to pass him too quickly. He forced the issue to get by him. And he needed to just hang back a little bit. And I think be a little more patient and choose a little more wisely how he was going to get by him. He forced the issue. And that was it.
Mm-hmm.
A couple times. But, he's doing the right things. He's going to an A-scale program that doesn't have 10 scale involved. I told him this. Like, well, it's great. You don't have to race 10 scale. You're going to improve your A-scale program,
Yeah, he was impressive.
I want to taste a 10 scale. Well, why? Your forte has been A scale. So I think he did the right thing. He's in the right, path for success, going into an A scale minded company. So
cool. How about DNC? Give me a prediction for DNC, top 3 pro.
I mean, top 3 in that race, you just never know. I would say obviously Mayfield, right? Mm-hmm. Mayfield, Tebow is doing good now with this techno stuff. That's pretty impressive for me to see. Jared's gotten actually faster with this techno stuff. And I think one thing I want to go on the Tebow thing. Tebow, he's actually gotten better with the techno car because I think car has a lot more corner speed than his Kyosho. And as he's gotten, I think with his Kyosho, he's gotten older. He's had to kind of push the car to try to keep up. Mm-hmm. Where the techno, he doesn't have to push it. I think he can just drive at his comfort level, and the car is just giving him good corner speed, and he's able to do good, and he's had good success. So I think he's going to be up there. And obviously, I mean, Ronald Falk and Ongaro and probably Cole Ogden. I mean, there's so many guys.
There's so many fast guys.
Obviously, Mayfield just on the next level.
He is. He just needs. I just want him to get that Worlds. He's amazing. But I think Ongaro is just. I think Ronald Falk is very professional. He was really fast at RCGP. I am gonna go. I'm throwing Dakota Fend in there. But yeah, I just think it's. I think
there's a guy there. There's another guy with a lot of talent that just could be faster, but he's not putting the time in, right?
Well, he needs a mechanic.
It says nothing to do. He's just not a. It's not. Well, maybe. I mean, he could be so much better, And
well, he's 10 scale is his bread and butter, man. So
whatever. But he did get second. He did really good last year.
He did, and Joseph said he wasn't. Okay, where's Joseph going to be?
Where's Joseph going to be?
Yeah, at DNC. He's going to be trying to commit suicide somewhere. That's what he's going to do.
I don't know where he's going to be. He's going to be like he always is in the B main.
I think he'll be better this year.
No.
He'll do good in Truggy and E-Buggy. Watch.
Whatever. Does that even count?
Nah, for him it will. He should just retire and become an E-Buggy and Truggy specialist. And he'll be fine. But
I told him not to race Truggy. He shouldn't even be racing Truggy. It's stupid. Why waste his time with a car he's even sell, and it's not going to help him out any in A-scale buggy.
Why does Joseph do anything he does? Because he thinks he's right. So
he's just taking away his time from E-Buggy Day, right? It's E-Buggy Day and Truggy Day. He should just be running E-Buggy.
Yeah.
So, he shouldn't be wasting his time in Truggy.
Oh, this was awesome, dude. It was only supposed to be like an hour, and we've been talking for 3. But it's actually taken us about 5 hours. It's taken us about 5 hours to do this because we had to stop a few times, but I appreciate it. And trust me, I learned a lot of stuff in this. And I love the stories. Well, I found out stories like I didn't know about I didn't know you got fired from Proline and all that type of stuff, and I didn't know a lot of things. So it's cool.
Right?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to win $100.
Back on the Proline issue. Let's talk about that. So around 2009, Scott Hughes decided to put everybody on the B team. A lot of guys he didn't think was fast, like me and Quartz and Genius and Andy Smoke. There's a whole slew of guys that got bumped from Proline from 100% team down to, I don't know what we were on, 75% or something. And interesting enough, all these guys go off and end up like Gene the Machine and Andy Small, they end up coming out with their own tires, like, and selling their own stuff.
Yeah.
All because they got kicked off of the Proline team. They ended up importing their own tires. You know, these two guys, they're like Dumb and Dumber. And, you know, they're able to make it happen. You know, it's amazing. So, you know, it just amazes me that Proline is not. You got Jason Rona who worked there, right? They couldn't afford to keep him or whatever. He goes off and makes big concepts. Pavitas, they can't keep him. He goes off, starts AKA. You know what I mean? It's like these guys are just shooting themselves in the foot left and right.
You know, you see Pavitas is back in. No,
right, he's back in with hot
race.
But it's just all because Proline didn't want to pay anybody to either keep their employees, pay them enough to stay, or, you know, not even give them free tires to race with.
You sound a little bit bitter, Greg.
I think it's hilarious. Right. They would have had it would have just been Proline, but now you got A Concepts, you got AKA, all from just being cheap. So
hey, are you going to do a track walk with Joseph and I at DNC when I get there in 2 weeks, Tuesday?
Yeah, sure, buddy.
I'll be asking for you to do that 3 years from now.
Yeah. And back to, you know, you're talking about banter at the races.
Right.
Savage, you know, so we got Barry now racing 40 and over class, and it's been great. You know, he's really fast. I'll give it up for Barry. He's faster than I expected him to be. He can't ever finish a race or anything, but, you know, Barry was, you know, Mr. Savage. You think I know. King of the Savages back in the day, you know, going nuts on people in the driver's stand, you know, and, you know, telling people in the way they're the Tyco Jam car in the way. So, you know, I love to get back at him a little bit, you know, and he, you know, out of the blue, you know, after last year in 40 and over, after I won DNC, won PMB, he contacts me on Facebook out of the blue to bet me that I'm not going to win. Not that I'm not going to win the Silver State, that he's going to beat me at the Silver State. So I said, okay, we'll throw down the $500 bet, you know, and, you know, of course, he was in the B main, I was in the A, and he's only paid me $2 of the $500. So it's been a lot of fun bantering Barry. You know, he's in my ear in the pits, trying to get in my head, and
it's awesome.
Yeah, it's been fun. You know, and I messed with him at the Reedy race that he got last every qualifier, and I know it gets to him. So it's been fun. You know, it's all in good fun. It's nothing serious. He may take it serious. I don't know.
I really want to get him on the podcast, but he wouldn't even accept my friend request.
Didn't you interview him once before?
No, but we was talking.
He had an interview with somebody. He did an interview with somebody some years ago.
He's done one for Jason Renner, our Radio Impound podcast. He's done one for
that was good. He did a really good one. I think you should get him on.
I want to. He won't accept my friend request. When I see him at DNC, I'm gonna be on his shit.
We'll have to hit him up.
All right.
Well, you know, I mean, did you hear that Kevin Gahan is not the Team Losi team manager anymore? Right?
Yeah, I know that.
Right. So I've been saying it should be Barry. He should be the team manager.
Maybe
Losi.
Maybe he will be. Who knows?
I give him my vote. I'm voting for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Oh my gosh, you guys are so savage back in the day, and that's what I'm saying. Man, people have to see you guys all interact together. Like I always like go up and talk shit to Richard. Like, man, Degani's over there measuring spring rates right now.
Who said this?
I said that to Degani and Paul Ciccarello at Silver State. I'm like, you got Degani over there rattled. You got him over there measuring spring rates, making sure he has equal springs.
Right.
You and Keith Henry, you're nuts over there. Keith Henry signed up for 7 classes at DNC, paid for them, and now he's not sure if he's going to be able to go.
Oh my God. Well, then I guess I'll use his entries.
You know who I forgot to ask? One more question before we go. I'm going to say one name, and you got to say something. Jay Smoker.
Ridiculous.
All right, dude. Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I think people are going to enjoy this podcast. And I'll see you in not even a couple weeks. Yeah, it's 6.
Well, good. You know, I'm glad I got this over with you. for 2 years to do this, whatever the heck.
1
I
year,
don't have
1
to
year.
write a book. I don't have to write a book now. It's done.
No, you don't. It's just Don. Like, this is the Degani memoirs on this podcast, the No Name RC podcast.
Nobody cares, but for some reason, you want to do this.
People care, dude. I told a buddy of
Nobody
mine. I told a buddy of mine. I'm recording with his favorite 40+ racer, and he's like, "Yes, I can't wait."
Yep, it's a lot of fun. 40 plus, bringing back fun for old
It's
guys.
competitive.
Like me.
It's very competitive.
It is.
All right, man.
It's a lot of fun. All right, buddy.
See you in a couple weeks.
Bye.
Thank you.
You are entering the Techno RC Grassroots Racer Spotlight. The part of the podcast that gives the listeners a platform to talk about RC. Brought to you by Techno RC. Techno RC. Techno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in 8th and 10th scale high-performance off-road RC buggies and trucks. Visit www.technorc.com for a complete catalog of their products.
Welcome to the NNRC Hotline, brought to you by Techno RC. I'm waiting for Joseph to come on, but while I'm waiting, I do have some callers, so I'm going to patch in and see if I can help them with their questions. Hello, who am I talking to?
This would be the one and only Jeff the Bolander Boland. What's going on?
What's going on, Jeff? How are you? You sound so different.
Oh, I'm sitting in an airport waiting on a crew to get off an airplane.
Okay. So what's up, Mr. Nitro Pro? How's things going?
Going pretty good. Just got off of, came out of SIC and not perfect results, but it felt good to be back out on the racetrack for a little bit. And it was real good seeing our fuel was doing really good up there, real consistent. And I got to finally hang out and be a racer for a while, and didn't have to do the administrative side of it. Made it real nice.
Oh yeah, how's things going for you at Nitro Pro? What's the plans going forward with you guys?
Right now it's our mix is super stable. We've got really good consistency. Our drivers seem to be having really good results with it. Trent and Mike Walker, fantastic results with it. Shane Barrier's having real good results with it.
I can't believe you said Shane Barrier and good results
now,
in the same sentence just now. I'm only joking.
Yeah, I know. It can be kind of funny how it works out. So we know that the blend is good. We know everything else is really good with it. So now we're going to start working on logistics and shipping and maybe getting it out to more retailers so that they can start moving it that way. And basically just keep going where we're at.
Yeah, and you had the force race this weekend. Was it a force race this weekend? But it got rained out?
Yeah, it was round one of force. The track was so beautiful, and the Mother Nature just didn't want to cooperate. Unfortunately, I was in Texas at the time, but Dean handled it like a pro, and they're going to reschedule it for the second or third week in February, I believe, so that everybody still gets to do that race in that new facility out there.
Oh, okay, yeah. I saw a post that was like 3 o'clock in the morning. It's like, it's no rain. And then my buddy sends me a picture. Well, this is what he goes, I'm glad I didn't unpack my stuff. Look at this. I said, well, it's Florida, dude. It rains all the time. It's raining like crazy here. It's been raining since yesterday. So.
Yeah. Well, usually it doesn't rain like that in January, though. Usually that's June rain. But, we got the bad end of the stick there, but that's all right. It's outdoor racing and it happens. So I'm sorry that it happened. The guys did come on out there, and it's a great facility out there, Sundancers, and I know Dee's put a lot of work into it, into the whole series, trying to make it really competitive and everybody, lots of track time and good value for their money. So I know he's gonna do a fantastic job and make sure everybody gets what they need.
Hold on, let me see if Joseph, are you here yet? I heard.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up? Hey, we got your buddy Jeff.
What's up,
your
Joseph?
Good buddy Joseph. You sound so different on the phone, Jeff. Sound so different.
I know. I'm sorry. It's been a long drive. I drove from Tampa to Houston today.
Oh, okay. Hey, you got
who?
Jeff Bolin.
Oh.
Hey, you got a question for
Don't sound
Captain
too
Asso?
impressed, Joseph. No, man. Actually, I don't. For once, he's actually been pretty spot on lately. Probably need to see if we can't get him out to one of our force races.
Well, he's going
here
back
shortly
to Finland in April, I believe, after PMB.
Oh,
Joseph, are you even there?
PMB?
I'm here.
Well, say something. Jesus.
There's no question directed at me.
He asked you
What
if
do
you're
want me
going to be
say?
going to PMB.
Yeah, I'm going.
Hey, Jeff, are you going to PMB?
Yeah, we'll be out there with Nitro Pro. Joseph's a ball of energy. I know.
A ball of
It's okay,
energy,
Joseph.
a ball of assholiness. That's what he is.
No, you know what? He's been pretty good lately. Nobody
he
had
hasn't.
to kill him or
No, he hasn't.
choke him out. He's been pretty good lately.
No, he hasn't.
I got to give him props. He's
It's
he's
all
doing
a
pretty
facade.
good.
It's all a facade. All a facade.
It's called a facade. Is it? It's not facade, is it?
It's a facade.
Surely that's not how a facade.
Yeah. It's a
is
facade.
much
too.
closer than a facade. I have never heard anyone say facade.
No, well, I say facade. Okay, facade, facade. You're an ass. Doesn't matter.
I believe it's facade. Anyway, you know what? I might have been killed. I could have been. There was a chance. So I went to the Nitro compound.
Hold on. Is this going to take 5 minutes? Because we have other callers.
I don't give a shit. So I went to the Nitro compound race.
I wish you would have
in Maricopa, Arizona. And so this is what I heard. That after practice day, there had been an incident at the track. Someone had put a JQ sticker on someone's trailer. Now, this someone happened to be a head-to-toe tattooed,
No,
how do I describe this? Well, let's say an American with tattoos head to toe.
Oh, okay.
Who apparently, after a few beers that evening, had presented some sort of assault rifle, which I do not know the make of.
Too bad he didn't use it on you.
Or number. Yeah, okay. And this had happened after a discussion over some beers of who put this sticker on the trailer.
No way.
That it was probably me. Yeah, and that it was me. And then some people defending me and saying like, hey, if it actually was JQ, then he would admit to it. So if he doesn't admit to it, then it wasn't him. So see, it's good to be honest always. But next day, nothing happened. So, I mean, I was hopeful.
Yeah, I wish I would have known that.
Because it could have been a good story. It could have been a good story.
All you need to do is get shot.
Happened.
Like to add to your life story.
Yeah. I mean, so we are at that point now where people over some beers actually they actually brandish weapons and I'm like a topic of discussion at that point.
Good. You're moving up in the world.
We are already at that point. So
no, you are. Not me. Not me.
Yeah, I am moving closer to that.
People take things way too far, and 99% of the time, Joseph, I love you to death. They just don't take the time to listen.
Oh no, people, yeah.
It's that 1% of the time I really want to kill you too, but that's okay.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah, if a true statement, if a true statement just goes against what people believe or want to believe, then they just can't accept it. But
I don't
know.
think it's your statement. It's never your statements, Joseph. It's your delivery.
Exactly.
No, it's the state. No, it's not.
It is.
No, that's bullshit.
No, we're not getting into this. We're not getting into this now. I agree with you 100%.
I agree. No, it's not. No. You
Yes,
can be
enough.
the nicest
No.
guy.
We're moving on.
Listen.
Next person.
No.
Sorry, Jeff.
No, listen. I get to make my point too. Delivery, yes, delivery matters. That's fine. But the nicest person in the world who everyone loves, if they say the same things I do, people won't agree with it either. I'm sorry.
Probably
Just
not.
a fact.
Okay, yeah, you're kind of right.
I was this close to having you in a hole in Arizona. Jesus.
Well, yeah, you were pretty close.
But at least you're the commonality. Everybody listens just to see what you're going to say next.
I know. I wish these people would block him on Facebook. It would make my life so much easier.
I've started blocking people who are too dumb for their, own life. I've
Block
just
yourself,
started blocking
then.
people like that.
Keenan needs a raise.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, I do.
He's
doesn't
a
need a
good
raise.
PR guy.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Jeff.
Keenan complains weekly.
Yeah, because you make my life a living hell. Jeff.
No, you complain about bullshit. It's
Jeff.
like you're super pumped to do something, and then 1 week later you complain about that very same thing that you were super pumped about.
Yeah, because I have to work around your stupid schedule. Jeff, tell Mitch Zek stop being a big vagina and come out of retirement and race.
Okay, let's get this straight. You have to work around my schedule. What happened? You messaged me, hey, can we do call-ins? I said yes. And you asked what time, and I said, it's not my job to figure out what time.
Obviously,
then
because it's you.
Said, okay. Then you said 6 p.m. your time, and I said, okay. That's
and you're still
working
late.
Around my schedule.
You're still late.
It's not explain how you're working around
Jeff,
my schedule.
Thank you for calling in.
Yes, and agreed to exactly.
It wasn't that easy. Trust me.
You are so full of shit.
You are so full of shit.
So full.
Jeff, thank you for calling in. And if I go to PNB, I'll see you there, good buddy.
Hey, don't forget, you still owe me a car.
Oh,
who, me?
Joseph owes you a car.
You lost that bet. You lost that bet.
Who are you talking to?
Me. I can't even remember what the bet was now.
I bet you that Mitch Zek would teak you that round, and you bet me he wouldn't at SIC or AMS, whatever it was, 2 years ago, and I won. You still owe me that car.
And you know what? He teaked you that round and then wouldn't take my car or nothing off my car to go and win open. I was so pissed off about that.
Well, I'm not going to run your car. I'm not going to run your car because, well, I can't, but you still owe me a car.
Okay, I'm going to get you a car. Don't you worry. It might be a little bit squashed, but I'm going to get you a car.
What, like a black edition?
All right, Jeff, I'll talk to you later. Thanks for calling, buddy.
Be good.
Good luck with Nitro Pro, buddy.
All right, bye-bye.
Hey, do you owe him a black edition?
No.
Yes, he does.
I'll just take it out of his salary.
What's up? Who am I talking to? Is it Chasen? Hello?
Yeah. What's up, guys?
What's up, Chasen? How you doing?
Hello. Hey, what's going on, guys?
All good.
The last call had you cracking up.
Who's this?
Chasen from SoCal.
Have I met?
It's all good.
Have you met
Have
Joseph
I met
yet,
Joseph?
Chasen? Oh, are you coming to DNC?
No, but I freaking. I'm gonna try, man. I live right around the corner.
Yeah, you should come. You should come, and then you can see how much of an asshole he is in person.
Dude, this guy rules, man. He has me cracking up all day.
Don't
every
tell
time I
him
listen to
that.
a podcast.
Do not tell him that.
He's freaking awesome, man. I love it.
So what's up, man? You said you had a story from this weekend. What's going on?
Oh, okay. So I was at Thunder Alley on Saturday with my son. I'm just getting back into it after like 12 years out of the hobby. And I got my 10-year-old son running cars, right? And he's okay. He's got some moments that are good, some moments of greatness, but he's also got some moments of just, what the hell are you doing, man? So the moment I want to talk about was he sent it full speed Off the quarter pipe, man.
No way.
The quarter
Up?
pipe turn, full speed.
Did he go straight up and did he land?
His car was like, he landed in the tennis court.
Oh, no.
His car was like 30 feet in the air.
Joseph, did you try to...
Were there people playing tennis there?
Man, you had the whole place laughing.
Hey, Joseph, didn't you...
It was good stuff, but
Go ahead. Hello?
hello?
Yeah, I think somebody...
Sorry, go ahead, guys.
I think, as big as that ramp is, the one at PNB was twice the size of that, maybe 3 times the size of that. And people went over that
Maybe
too.
4 times.
No, it wasn't 4, it was 3. And people went over that. But what I want to see is somebody to jump up. I did it once here in DR. Remember the DRC track that you came to, Joseph?
Yeah.
Remember how it had the metal ramp? I did it. I jumped up, hucked it, did a one, like just turned it in the air and landed perfectly on the transition and down the straightaway.
Oh, I thought that was rad.
Yeah.
Hey, so
That's
did you
killer, man, but
did you attend the Adam Drake practice alongside Adam Drake session?
we did not, but I got a good story about Adam Drake while we were there. I took some of your advice to turn marshal for tires, and I had my son running around to everybody asking if he could turn marshal for him for tires, and Adam Drake gave him a set of tires. Man, my kid was so stoked to get that set of tires. He had them signed by Adam Drake. So pumped, and now those tires are sitting on a shelf next to a signed Ryan Dungey poster. My
Awesome.
kid is so pumped on that.
Well,
But yeah, Brad.
when you come to DNC, I'll have some decals for you for the podcast.
Heck
And
yeah,
your
man.
son.
You stoked.
Cool, man.
Right on, guys.
All right, well, we'll see you at DNC, dude. Take care.
All right, later, guys.
All right, bye-bye. Joseph, didn't you jump the ramp too? At when he was practicing or when you was testing out the track? I can't remember. Anyway,
It's too long ago.
on to the next caller. And hello. What's up?
Hello.
What's up, Kevin?
How you
doing?
guys?
Kevin is going to be a every week caller. Where's Chuck? I thought you and Chuck were going to split this up.
I don't know. We're about
Chuck must be eating hot
4,000
dogs.
miles apart, but that's okay.
No, it's not that far.
Yeah,
It's like
he's on Cali time. I'm on New York time.
I've driven across America 5 times. It's 2,700 miles.
Yeah, but
No, it's the same.
Canada's bigger than.
Yeah, it is. It's a little wider up the top. It's like a reverse JQ.
Hey, buddy, just Google it. Google it.
I will. Actually.
Google it.
I will. So what's up, Kevin? How's the snow treating you up there?
Canada. Not bad. Groundhog Day made us a bit happier. Can't wait for the snow to be over. And
I don't even understand what the hell
racing
Groundhog
scale
Day is all
outside.
about, to be honest with you.
I don't know. It's some fucking animal that if it or she sees her shadow, the spring is going to come in 6 weeks. And if she doesn't see her shadow, it's like another 8 to 10 weeks or some shit. Americans, they have ways of being superstitious.
Yeah, I just remember the movie with oh man, what's his name? Oh man,
Bill Murray.
Bill Murray, yeah, in it. And the only way I remember it because they had a commercial with him on the Super Bowl last night. So
anyway,
what's up?
anything
Kevin?
relevant to this
Did you watch the
podcast,
Super
or are
Bowl?
you guys
Yeah,
just
okay.
going to?
Yeah.
I watched the Super Bowl. You could go, JQ. Shut up. You get to get on your soapbox and talk about whatever guns and all that type of stuff. You know, I will say, yes, it was a pretty good commercial in the Super Bowl, Kevin. Anyway, I know you had a question for us. What's up?
JQ, yeah, question / rant. Again, coming from the cycling industry where there's bike races and they separate people by age groups, and people are very happy when they get on the podium. There's only fucking 3 people in their age group, so it's a podium for sure. But the thing is, I find it really weird, especially with you, Keenan. I see people like commenting on your Facebook posts and stuff like that. And people, I find it weird, and like, I mean, fucking grown men shouldn't be proud like 8-year-old kids, but people are super happy they made the main or they get a podium or some shit. And when you check Live RC, there's only one heat. I mean, grown men that try and get a bit more important, just making sure that they have like their 2 minutes of fame. But why do you say you made the main when there's only one heat? It drives me nuts.
You mean like Joseph this weekend? Like if he wouldn't have made the main this weekend, he would have definitely killed himself. But I think that's just, you know, I've been in a few not heated, but a few topics this week. And it seems to happen after a race with a lot of classes. And I'm gonna say this right off the bat. Yes, I prefer one class. I also understand why there are classes. This goes back to what Joseph and I were talking about last week. But I don't know, man. I mean, I think that's just the state of RC. You know, we have all these classes, and then we have maybe 5 to 6 people in a class, in a main. And yeah, of course you're going to make it. I don't know.
Yeah, but sometimes it's like club races. Like Buddy drives e-buggy, 2-wheel drive, and short course, or whatever fucking class he runs. But because it's club racing, there's 70 people there, so there's only one heat. Or like for short course or e-buggy, there's going to be one heat, and that's it. And people like brag that they made the main and they're this and that.
Well, I don't think they should brag that they made the main. I think they should. I mean, if you have 5, 6 cars, you still got to beat 5 other cars to get there. But man, it's these trophies, man. I think this is why it's people want trophies, I guess. I don't know. It just is what it is, man. I've placed results up for guys and it's only been one heat. You know what I mean? One heat has not been enough for more than one heat. So I think it's just people, you know, before I got into this, when I first started out, kind of whatever my job description is at JQ, I was very naive. So I didn't really know the different regions or what was what. So people be like, hey, look at my trophies. And I'll be like, oh, wow, this guy got first in pro at this race. And I didn't know that was just like, you know, not really a big race. I didn't, you know, I just kind of took his word for it. And then, you know, I found out later it was just maybe a little small race. And yeah, he still got a plaque or whatever. But, you know, it's not like he went out and won open at DNC or PMB or one of these bigger races where there's a lot of competition. So yeah, I guess I have a whole stack of plaques and stuff from my races here at the DR. You know, so I don't know. I used to have them on my wall. I stopped doing. I might put a few on my wall here when we do when I finish off the studio here. But I don't know, man. Is it like that in cycling?
JQ has a pretty sweet trophy room. Yeah, it's the same thing like with amateur people. They do triathlon or cycling or whatever. So first of all, that separates people by sex, so men and women, and in between or binaries, however you want to call it. And then it's going to be like women from 30 to 34 and then 35 to 39 and so on. So like they're super happy they made a podium or they were top 10, but there's fucking 9 people in their group, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why people need to value themselves that much when you take a look at the hard numbers and you're like, was it really?
What do you have to say about that, Joseph?
But
Joey Q, are you there?
Yeah, what about it?
What do you have to say?
I think it's stupid.
We've
already covered this.
I knew you was going to say that.
I mean, what's the value? If you win some support class or something, it means nothing. You win your class, but there's like 30 people that are actually faster than you. And I don't know why people value that. I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I never did. I understand.
Well, Max won open at
Max
won open at DNC, and that was good for you.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There can be a few different classes, but not, you know, amateur, novice, expert, pro, open. You know, there are too many.
Well, especially even in club races. I mean, even in club races, like our club races back home, there's 90 cars or 100 cars. There's no expert 2-wheel and like novice 2-wheel. It's just 2-wheel. But I mean people that run baby truggy and stadium jock and short course and whatever fucking car that they have, and you're like 4, 5, 6 cars in the main, and they say they made a podium. I don't know, man.
Well,
that's
why they still have
value that much.
Yeah. Well, obviously, if you in if you go to a big race and win, I know some races still have like if you came to me, and no offense to people who run e-truggy, but I'm like, I want e-truggy. I'd be like, okay, that's great. You know, I know it's a growing class, but it doesn't have, you know, it's the competition isn't really there. You know, I mean, in some places. Yeah. So they have the people like to have these classes that they know they're going to make an A main and get more run time. That's why they run it. That's why you have still have 4x4 short course, and you know, not like e-trug it's growing. Like, as much as Joseph might not want to admit it, it is growing. Short course is dying, unfortunately, because I happen to like short course, but I think a lot of people.
But I don't know for you guys, bro. Yep, people are moving from short course to baby truggies.
Well, because it's probably easier. Baby truggy is easier, man. Baby truggy is easier than short course. Like, no big body to catch wind. It just jumps. It's just like a truggy, a 4-wheel drive, 10-scale truggy, pretty much. A 4-wheel drive buggy with bigger tire, with truck tires. So, yeah. I've never driven one. It looks like fun, though. It looks like fun. But I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Is it going to bloom into a bigger class? I don't know. Is it going to be race with 8-scale or 10-scale? Nobody knows that either. It still kind of hasn't found its spot, I would say. Some people are racing with 10-scale, some are racing with 8-scale.
Yeah, we're actually going to have like baby truggy class at our big indoor race, the one I showed you in April. So I'm curious to see on an 8-scale track how those cars are going to go. Should be interesting.
We shall see. We shall see. I don't really pay attention to it much. I know that DNC is going to have like open e-truggy. I don't know why, but I think they only had like 2 heats of e-truggy last year. Yeah, I think there's going to be like a pro e-truggy.
There's actually a guy going to. I think one of the Quebec guys going to DNC is going to run like e-buggy and e-truggy because he didn't want to fly in with fuel, I think. That's the other thing too. People that drive from really far, they have to fly from far. It's easier to carry electric stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Like the guys from Bermuda, when they come, like they go to PNB every year. Like Salty Joe and those guys, they run 5 classes because we don't have tracks in Bermuda. We have 1 track, and it's nothing. It's nothing compared to what you guys have over in America or in Europe. So they come over for that 1 race, and they try to get as much run time in as they can because they flew over there, and it cost them a lot of money to get there. And so I get that.
Hey, Joseph, when are you going back to Finland?
7th of April.
Shit. Because we have a race in Canada, like the 21st. Is there any way you could make it?
Of April?
Yeah.
Negative, so.
Yeah, he has to get out of America.
Shit. You've been there for more than 3 months?
I can stay up to 6 months at a time.
Okay.
Also, that's about as much as I can take.
Summer. They don't want you longer than that anyway.
I don't think it.
Don't worry, I don't want to stay.
Yes, you do. No, actually, you go home and Europe's cool. Like summertime's kicking in, and that's when racing in Europe. I see you got all this racing planned in Europe. It's pretty interesting. All right, Kevin. I
wish we had this much stuff that you guys have. Yeah, you got probably a lot of people.
No, just
Kevin,
one more. What up?
Yeah,
Kevin. Next week, call in with something really valuable that people will appreciate. Something to do with car setup.
I don't know shit about.
No, ask a question.
Everything that you do,
or driving, or practicing, or whatever. Something you need to learn. Something a lot of people would appreciate to know more about. It's different when it's interactive.
I'll try.
I'll explain something.
Yeah,
and you
we'll
can,
do.
you know.
All right, Kev. Thanks for
Yeah.
calling, dude. I'll talk
take
to
care.
you later. Bye-bye.
Talk to you another time. Bye.
Hello, caller. Thank you for holding. Who am I talking with?
What's up, Keenan? It's Isaac.
Isaac
Paulson, the Pulsinator.
It's the Pulsinator. You waited a long time, dude, to call to answer. What's up? How are you?
Oh, not much. I just wanted to call in.
Finally, you
didn't
called
have the
in.
balls to call in. Yeah. But so I didn't really have a question, but I thought of a few things while sitting listening to everything. And I guess it's the CVDs. I wanted to ask about, kind of when to run, or if that's something that Joseph's running, or full time, or not at all anymore, or is it kind of when to run the CVDs, I guess.
Yeah, so I like to run the CVDs on tracks that have inconsistent grip levels. So, for example, a track that has a grippy racing line, but then also dusty sections or dusty if you get offline.
Okay. Yeah.
So on tracks like that, I find that the CVD in the rear just smooths out the transitions between the different traction levels. So it feels like you have more consistent rear grip. Just makes it easier to drive. So I like it on those tracks. But mostly any other kind of track, I seem to prefer the universal.
Okay, so the inconsistent tracks, is that something that works with the 1.5 towing? Kind of hand-in-hand deal?
Well, on those tracks, typically I would run 3 degrees because of how it's inconsistent, then it's better to just try and have grip at all times. For me, the 1.5 towing works when the whole track is the same. So it's just the same sort of looseness everywhere, or it's the same high grip everywhere. It's not necessarily even a case of you can only run the 1.5 on a high grip track, or you can only run it on a loose track. It's any kind of traction level. As long as it's consistent, then the 1.5 is an option. And also it tends to work better on sort of more European style tracks. And less, it's not as good on US style sort of supercross tracks, a lot of jumps, hairpins, that kind of stuff. If it's more sort of flowing and the jumps aren't directly out of corners and there aren't that many like super tight hairpins, like landing a jump in a hairpin, accelerating to a jump from a hairpin, those kind of sections, then the 1.5 is good. So
okay, cool. Yeah, so I guess that ends. So is that is it let's say that the track's inconsistent, but it's going to be consistent, like as it grooves in, maybe. Is that something you would still just run, like the CVD? You would just run that even while it's inconsistent.
Probably, I would just run the universal the whole time if I know that's what I'm going to end up on.
Right. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that was the best I could come up with waiting in line.
Nobody stumped them yet, though. Really, the whole year of podcasts. It's pretty good.
No, I've been stumped. I remember. I think maybe it was even Keaton that stumped me once.
Yeah, maybe it was once. Isaac, are you going to race more this year?
I'm planning on it. I got out and practiced Saturday. Got out and got another guy out here running the car, and so we just messed around with just kind of trying out some different things on the track. It was just a loose track, pretty bumpy. So we're just kind of sorting it out, and I'm planning on hitting the series races here. So
cool.
That's kind of my whole thing right now. Yeah.
Cool,
Club
dude.
races and then series. So, yeah, I hope to.
Yeah, get to some of those border war races and hang out with the New Mexico crew.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, definitely gonna hit at least the one that's here.
Yeah, man.
'Cause we've got one round at our local track here, so I'll definitely be there.
Cool. Well, we'll be talking. We always got to chat in. Thank you for calling, dude. I appreciate it. First time I ever heard your voice.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you.
Check this out.
All right, dude. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for calling.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
We got 2 more calls. Hello. What's up? I know who I'm talking to here. What's up, Chance? Hello.
What's up, Vato?
How you doing, man? Que lo que?
Ah, chilling, man. How are you?
We're good. How's things in New Mexico?
Had to call and check out the hotline, bro. Oh, New Mexico's great, bro.
Yeah. Where's all the boys too?
No, just called to say what's up, bro.
You did? Where's DJ? My boy.
Yep. Oh, living life, bro. The baby. You know how that goes.
That's my mate right there. You guys are awesome.
Yeah,
You gonna race some more this year?
He's a good dude, man. Yeah. Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's good. You need to go hang out and race with
Ready to
those
get my
guys
ass
some
out
more.
there. Well, for sure, man. But yeah, I just called to say what's up, bro.
I appreciate it, man. Do you listen to the podcast
Oh, yeah.
a good bit?
Oh yeah, dude.
All right.
I love it.
Well, I can't wait to hang out with you guys at a race
Shit,
again.
man, you know how we do it, bro.
Oh, I know. I know. I gotta come prepared when I go and you guys go racing.
Yep. Make sure you exercise that liver, man.
And that
Before
one
you get
arm.
here.
Yeah, you know. Gotta keep my liver in top shape to hang with you guys.
Hell yeah.
Moonshine and beer.
That's it, dude. But yeah, that's
Cool.
it, brother. Just saying what's up. Fucking digging this shit you're doing. So keep it up, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. And get to racing this year and tell the boys I said
You guys-
what's up.
Yeah, I will, man. You guys be safe.
All right, dude. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, Joseph. Are you still there? Why isn't this working?
Yeah.
Internet's kind of slow tonight. Hello, who am I talking with?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up with you, Lefty and J2? This is Big Ty from Cali.
What's up, Ty? How you doing?
Is this Ty Testament?
Doing good, dude.
Ty Testament. You always got a
not
dirty
Ty
ass. on it.
Testament. Come on. Canadian. I'm not Canadian. I'm the fat guy.
How you doing, man?
Doing good. How you doing? I want to check on you, man. You know, after you did that pack out challenge. So,
hey, that was
how you doing?
It was bad. It was all right. Like in the morning, like you know, I went to the bathroom a few times. It was very hot, but by that evening, I was all right. But that was bad. That was worse than the first one I ever done. Oh, it was hot. It was funny though. It was for a good cause. So
man.
that's all that matters at the end.
Yeah,
of the
but
day.
that's the biggest thing I wanted to get you up on and say that kudos to doing that definitely for a great cause like that. You know, a lot of people won't step up to a certain way to do that, so I definitely give you props on that.
Hey man, we got a very small community. We argue and we may not agree with everything, but we love RC cars. And if I could get a chance to give back and help somebody out, I will. And it was fun to do it. You know, I knew it was the first one I ever done was hot, but this was worse. Really, it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was.
Oh yeah,
it was funny too.
You can see it in your face.
Oh man, I could feel. I'm telling you, dude. Like for about 3 hours after that, my mouth was still numb. That ain't no joke.
Wow.
I think I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna do the toe of Satan next. It's like a lollipop that's supposed to be really hot. So what's up, man? Are you ready for DNC?
You got big boss. I'm trying to get ready for it. I've been prepping for it right now, and about to get ready to run some more nitro. I've been running a lot of electric lately.
Oh yeah, were you running
Stepping
to a
away from
Revelation?
nitro for a little while. And I run electric mostly up at Coyote, or I go out to San Diego to SBRC, and sometimes I go to OCRC. So
You're living in the mecca of RC,
I've been
dude.
running more electric.
You see your mate there?
I love it out here.
You see your mate Joey
I
Q
love it
there?
out here. That's one thing that Oh yeah, I ran into JQ a few times, even when he was out there testing some stuff, breaking in a motor, I believe, at Rev that one day. And him and Mike Sarah was sitting at a table, sat there and talked to Mike for a minute. But yeah, it's been a cool thing.
You know, he loves it there in California.
And
I don't blame him.
Flavor back for Nitro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's gonna be a lot of Nitro going soon.
Back for Nitro, some of that fun. Oh yeah. Gonna see you doing DNC?
Oh yeah, I get there on the Tuesday, so I'm flying in. I fly into LAX,
Okay, cool.
then drive up. I should hopefully be there about 5 in the evening. Joseph should have everything set up for me,
cool.
so I just walk in and just be cool. But I doubt that would be
cool.
All right, man.
We got to definitely toss up a couple of them.
All right. Yeah, we definitely will, and I'll have some decals for you, man, to put in your car.
Oh, definitely. You know, I listen to this show all the time. You guys are hilarious.
I appreciate that, man.
Definitely.
I
And
appreciate
I want to say one thing else. Hey, JQ, real talk. I want to say something else for you, dog.
Where you
I
do,
want to say
Joseph?
a lot of times when I watch your videos and you talk about different things about setup and different things you can do to your car, a lot of stuff is universal, and I really thank you for the stuff that the knowledge you share.
Oh, thank you.
No doubt, no
Appreciate
doubt.
that.
Gotta give you some respect. Oh, no doubt. Gotta give respect where respect is due. Hey, but you guys have a good night. See you guys at DNC. And be safe out there.
All right, man. I appreciate your call, and I'll see you in a couple of weeks, man.
Later.
All right, dude. All right, Joseph. I think that's the end of the calls today. I think your Facebook antics has stopped people from calling. I just saw one argument under it was 230 comments in 10 hours. So, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, whatever.
You just need to post inconvenient truths, and people go nuts.
Yeah, whatever.
Or just own up to things. It's incredible.
Whatever, dude. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And, excuse me. Thank you to everybody for calling in. We appreciate it. Thank you to Techno for sponsoring this part of the podcast. It's the hotline.
So they didn't pull out. They didn't pull out yet.
The views and expressions expressed in this podcast by Joseph J. Quagran do not reflect the views of the sponsors or the host, Lefty the Great.
Oh, I see.
You didn't like that, did you? All right. Thanks, everybody, and tune in next week. It's going to be good when we do this at DNC. We need to find some cool guests at DNC to hang out with, I think.
I think West God will do it.
Yeah.
If he isn't all lousy out. But, you know, I think he'll do it.
Yeah, I want to get Ronafalco on. He's pretty matter-of-factly, too. So, you'll see.
Yeah, he'll probably do it.
Yeah. All right. I'll talk to you later.
NNRC listeners, are you currently having trouble trying to get the power down to the ground? Well, don't you worry. Papa Willie's Traction Tonic has you covered for all your RC tire traction needs. Whether you race on carpet, concrete, dirt, loose, dry, slick, or high grip surfaces, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic cures for traction. Benefits of using Papa Willie's Tonic Traction is going to be more traction, long-lasting, light tire wear, sweet scent, clean application, fast acting, fresh fill. Papa's Willie Traction Tonic is also safe on foam inserts and does not deteriorate tire glue. Find and follow Papa Willie's Traction Tonic on Facebook and Instagram. You can also visit them at www.papawillies.net. Use the promo code NNRC at checkout for 10% off. Prepare for victory with the one and only Papa Willie's Traction Tonic.
So that concludes the podcast for this week. We didn't do a rant because we thought it was just getting a little bit too long. And really, we need some action to happen so we could get something to rant about, get Joseph all riled up. I didn't mention it in the introduction, but thank you to everybody that donated for the Randy Sides Packy Chip GoFund fundraiser that we done, myself alongside with Brian Phillips up from the Pacific Northwest, and the Winter Rage race that happened this past weekend. It was an honor to do that for a fellow RC racer, and it was overwhelming the amount of people that donated in the last week and the amount of money that we ended up raising. We ended up raising $1,700 from the GoFund, and then the Winter Rage crew put in $1,000, so it's $2,700. And I'm not sure how much they made at the race for him through raffles and stuff, but it's a good thing to see coming together with to help each other out, man. Because, you know, at the end, like I keep saying this and I keep preaching this, and I truly believe it. At the end of the day, no matter your race, your religion, your political stance, your financial stance in life, if you're into RC, we're all a part of a big family. And yes, like any other family, we fight and we get mad at each other and everything else, and we don't always agree. But it's really great when we could come together and help one of our fellow family members out. So I look at it like that. The RC people are my extended family. You know, I like to meet new people, and I love that part of this job. So it was my pleasure to do that. I want to say thank you to Michael Norris from Third World Janky Shit from Albuquerque, New Mexico, the New Mexico guys who gave me, he gave me the chip. He gave me both chips. This one was very much more hot than the last one. So thank you to Mike. Thank you to Brian Phillips for organizing that. And thank you to everybody that donated and tuned in. Man, that shit was hot. If you haven't seen it, the video's up on the Facebook page. It was hot. RC's been good to me, and it's continued to be good to me, and I meet great people, and this is my way to kind of give back. You know, I don't have a lot of money, and I can't really be giving a lot away, but if I can help raise money to go to a good cause, then I'm all about that. So I'm looking at some new challenges here, maybe Toe of Satan, maybe some sour challenges, something, but I'm always looking to help with fundraising, and if I could do anything to do that, do not hesitate to contact me. I see that Buddy Christensen has a GoFund going on as well. I'll post that up. Buddy's a young racer from Vegas, races a lot in SoCal, great kid, great term washer as well. So please go donate to that. And thank you to everybody. I can't really express it anymore. It really touches me, and I appreciate that support from everybody. Go look at the video. It's hilarious. Oh man, it was bad. So thank you for that. Thank you to everybody that tuned into this podcast. I have to say thank you also to John Jennings of the Voice RC podcast for doing my awesome voiceovers for the BK servos and Papa Willie's traction tonic. I appreciate that, John. And man, check out the Montpellier race. Enjoy it. We're going to talk about it next week. We got DNC coming up soon. I'm getting excited. I got to get everything ready and in order next week so I don't leave anything at home like I did last trip. And I got some big plans. I actually have to schedule out what I'm going to do here for DNC. And man, enjoy RC because we're fortunate to be able to do it. Support your local tracks. Support your local shops if you can. Try to. And let's work together to make RC even more awesome and take it to the masses, because we all have to do our part to grow this awesome hobby / sport that I'm so passionate about. And I know so many others, thousands of people are very sure the same passion. Maybe I'm a little extreme sometimes, but I can't help it because this is what I like and this is what I'm into. And yeah, let's just, I don't know. And if you got a fundraiser, anything you want me to help you out with, if I can, I will. Please don't hesitate to contact me. And let's think of a crazy challenge for the next fundraiser. Toe of Satan, Ghost Nut, maybe the Hot Nut Challenge, hot nuts as in peanuts. And I don't know, but I'm just really appreciative of the people that supported that. and donate it. That was awesome. RC is awesome. The people in RC are awesome too. We just need more. The more people racing RC cars, the better it is for everybody. So, with that being said, if you're racing this weekend, have fun, help out somebody new, have a beer for me, a Modelo or White Claw, really good, and enjoy it, because we are fortunate to be racing RC cars. We are, and we are all one big community. So, remember, Nitro is the glory. E-Buggy pays the bills. If you ain't grinding, you're sliding. And if you aren't having fun, it don't make sense. With that said, Lefty out.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. We greatly appreciate all the support and love from you, the listeners. Without all of you, none of this is possible. Special thanks to our patrons on Patreon. If you wish to support the podcast further, you can at patreon.com/NNRC podcast. As a patron, you will receive early releases, special content, and patron-only giveaways. Also, please follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and our website, www.nnrcpodcast.com. Remember, Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. If you aren't having fun, it doesn't make sense. And if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Lefty out. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory.